on his panel. However, a couple days ago, he mic dropped it, man. He literally was speaking on what I've been speaking on when we've been chatting about how this panel verse has a lot of garbage in it. You know, a lot of negativity. Yeah. So let's see what a good old Jack Telcott had to say. Yeah. Start off with that. Let me see. Dream of Californication. Can you hear me okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay. Walking away clean. There we go.
I'd love to good spirits and to all my fans in my kingdom. Thank you and take care.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate you. And I'll take a chance and see how this goes.
Jack tells. Woo! So, Jack, I got a question.
Yeah.
You're blaming me because I'm the only one who's bringing people of your past, which is what Jack Tells is about. Your ex-bosses, family.
No, Snafu. I'm blaming you because of your behavior. You're a false witness. You're a liar. You're a deceiver. You're serving the darkness. You're serving the confusion. When you go around gossiping and spreading lies, and I'm not just talking to Snafu now. Now I'm talking to anyone who's willing to listen. When you go around spreading gossip and negativity, condemning others behind, talking shit, you're revealing you. If you're not an honest person, where is your value? And if you see yourself being dishonest, argumentative, real negative all the time, it's time to reevaluate, because we live in a world of insanity. It is insane to tell lies. The facts demonstrate that. There are consequences to your thoughts, your words, your actions. If you don't do what's necessary to do, meaning the due diligence, meaning inquiry, meaning truly finding the facts, if you don't do what you need to do, that side, or take the actions to prove your words are true, what are you doing? I've been paying attention to me, to the words I say, to the words I feel, and to the world around me. And brothers and sisters, I want to tell you sincerely, if you can allow yourself to trust me, not even trust me, trust yourself. If you can trust yourself enough to understand what I'm saying, you can trust the truth. But if you can't trust me to be accurate or correct, or if you can't trust yourself to be able to understand a simple man like me, well, then you're not going to accept it. You're not going to know. And what I've learned is the truth. The sensitive souls of this world, those with a fierce passion for justice and a sharp eye for patterns and deception, I've been blessed. I've lived in a world of deception and patterns where you better pay attention. So I've been developed. Condemning others behind, talking shit. You're revealing you. If you're not an honest person, where is your value? And if you see yourself being dishonest, argumentative, real negative all the time, it's time to reevaluate, because we live in a world of insanity. It is insane to tell lies. The facts demonstrate that. There are consequences to your thoughts, your words, your actions. If you don't do what's necessary to do, meaning the due diligence, meaning inquiry, meaning truly finding the facts, if you don't do what you need to do, that side, or take the actions to prove your words are true, what are you doing?
Present the facts of if you're gonna address something, present the facts in a way that person can understand, that you're trying to relay the facts to it, and stick to the facts, man. That's a top priority. That's pattern recognition, so you don't get trapped in these loops of negativity and toxicity. You stick to the facts, just the facts, man. Kind of like Dragnet, you know. Because if you don't, you're all over the place, and you're not being authentic. Yeah. So I don't know. I just wanted to share that, keeping it real, man. How people just going around talking shit, and I get it. We're at a point now, 2025, where people are going to talk shit privately, DMs, Discords, face to face on a messenger call. They're going to be talking shit. However, if you're still talking shit, you can't use that private being discreet to talk your shit. You can't go on a public forum and talk your shit. That's you got some issues, buddy. You got some big issues. Like look at your life. What are you really doing with your life? I mean, I do this like once, twice a week. To get my message out of what's going on with Ben and myself and his friends and acquaintances, to get it on record, on wax, as we say. But to just go on here and blabber about other people when your life is shit. And there's a lot of different, and then for the people that like gossip a lot here, there is actually a lot of interesting news out there right now, but people don't want to talk about that. Which is funny. I mean, I think Joe Cool, shout out to Joe Cool. He wanted OG Joe Cool, he wanted to talk about that yesterday. Oh, today. Well, yesterday, yeah. And he came on my broadcast on Sunday, my day, talked about reality. We had a really good, fun conversation. We got pretty deep too, with OTW and Rag, Muffin, Visions. But he went on there on Resla and asked the panel some questions, and it was crickets, So for people who like gossip and whatnot, it's kind of funny when an actual legitimate question was raised, nobody said nothing. Yeah. And I see there's quite a few people here right now, because it's like, oh, he's gonna spill some tea. Blaxican's gonna spill some tea. So I gotta listen. Well, I mean, Joe Cool wanted to know what's really going on, and I don't think he got any answers. This shit's funny though. It was a mic drop, and Joe Cool doesn't have much to lose, man. He has like over 150,000 subs. I mean, in the end, what does that really matter? But in terms of scoreboard, that's pretty good. He helps the community all the time, monitoring the police. He's a real watcher. And so he doesn't give a fuck. So he just asked this question. And Nobody got nothing to say.
You've been keeping up with what is her name? Izzy. Izzy's been going through it, and yeah, I guess you ain't got to say, but I'm wondering if you've been keeping up with her. She's been having a tough fucking time. I heard she just, got popped and resigned and all that bullshit. I hope somebody is talking to her.
You're asking who?
I was asking Resto because he's the only one I thought would be talking to her. The most likely. You're okay. You're aware that she's
blessings to Iz.
Shit, though. Right?
Blessings to Iz. That's all. That's what I'm gonna leave.
Okay,
All right. Well,
It was hella quiet. Everyone was chiming in with their opinion. Got really quiet.
We'll just ask you, Resto, if did she visit Gen Pop or is she free?
I got so many articles. I don't think I have to ask anything. I got so many articles. I am asking.
Yo, he just said there's so many articles out there. There's so many articles and news stories out there. I know. I guess because people, I hear folks say, y'all talk about real life, but man, if you ain't talking about real life, what are you really talking about? You cosplaying on StreamYard constantly. This is real life. These are news stories, not just about who he mentioned, but there's other news stories that are easily found. It's fucking hilarious, man. Oh, I want to act all hard and shit. And then when this is like crickets, when the OG Joe Cool asked a question, a simple question.
And if you are aware that she was
You
going
got
through
so
that
many articles. You hear this shit?
Yeah, I do, bro.
Yeah, you called him right investigator, cuz.
Exactly.
I'm an investigator, cuz it's like an easy search on YouTube. I mean, on Google or Twitter or whatever, man. That's hilarious, man. Trying to chastise OG Joe Cool on that shit. Was asking the question.
Yeah, he got to click through the whole fucking board.
Joe Cool's like, why are you getting upset, man?
Oh, he's like stringing shit. He runs the string.
Right.
It's the strings. And the photos with the strings running to him. Oh, yeah. Every day I get something on that poor girl.
He said every day there's something on that poor girl. Quiet, man. God damn. Crickets.
I don't know. I even had people accuse me of that. They were like, "So Izzy's around?" I was like, "What about Izzy?" They're like, well,
anyway, that shit's funny. Everyone got something to say in the discords and privately, but then the OG asked a question because people want their news, their gossip. They're quiet. It's okay, man. I guess it's like, this broadcast is about California. Say what you will, how it is currently, but it is kind of fucked up. Kind of like your older sister, your auntie is on heroin or crack. She knows she has a good heart, but she's just going through it. Libtards are running into the ground. Republicans aren't really giving a fuck over there, using it to their advantage. But it is what it is. But it's a great place. The spirit of California it's a beautiful place, similar to our sister city over there, sister state Illinois, to the real ones. Joe Cool, my boy Mark in Peoria, Hood X Network, Pomo, K Blau, Ben Real even, yeah. But they're built differently in Chicago. They're built differently in Los Angeles, Santa Ana, San Jose, Oakland, San Francisco, even Fresno, Bakersfield, stand up. We're built different, where if something is on our mind, we're going to ask the question, man. And some of us can say it with a little bit more grace than others, but damn, bro. It's like, and generalizing, but some of these other places, the other states, they acting like bitches, and man, acting like straight up bitches, man. You ask them a question and they want to say everything but, right? People really don't even want to come up here to address yours truly if they have a question, or what they call it, grievance or whatnot. Yeah, this shit's funny, bro. So shout out to Joe Talcott. I like that. Jack Talcott and our good friend Joe Cool Unc, as I call him. Totally respect our elders, and I mean they're not that much older than me probably, but they do definitely have, as we say, old man experience, and are doing it in their own way, doing what they feel is right to help the world. They're communitized. This is the funny. And mind you, Joe Cool and Jack Talcott, they had their little brushes, points of contention with each other, but they love each other. I've heard pause. No pause. I don't need to say that pause, bro. We're securing our manhood here. We can live platonically. Gangsters do it all the time. Nah, but I remember Joe said, "I love you, Jack." After this shit,
I'm not sure we talked about, because you say we're gonna do this. What are my plans to bring love and shit forth? Do you?
I don't know. I haven't seen it, Joe.
And have you tried to help me with my shit, Jack?
Yes.
You just said you don't even know what my plans are. How the fuck are you helping me?
You know what? Hey, Joe, you can take your disagreements. I'm about ready to wrap up. Sincerely, you can be the first to go, but I'll give you a last word.
Yeah, I'll take the last word. Blow me, nigga.
Grow up, Joe. You don't have a fucking clue what's in front of you.
Eliminated all ops. Eliminated all ops, bruh. Constantly. Yeah. They say that, see, but you bring them together, they become Joe Talcott. At the beginning, Jack was talking about, for a recap for the people that were ninja washing, they're in the chat now. There were, Jack was talking about this propensity of toxicity and talking shit constantly on your broadcast. It's one thing to bring something up that's a point of contention that you want to address, but to constantly do that on your stream or as a guest, come up to somebody's house and do that shit, or stream constantly on talking shit about somebody, the same people all the time. He's like, look at yourself, man. Now I'm paraphrasing. Look at yourself. You point your finger at them. Look at the 5 fingers pointing at you. How you're fucking maybe a loser. I mean, in your mind, hopefully you see how you're not winning at life if you're sitting at home constantly scrolling the panelverse and it's streaming when you have responsibility. I mean, you could have some responsibility and dedication to yourself and self-respect, leveling up in your life. Putting out a plan, a map, like a male action plan or FAP, female action plan, in order to like cultivate some positive momentum in your life, right? But now you people want to just attack other people or even just listen in and be like a peeping Tom of the negativity, right? Not really even choosing a side, but going back and forth, what do we call that? When I used to live in Long Beach, Transformer. Yeah, that's what they call it. Or Strawberry over there. Harlem 30s. My boy Ryan used to call him a strawberry. Right. You'd be wearing a red shirt, but you got a blue Superman tank top underneath, man. Yeah, can't trust your ass. We don't know. What's up, Leopard Print? What was that, Kev? Oh, Kev, you changed your avatar. Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Just Kev. Cool. Joe Cool's OG for sure. What's up, Browns boy? What's up, man? Hola, ¿cómo estás? I'm glad you wouldn't blow Joe personally. Yeah. What do you say? Ear hustlers? Ear hustling, yeah. I know, I like that term. We got my old Heina from Southside Drive in South San Jose. Annabelle, she used to use that word, ear hustling. Yeah, folks, ear hustling. Oh shit, man. So I don't know what to say. I keep I keep talking about the negativity, so I'm dabbling in it by even talking about it and bringing it up because Ben and friends, Ben, my son, it's not a good look to constantly talk shit about people, even if they did so-called do you wrong, because in the end, you're putting your consciousness, which is priceless, your awareness, on something that's their job. That's their business, as we say. That's their as they think there's their God. That's God's work for them. Your job is to do your business, which is to succeed, grow, and evolve. That's what you're supposed to do. So you don't have time to. And know how people take that? That's up to them, right? And obviously, some people don't like it because they're talking shit about you, Ben. But you got to move on. You got to do your thing. You got to ignore them. And oh yeah, somehow you got to hit them in the mouth. I mean, that's why we do all that kung fu when you were 3 years old, Shaolin kung fu, taekwondo, boxing, what do we call that? Wushu, what you're doing now, and judo on the judo team. So, I mean, you need to hit him in the mouth. You need to hit him in the mouth. However, that's a last resort, son. Let them know, like, back up. Leave me alone. You know? I mean, if you really feel like it, go ahead. You want to say snitching, but you're first grade. I'll give you a pass. If they're really bothering you, talk to the teacher and say, by the time you're listening to this, you'll probably be older. Talk to somebody, authority, and say, hey, there, this person, like, you know, I'm trying to do my thing. I don't want to bust them in the mouth. Just leave me alone. Back up, right? Then let them know to move on, bro. Because in the end, what are they going to do to you? Sooner or later, they're going to get tired because they want to rise that out of you. They want you to say something that you lose your cool and get out your character and join in their negativity. They're a virus of negativity that can be very contagious if you don't have a good center. If you're not alkaline spiritually and mentally and physically, you know, because we're better than that, bro. We're from California, man. Fuck that shit. Yeah. We've been doing this for 47 years, man. Chose to incarnate in San Jose, California. Chose to become a man in Long Beach, California, and East Oakland, California. Moved my family out to Taiwan, but I'm from California, man. Stand up. If you're from California and if you love California, put a 7 in the chat for me, man. Come on, man. California, bro. And I get it. I mean, New York has this affinity too. The New Yorkers love their place. But here's the thing: consciousness started, Western consciousness, or the Western mind started in Europe, which they actually got to fly from Africa, right? The Kushites, which became the Egyptians, the Library of Alexandria. The Greeks took it, went buried during the Dark Ages, Middle Ages. Renaissance happened. They dug it up. We had a beautiful Renaissance of thinking. Germans took it, existential thought, Jungian psychology. And even before that, the Pilgrims and the criminals that came, the colonizers came to the East Coast, set up shop with those thoughts. Consciousness went from New York to the Midwest to the South, manifest destiny, all the way to California, bro. The journey to the West, they even say it in that story, The Monkey King. The journey to the West. My journey to the West here on the so-called mythical island of California by the goddess queen, Amazonian black goddess Queen Califia. I don't think y'all know about that. Some of y'all might know about that. Yeah, put the 7s up there. 777, yeah. For sure. Absolutely, man. Shout out to Ben for sure. We got the 7s up there. You got the 7. You got the 7 from Ty. Got the 7 from Shadow. Standing on 7. Just Kev West Side. Shout out to Oregon. Oregon in Washington, bruh. BC, British Columbia. You California, it's like one big damn piece of land locked on the left side, bro. The left side's the best side. Don't get me wrong, I love my New York cats, and in between the southern people, actually, to keep it 100, the highest consciousness is probably going to come out of the South. Sorry for you brainiacs. You know, the humbleness of the South is going to probably be what we need to show us this higher form of consciousness, right? It's so fucked up there in the South, some parts, right? The poverty, the murder, the bigotry, right? However, there's some of the best people, most humble people there, and smart people too, right? But come on, let's not get it twisted. California, bro, that's where the consciousness goes. It goes west, right? Oregon and Washington, BC, all the way to Hawaii. Shout out to Jeff Mushroom Spore, my homie over there in Hawaii, doing his damn thing with the Bikram yoga and float tank, and then all the way back to the east over here in Taiwan. So all these people, man, born in Santa Ana. Shout out to the OC, Orange County. I knew there was something about you, Gary. Rolling 777s, Cali is my Hollywood intelligence. Yeah, it is. It is. That's why it's such a dichotomy of contradictions as well as beautiful opportunities to learn and to express yourself. That's what Hawaii is. Oh, excuse me, Hawaii, Hollywood, Hollyweird, right? This is where the program of the templates of our lives are put out there. The movies. Your life is a movie. It's a narrative. In Hollywood, the CIA knows it's strong. These movies hit you from the silver screen, hit your brain. These actors, they resonate with certain archetypal frequencies that are constantly being whirling around our head, right? But you're not these things, even though we think we are sometimes. We're not these archetypal forces. We just let them resonate and flow through us sometimes, right? Like, so you ever notice how certain characters represent certain energies, archetypal energy? The trickster, Johnny Depp, Jack Sparrow, Hunter S. Thompson, Mad Hatter, Jim Carrey too, the Green Man, The Mask. Yeah. Interesting. The West is beautiful, Lindsay. Absolutely. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. Geography-wise, we got, like Shadow and I were talking, we got the mountains. And then you can, if you're in the Bay especially, and then you can go maybe about 4 hours north, and you can get to the beach. You know, you can get to Ocean Beach or John Muir Woods, where the redwoods are. You can go down to where Shadow lives in Gary, or from go to San Gabriel Mountains, my namesake. Yeah, it's wild. When we saw the fires that were tortured the land of this beautiful state earlier, and that wasn't man-made fires. That's fucked up. That's a sick person who did that. Was it a government who did it? Conspiracy? That's a fucked up organization. Government. Mind control, governing your mind, that did it. I don't know. The point is, what was done is done, and it's like a great reset. Shout out to Klaus Schwab's and them boys in the World Economic Forum. There was a great reset done on that part of California, where people literally have to rebuild their lives again and see what really matters. You know, we have the luxury to be negative and talk shit about people online. Negativity, that type of negativity. That was not a luxury. What happened to those people, rich people like Paris Hilton, and already people who are living day to day, lost their shit, man. Lost their pets who are there to guide them and heal them and nurture them. Where they lost their photo albums, heirlooms and whatnot. It's a great reset, man. to figure out what's really important. What would you take out of the house that was on fire? Or are you like, fuck it? The greatest gift is me, my consciousness. You know? What would you take out? Yeah. Yosemite, yeah. Oh, yeah, Yosemite. Yosemite for sure. For sure. Jellystone National Park. Praise God. Shout out to JT. Yeah. Family photos and records. Yeah, I would take those too. Records. I'll take my mom's Cat Stevens records. Donna Summer, the disco queen. Yeah. Yeah, all that. Who else? Gordon Lightfoot. My family. You would take my family in the ammo because that would be bad. Oh, yeah. You have a little popcorn gallery in your Ty. In your front room. You leave the ammo there. Whatnot. What's this say? The PCH drive is unlike any other. Yeah, it's God's country, as I say. Yeah, PCH is beautiful. I believe that either go into Highway 1 or Highway 101. It's because I think it goes into Highway 1, which goes all the way up north here. Look, if I'm pretending like I'm living back home. If I'm living in San Mateo, California, which is we call the Peninsula, San Mateo County, East Palo Alto, I could take Highway 280. I could take Highway 280 and then get on the 1. They'll get on Highway 92 to Half Moon Bay, where they have the Mavericks surf competition with some of the biggest waves in the world. They also have the largest pumpkins in the world there. I can go along there to Pacifica, Highway 1, go all the way down, and then until I hit Santa Cruz, right? And then go through the Los Baños on Highway 1 and get to San Luis Obispo. Then go to Pismo Beach, where Bugs Bunny used to go to. And then we can get on 101 still. Maybe 101 or go I-5, go to the Grapevine. And then end up in PCH. And then sooner or later end up in PCH, Pacific Coast Highways. Yeah. The first stop, PCH and Atlantic, the home front, Poly Apartments. Yeah, man. Long Beach, man. PCH. I love it. Santa Barbara. Don't shout out to Santa Barbara in the house. Beautiful. Never Land Ranch. Michael Jackson's compound out there. Right? My family came from Ventura County, Santa Paula. Moved their way up. Probably started in LA, made a stop in LA. Went up to Ventura County, which is by Santa Barbara. Then made it all the way up to San Jose. First Mexican grocery store in San Jose. Over there on 7th and Keys Street. Downtown San Jose, East Side. Yeah, what's up, Locksmith? Yeah, man. California's great, man. And that name it's an interesting name, California. I mean, we can play phonetic games, what they call it, homophones. Homo meaning same, phones meaning sound, same sound words. Kali, like the goddess Kali with a K. Who was she? Huh? She's the goddess of destruction and nurturing, the Hindu goddess. But we're talking about another goddess. Let's learn a little bit about her and see what's up.
The idea that Africans or Black people were in the Americas before Columbus sometimes point to the legend of Queen Califia as evidence. However, most people are aware that her story derives from a Spanish novel. Her legend is very entertaining, but what I find interesting are the rumors about her myth being the origin of the name California.
What's up, Godheart?
What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And if you'd like to support the Home Team on these videos and future animated projects, you may do so on patreon.com. Also, go to Afrographics.com, a website where you can gain resources and illustrative infographics on African history. All links are in the description box below. The legends of the Amazons have intrigued many novelists and young impressionable minds. The existence of the Dahomey Amazons and their exploits were the inspiration for the Dora Milaje in Marvel's Black Panther. Ancient Greek historians have even spoken about legends concerning African Amazons. So it's no surprise that a 16th century novelist decided to use these myths and legends to write his own story. Queen Califia was mentioned in a Spanish romantic novel, Las Surgas de Esplandian, or The Exploits of Esplandian. The story was about an attack on Christians who lived in the Turkish capital of Constantinople. During the battle, Queen Califia helped the attacking forces. She was described as a warrior queen who came from a place called California. According to the California African American Heritage Preservation and Restoration Society,
that's her right there. This is a mural. I'm not sure if it's on it might be California Adventure, the Disney theme park in Los Angeles. This is her right here, Califia, with the grizzly bear, our national or state animal, right? And look at all the different people on this mural. In this mural right here. Whew. You got the movie industry, you got the Chinese railroad workers, you have the black soldiers from the South and iron workers, you have the Japanese who were interned during World War II, you have the Okies, the Swedes, the Swedish American, and Germans Americans who, after the Dust Bowl, came to California. I mean, you have it all, man, right here. All the different types of people that are fucking in California, man. That's y'all. This is this is my chat. This is me.
Queen Califia is common knowledge among professors of medieval literature. The myth of Queen Califia used to be a sort of secret code among poets and sexual rebels, at least until the secret went public in 2001.
You said sexual rebels? Because there are a lot of deviants in California. The spirit of California is what I'm getting across in this broadcast. The spirit, all the bullshit that's happening in California right now, you know, with the politics and in the poor infrastructure and homelessness and all that. Like, that is horrible. However, the spirit of California is what brought me here to where I am today. I'm trying to get better, trying to push the envelope with expression and art and just being a cool, kind person.
During the renovation of Disneyland, one addition to Disneyland called California Adventure lies a theater decorated with a mural depicting Califia. Inside, there's a brief widescreen film called Golden Dreams with the voice of Whoopi Goldberg as Califia, the Queen of California. After her exposure to the world, this mythical black queen became a sort of symbol for the newly multicultural California. The Spanish romance novel The Exploits of Esplandian was published in 1510 by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo. He wrote it after his tremendously popular Amadis of Gaul. Montalvo gives us details about the queen. Know that on the right hand of the Indies exists an island called California, very close to a side of the earthly paradise, and it was populated by black women, without any man existing there, because they lived in the way of the Amazons.
In the way of the Amazon. Now, when I hear that, I get like, man, that must be a myth. I don't see how a bunch of women could live together, just them with no men. I mean, first of all, that's not very sustainable in terms of just using them as sperm donors, unless they got something else going on, right? But I mean, maybe somebody can think of any time in the history where that's kind of happened before. Yeah, I don't know. But here's the thing. That's where we get the story of Wonder Woman, right? She was an Amazonian, right? What else? We get the Black Panther, that tribe of women, the bald-headed women, strong fighters. What else we got? We got more current, Furiosa. She's magnificent, right? The Mad Max saga, right? Furiosa, mother was in a community. And Furious herself, she lived in a community when it was all women, and the women used to trap the men in a cage and drain their balls, and they get pregnant and then put them out in the wastelands. Right. What else? There's probably some other shit there too. But what's going on, Ragamuffin? What's going on, man? How's it going?
Man, it's
What's up?
going good, bro. I don't even know if you could have described it in any other way, but just as soon as you said ball-headed women, I started losing it. I was like,
Yeah, because I forgot their
bro.
name, man. I'm not a big Black Panther movie fan.
Right.
I love the idea, the concept of a black superhero narrative. I love that, but all the politics and shit like that, I was like, kind of threw me off. Just like I love the idea of Barack Obama, a black president, mixed president, a hybrid. However, there's a lot of drama around that shit, so I can't totally co-sign on that. But with that said, yeah, they're ball-headed, right? What else are you gonna say?
I don't know, but it's just the way you said that, bro. Got me weak, bro. How you doing, man? How's your day, man? How's your evening?
It's good, man. I've just been geeking off this California vibe, and especially this Queen Califia. I've heard about her before, and the Califites.
Yeah,
and
I didn't know anything about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, but then the way people talked about it before, it was like like it was like straight fact. Like there was this queen of California, because I've heard the Moorish science people use that and be like, yeah, no, this is what actually happened, and maybe it did, but with research, with a quick research, you see that it comes from the Spanish romance novel.
Yeah.
In the 1500s, around the time when Cortez and his men were sailing along the Pacific Ocean and finding these places, rediscovering them, because they're already discovered, right? But from a European perspective, they rediscovered them. But with even deeper, so I thought, like, okay, they're saying that there was this real lady. But then I thought, like, it's from a novel. But then with further research, you can see that, no, they've been talking about this Califia for thousands of years before that. So what's really going on? Maybe it was real, And then here's the thing, even real or not real, like I said a little while ago, it's the spirit of Califia that permeates my veins, and probably most people in Western culture and beyond, because, dude, her energy is broadcasted from the mecca of it in Hollywood. That's the California energy of, like, basically expressing yourself, and that could mean a lot of things, right? It could be full out debauchery, or it could be very highbrow art, like high level, top of your, or anything in between. So I think a lot of us have been infused by this Cali energy. You like hip hop, West Coast G funk, all that, man.
Yeah, that's definitely that. And I'm selective these days, obviously, on what all I listen to music from a music perspective. But yeah, for sure, 100.
Yeah, you been to California before?
No,
in the great.
I never have, and
Ohio State.
Every single one of my interests growing up was affected heavily by California. I got into skateboarding. Yeah, I got into skateboarding at an early age, and so it calls to me. The West Coast calls to me, amongst some other places.
Yeah. Hooty hoo. Yeah. Yeah, man. That's the whole reason I went to Long Beach State. Long Beach State is because I was infatuated by the G Funk, like Warren G. We shared the same birthday, November 10th. I was like, fuck, I want to go down there, bruh. It's like, it seemed like a cool vibe. And I went down there with my best friend. We went to Long Beach State, and we had the time of our lives, meeting everyone there. And funny enough, that people were very welcoming, very open, man. Like they accepted us. And these were like hardcore fucking gangsters from Hoover and Harlem 30, Crip, and like just people who weren't even affiliated necessarily, but it was just a good vibe. I don't know if it's one of those things like where you're the new person, and if you're like, if as a new person, I find that if you know where you're from, so you're not gonna punk out, but you know where you're at, so you're humble.
Yeah,
it goes a long way.
Well,
and I think they pick up on that.
Here's a question for you. You'd be the guy to ask this to. So my understanding of where my mind goes when I think about like Crips versus Bloods, I didn't know anything way back in the day. As I got to kind of where I am now, it seems now this is just me, spitballing this off the brain, but like it seems like the Crips are more conscious and the Bloods get more violent and get into more. Is that is there any like something to that, or is that just the way I'm perceiving that?
I mean, not visceral, but off top, I can get that. I can see how you might think that. Like the Crips are a little bit more suave and maybe more thoughtful, you could say, in general. But because I think the Crips stand for like community, something about the community, something, like patrolling the community, right? Whereas the Bloods who came from the gang, the Brims, it seemed like they were a little bit more. I don't know. They're both pretty they're pretty brutish per se, but we'll just run with that.
Yeah, just kind of.
I'd be talking on my ass if I didn't like. Yeah, there's something to be said that needs to be looked into that for sure. That's a good point because I'm feeling that because the closest I can get to is because I was never in one of those gangs, the Bloods or the Crips. However, I was.
But I
guess you could say associate of some of them.
Yeah, you knew people that knew people.
So
I know you were around it. So
right. Yeah, but I'll tell you this, and what I did know too, which is kind of like we call high class gangbanging, are those black fraternities, those Greek fraternities and sororities, and certain sororities do have certain, like some of them are known more for the swag, like the Alpha and the Sigma, whereas the brutish like fucking orcs are like the or like the Alpha Omega, or the purple like Shaq Diesel's one of them.
Oh, okay.
They don't give a fuck. Or they call them the Q dogs, right? And then there's the pretty boy, as they say, like the suave guys. Yeah, like not Sigma. Yeah, Sigma. Yeah, for sure. But anyway, we used to call that high class gangbanging, the black fraternities. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I like how you said orcs though. Like that's the term I like to say. Tolkien road now.
Yeah, shout out to Dan in the Discord. Daniel, Ghost. No, that's why we usually use that word for Chechen soldiers.
Oh yeah.
The orcs. Man. Not the
interesting.
The ravenous warriors, the orcs in Chechnya. Let me see. Kappa Alpha. There's some crazy stories attached to those. Yeah, Kappa Alpha. I think the Boule are. You ever heard of the Boule?
Mm-mm.
The Black Boule are basically like the managers of the quote unquote black community. Like the like it's like there's the Illuminati, we'll say, and then there's the Boule who are like supposed to keep the blacks in check, right?
Interesting.
And then some people think that started with the fraternity, the Alphas, right? Bill Cosby was an Alpha. That started in Philadelphia, right? And Puff Daddy, right? All these people, anyone that's Oprah, these people that are like they're like the gatekeepers. I mean, every quote unquote race has it.
Yeah.
It's just the Boule, which sprung off the black fraternity.
Did you?
Which we call huh?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Black Masons. Yeah, you're right, Gary. Yeah. He's saying it right now.
Did you catch that link I sent you the other day about the Bunny Wailer dealio with Snoop from back in the day? I didn't know about that. Did you know about that?
No. What happened?
Okay, well, so did you know that Snoop went to Jamaica in 2012 to do the Snoop Lion thing? You knew, I'm sure.
Yeah, I saw him at Coachella that year when he got back.
Okay. So he had a falling out with the Rastas and Bunny Wailer because I guess they took him under their wing and they wanted to kind of teach him a different way of living life, but they thought he kind of poorly represented using the lion symbolism and that stuff. And they went to some like council meeting and everything, got all the Rastafari together, and they basically were like, "Yo,
I get Snoop, he's Boule."
Well,
I'm saying he's Boule.
Here's basically what they did. They were like, "Look, you got to publicly drop this and apologize, or bro, we're gonna take some legal action." And then Snoop started firing back responses at Bunny, like, "Well, what did you even do to help the Whalers at all?" And like, it was like, it's wild.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, well, they might think he's a Boule, right? That's what they probably think. He is a boule.
I think he was a little too rambunctious for their liking. So yeah.
Well, now he's for them, but now he's the face of the fucking Olympics. For when they were so it's crazy. He's super mainstream now.
Yeah,
but he's definitely tapped in. Don't get me wrong. All these Illuminati, I said it before. It's like you're the illuminated ones. We're the illuminated ones as well. You know. Yeah. So don't be. People shouldn't be tripped out on that shit.
I was a little tripped out, to be honest, at the Olympics when he's wearing a Baphomet necklace. That was a little weird.
That means what they do, bro.
I know.
It's not surprising. Let me play this real quick, bro.
Something gone wrong with Calvin's brain. That's all we're gonna say.
Calvin Burtis, who's a Californian. He's a native, as we say, a native. Right. There's a little something about the boule right here that I made a while back. Let's see.
Well, he said he's not doing any more. There's quite a few other people also. I mentioned Will Smith.
That movie's crazy. Well, they call that programming, predictive programming. That movie 6 Degrees of Separation. Will Smith's first big movie where he kissed that dude from the Breakfast Club.
And Denzel Washington.
It's all boule.
Also
allegedly.
And we might get into him coming up next. He's the one they gave the dog biscuit for training day. And he's been in quite a few other movies. Actually, I want to read a list.
It's quite amazing that Denzel Washington got his first Oscar for Training Day, where he played one of the most diabolical, despicable characters in his career. What's his name? Alonzo in Training Day, the crooked cop, murderer cop. Yet he played Malcolm X. He played a black soldier slave in Glory, you know, and which was actually his first supporting role actor, but his first Oscar was for playing a toxic character.
Because it's very interesting. The movies he's been in. Now he started off. There was a movie. Trying to think of that name. He was playing a carbon copy. You got to look at that movie. If that's not some bootleg
Look at him
stuff,
walking.
what the hell is?
Walking in the footsteps of his manager.
If that's not some bootleg stuff, what the hell is? He was in the movie John Q, which grossed $71 million. These House Negroes. His top movie, I think his growth just until recently, and Morgan Freeman's another person. You know, he's been in movies where he played God and whatnot. You know, symbolically, he played they hinted to you all subliminally and deep impact of a black president. That was programmed in you all back in the 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, just to say, man, Hollywood is it's very very powerful, man. That energy down there in Southern California, people say it's from an old cult, the Dionysian cult of merriment and like debauchery and drinking and drug and sex, you know, overly sex, and that, you know, and you see it in that movie Amsterdam that came out. Did you see that movie?
Nah, I didn't.
Yeah, well, it talks about movies in the early, like in the 30s or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Did Master Creator's got an interesting comment? Yeah. In my opinion, Crips and Bloods was created after the Black Panther as a division to kill over money and drugs and turf control. Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. What was once an organization united as a race of love and consciousness, or with love and consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the Black Panther. There was a void there when drugs took them out, you know, and some other stuff, division and rats, in terms of gun running and all that, and yeah, and it was open. Got wide open. I guess the neighborhood needed a new protector. I love how the Black Panthers they didn't necessarily start the free lunch program in schools. However, they brought it to the attention of the people to make it. They kicked it into another level when they started giving out breakfast to the students of Oakland, to the kids in Oakland and other cities across the world. That the Nixon had to take notice and reinstitute the program. So they did some good work.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Definitely.
100. Yeah, they definitely did it. Anybody, there's always going to be that narrative out there that says that they're just troublemakers, but
yeah,
man. Realize.
Yep. Realize. Master Creator 23 was a comment. Who created and founded this A versus B team? I don't know. Y'all let me know who you think it was behind it. I think God was behind it. God was behind everything in the sense that these things happened out of necessity, and these gangs or community policing, we'll say at first, they started out of necessity for protection for people in order to protect the community. But then as they became bigger, they started to, just like all gangs in America and other countries, they started to extort their own people who they were there to protect, right? And a lot of times they cause more trouble than what was originally there. And then as they got bigger and became more of a menace to society, probably government entities use that as a tool to foster more confusion and chaos and distraction. So you're focusing on that shit and not focusing on like trying to level up in your own life.
Yep.
So that's probably how it started. Most of these things are started with grassroots out of necessity and off of, we'll say, good intentions and whatnot. Right. So in the shadow of the comment, you think Tupac might have been a boule? Absolutely. Yeah. The thing is, even if you're not consciously a boule, he's definitely working for him. The story goes that I was watching that Jack Talcott where he was saying you should have information you should know. Because quite honestly, I shouldn't really speak on any of this shit because I don't know. I'm not there. But for the sake of this broadcast and this question, I'll answer. My opinion is that yeah, he was part of it. Supposedly, Quincy Jones wanted him to fuck him in the ass as a quote unquote initiation into the boule. I don't know if he did it. I hope he didn't do it. But yeah, I think Tupac was. Boule or not, as long as you have a strong consciousness and discipline, Ben, and whoever else is listening, ragamuffin visions, nothing should phase you. Nothing should take you under, man.
Yeah.
Just Kev, when Bunchy Carter was lost at UCLA shootout, the SCLA Stronghold of Conscious Leaders was lost. Okay, there we go, Bunchy Carter. The Slaussons inevitably turned into the Crips after their leaders were lost. Okay, there we go. I knew it. Shout out to the chat, Marathon Kev. Just Kev for that. Bunchy Carter, Conscious brother. Funny you say UCLA. When we went to Long Beach State, we took Black Studies class. That's where I went with my friend, the Ryan, the Harlem 30 Crip. And we had this class by Professor Nama, which was very interesting. That's where I learned the term paradigm. How your paradigm is everything. It's what you have your focus on. It's what you set up your whole reality, right? And Dr. Karenga's department head was a man named, Professor Nama's department head was a man named Dr. Karenga. And Dr. Karenga was big in terms of some of these conspiracies about the Black community, as well as mainstream Black African American culture, Professor Karenga was the one that invented Kwanzaa. You ever heard Kwanzaa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was kind of seems like the festival of lights, kind of like the Jewish Hanukkah menorah. They light the candles, but this is done like in an Afrocentric way.
Yeah.
You know, so that and Nama, Professor Nama was in some weird conspiracy when he went to UCLA about the Pan African movement, and like allegedly he was working with the CIA and all that. So it's crazy, bro. How this thing it's a really small world, but yeah.
we got a lot of those connections as well in rock and roll. There's a lot of weird things that you discover over the years, like with Jim Morrison, and just some of these different people had family members that were high level in the military.
Yeah, Jim Morrison. Yeah, his father was a rear admiral involved in the Gulf of Tonkin, false flag. Vietnam was started the Vietnam War allegedly.
Yeah, and I got a lot of there's a theme with a lot of, especially in the spiritual community, there's a lot of folks that like the Grateful Dead, but they don't even realize what's up with that. Like, Jerry's been at the Bohemian Grove, and so has Bob Weir, and so that's weird. The fact that they would even do that.
The Grateful Dead started out as a group called the Warlocks, and they made their name in the peninsula I was telling you about earlier, San Mateo County. There's a place called of course, I'm blank right now. Let's say San Mateo County, right? And they have these parties out there in the woods, and they call them freakouts, where the people would do hella LSD. It was one of the first times they had like a multi media presentation of like crazy lights and images playing on the screen while they would play their music, right? And one day at this house in the hills of San Mateo, Redwood City actually, they had these thousands of dollar amplifiers and sound mixing boards and instruments showed up on their door out of nowhere, right? And then they started to rock out of these things. And they used to have these parties where people would drop acid there, right? And then listen to their music, and from that group of parties came the electric Kool-Aid test, as they say, where Ken Kesey, the guy who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, took all these people on a bus, merry pranksters, and went all over the country, turning people onto acid and whatnot.
Bro, you know some shiz on that. I'm impressed. That's exactly it. Yeah, man. That's some wild stuff, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of wild stuff, and then you combine it with the communism and all this stuff. I think that the LSD is interesting. It's a cool substance and great and all that. However, it also can be used as mind control, because there's evidence out there that throughout history that cultures and kingdoms have used psychedelics as a way to mind control people.
Right.
And
yeah, exactly.
Don't get me wrong. For their shamans and high priests, they're learning some cool things about the universe and whatnot. But it's like, for example, like the Mexican priests you see it in the movie Apocalypso, where those people are put up there and they're taking their heart that's still beating in their hand. Well, these people were given like something like some type of tryptamine, DMT type thing, where they were like hallucinating out of their mind, and they were able to just give themselves up, to be sacrificed. But normally you wouldn't do that shit.
Yeah, definitely.
And you combine that with rock music, and the Grateful Dead playing some badass fucking R&B.
I mean, and it's
a rap.
It is, and like even the name, bro. I don't know if you've ever thought of it like this, but like it's almost like they're mocking their fan base with their own name. Like, oh, they're the Grateful Dead. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. It's like,
oh, wow. They are, because you look at it, it's cool and all, but it's a skeleton.
Yeah.
Death. Yeah. That's their culture of death, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're all about. They're I like their music and whatnot. I think they're cool. But you can even go, but the thing is how you look at it too, because in my culture, on my mom's side, we're Mexican, Mesoamerican, and the week I was born is called the week of the Transformer, and the Mayan gift is a skull and bones. Because the people born in my week are usually come to this earth to help people through transitions
Yeah.
And what's the greatest transition is death and birth.
Yeah, totally.
And rebirth.
It's tough.
So
It's tough when we're talking to these truthers at times that are have such an ideology with an idolization of a person, because it's hard to like show them anything when they got such of an enamorment with that individual, you know. And I see that with Alex Jones a lot, and then I see it like you talk to like some of my hippie friends about the Grateful Dead, and man, some of them get kind of hostile about it. Like, no, wait a minute, man, and it's like, okay, well, do you want to know what's up, or you don't want to know what's up?
Yeah, it doesn't mean they have to like them any less.
Right.
Like, I'm not putting. We like them too. Like for I did. Yeah, I've been pushed back on that too.
Yeah,
I love Alex Jones. Like I said, last broadcast, I think I was talking about him. Like, he taught me a lot. He's very entertaining. He put me onto this conspiracy, but however, he's probably locked into his form of boule or whatever. You know, he's definitely. But doesn't mean that we can't learn and be entertained from them. That's why you got to use critical thinking. You know, Terrence McKenna, the great Terrence McKenna, who I listened to thousands of hours of his lectures, and he was one of my heroes in a sense. Yet I found out that, bro, he probably wasn't even doing as many of the drugs he was saying towards the end of his life, and plus he might have been like hugged up with the CIA, and which makes sense because if you're in the science world or intellectual lecture circuit, there's a crossover. It's gonna be a crossover, right? But that doesn't mean I hate Terrence McKenna as your less, but it does mean that I look at him more in a holistic 360 view now. You know, yeah.
All right, we're gonna start a new phrase on the panel verse. We're gonna start saying, "Man, that's bougie boule."
Bougie boule, yeah. The bourgeoisie boule. Bougie. Yeah. You don't want to be bougie. That's you know what that word bourgeoisie came from the French or the Russians who were middle class, but they were struggling so hard to make it to the next tier, upper middle class, that like they would live beyond their means, and they'd be hella snobby. You know,
wow.
So that's where that term bougie comes from. They're not even top class, you know, top tier class. It's just that they're almost there, but that's not good enough. So they gotta shit on everyone else.
Right.
When in fact, I met like people who are filthy. And I mean filthy. I mean like ridiculously rich and powerful. And sometimes there's some of the coolest people, most down to earth people. You know, because they're like, even when they dress and carry themselves. Now, I don't know what they do in their private life, you know, but the ways that I've interacted with them, they were cool, you know. Whereas some of these people want to flex when they don't even have a fucking they can't even get a mortgage on their home. Yet they want to flex and stuff. It was as Kev said, both young men and with the right idea but the wrong consciousness, community revolution and progress became toxic, swift. That's Crippen. I like that. Community revolution, it became toxic swiftly. It's a dark history, unfortunately. The ideology left with the dismantling of the Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party has been dismantled so much that when you type in Black Panther, fucking Wakanda comes up. To me, that's a damn psyop. That's a psyop, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, damn. That's why you got to put, like Kev reminded us, Black Panther Party. Yeah. Oh, man. But with that said,
you ever do that thing before where you put it used to be you could spell Illuminati backwards and it would take you to the NSA's website?
No.
That shit was weird.
I did that shit on purpose. Because there's white papers out there saying that the whole conspiracy theory is like a program they have, an op they have too. To discredit people who are questioning these big picture things as a quack.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like some of the stuff in the what was that called? They said follow the plan. What was that called? That thing? Shit. Now I sound like Rollo Tomasi, like I'm losing my mind. I'm not that old. What is the thing? QAnon. Yeah, that's it. QAnon. Like when you look at, I looked at that. Someone sent me that shit before. Like, there's a lot of shit in there that's probably some truth. However, they have a lot of bullshit too. So yeah, it is what it is. Take with it with you, Will.
I think the Q pretty much is like, yeah, it has some factual stuff, but it also gives people this false sense of hope, and that's where I was with, looking at that when that first started coming around.
Right. It does. It's false hope. They say trust the program. Trust the program means like sit back and relax and wait for your savior to save you.
Right.
It's not good. I don't think that's even a good Christian.
No,
I mean, not to tell people how to do their Christian program, but you got to give God something to work with.
Right. And personally put exactly. If we got to make small individual changes if we want to see a change. We have to be the change we want to see. That's right, bro.
Yeah. It was Gary Baxter. The term Grateful Dead has many behind it. Yeah, the meaning. Yeah. The logo is crazy. Huge ties to the CIA, MK Ultra psyop. I'm kind of behind on this right here.
I'll tell you one really interesting fact, and I know 2 people that have seen it, but we've struggled to find it again. If any of y'all dig this up, hit your boys up. All right. There apparently is a video that came out in the 80s. It was on like a VHS, and it's of Jerry Garcia doing some kind of a weird seance ritual where he's claiming when he starts it that he's trying to summon a demon over top of this acetate to make the record. And it's like a thing. So I got a buddy that's from Cali that lives near LA, and he's in his 60s, and he's been an OG truther. He was friends with what's his name that passed away, Jordan Peterson. Or not Jordan Jordan Maxwell.
Jordan Peterson. I was going to say, he's not dead yet, man. Holy shit, what did I miss?
No, I always get the names confused because they're both in that world, but in different spectrums of it. No, Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah. Spectrums,
Yeah.
The truther, the maritime law guy.
Yeah. The heavy set gentleman. Yeah. My buddy knew him personally, and they used to go around looking at Mason temples and all kinds of wild shit. And yeah, this cat talked about that, like talked about some wild stuff, saw that on film, and was like, oh yeah. And so I've been trying for years to try to track down,
find
a rip of it or whatever. But yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it, bro. Maybe you have too. I've been to concerts where people were doing pentagram rituals. I'm not even talking about metal. I'm talking about fucking hip hop.
Oh yeah. Well,
so it's like
I got into hip hop. I got in the hip hop game late, so I didn't see a lot of that. I heard about it, but yeah.
No, I mean it wasn't early. This is like my one story. Some people tell the same story over and over again. My story, besides one of the greatest things that ever happened to me, besides having my son Ben and getting married, is going to Coachella 2012, and I saw some shit there.
Wow,
it was ridiculous. Like A$AP Rocky, Iggy Azalea doing like satanic fucking sets, and like walking into Buddhist chants with pentagrams on the floor, like this wild shit, bro.
Wow.
So it doesn't surprise me that Jerry Garcia, rest in peace, would be doing rituals over records. There's a guy we used to listen to named Silence Dawn. He used to have these videos, trippy videos about synchro mysticism. That's it. How everything's synced up, man. In the movies, in the music, for example, is a way that the universe is communicating to us through archetypes. And one of the things he would say was that in LA, Capitol Records, the famous building, you can see it in GTA even, that in LA, that music companies in their record chambers, in their offices, would do seances over the records.
Yeah, that's what that John Todd dude said that was around in the 70s. There's like old recordings of him talking about that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. The music's already supercharged as it is, but when you add the LSD, the weed, you add the social confusion that's around everywhere, the youth, and then you on top of that, then you fuse it with some demonic seance invocation. Shit, it's a recipe for destruction. and millions and billions of dollars.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We get into the stoned ape theory real quick. Well, Kevin brought it up, Marathon Kev, stoned ape theory, which is, have you heard it? Where Terence McKenna thinks that the way the human consciousness evolved from the missing link from the apes, the great apes, was over time the apes started to eat mushrooms on the ground on the savannah of Africa, and which resulted, because at the time the forests where they would just pick up, where they would get fruit from picking the trees, getting the fruit and eating it, they were drying out, right? Like a drought. So they had to go on the savannas, on the plains of the Serengeti, and they would look for stuff and put it in their mouth. And they come to find out they put the mushrooms in their mouth, and some of these were psychedelic, because psychedelic mushrooms are usually from cattle. So they would follow along the gazelles and the oxen that would drop the shit, and mushrooms would grow, and they would eat the mushrooms. And at first they would give them improved vision, because if you took a small dose of mushrooms, supposedly it makes your vision acuity much greater, peripheral vision, where you can see from the sides, right? You can see out the sides. And when you could do that, you could become a better hunter, right? So just off that, being a better hunter, you can see how the groups that ate the mushroom would probably be more conducive to life, and the other ones that weren't would die off. So that's just a small amount of mushrooms. Well, if you take a medium-sized dose of mushrooms, what happens is, it's kind of like you want to rave, you want to party, you want to have a good time, you want to have sex, right? They get sexually aroused, right? These apes that took a medium amount. So more sex brings what? More apes, babies, yeah, babies, more babies, right? So that's two things that they're living. This group is going to live longer, outlive the other group that doesn't. And then this is the kicker: high doses of mushrooms, 5 grams or more, heroic dose, as they say, will make you want to do nothing except incapacitate you, lie on your back and contemplate what is life, which he believes sparked the download of the cerebral cortex, our higher brain, which changed the monkey into an angel here on Earth, aka the human. So that's the stoned ape theory. It sounds fun and all. Who knows, man? I used to think that shit.
I don't know. I mean, that is a lot of interesting things all wrapped up into one bundle.
Yeah, it is.
But I feel like there's so many things I personally have witnessed that leads me to believe that whatever this simulation existence is here, that there's enough specificity that nothing needs to really ultimately do that. I mean, I don't know. Logically, that's the logic, just from my observation.
You mean that sounds like too much interaction for what's needed? That's a little bit too much. What's up, Marathon Kev? How's it going, bro? It's been a while.
Fellas, how y'all doing?
Chilling, just getting high off the natty.
I know that's right. Yes, sir. Come on.
Yeah. Well, at least I have.
If this mic is all right.
That sounds good. Yeah, you're good.
All right,
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Shout out to this EBT, the great EBT. He said, enslaved by truth. He said, stoned ape theory sounds like one of the fake conspiracies for sure. It does. I mean, when I first heard it, I was totally deep into the Terrence cult. I was like, oh shit. I used to go around telling people this at parties, and they're like, oh, you're so smart. And then Christmas time comes along, I tell them about the Stanta mushroom theory. They're like, oh my God. But then the more you think about it, it's like, I don't know. I mean, the Santa Claus one seems more real than a mushroom one seems more than the stone ape.
Yeah, what is that? Like the something Colossus or something like that?
Yeah, the Colossus.
Yeah, something in the brain.
Yeah.
I don't know. There might be some. It might be a little something to that stoned ape theory. You know what I mean? At least through my experience with mushrooms, because like you were saying, it basically like the theory was about rapid brain evolution and then the development of language and then higher consciousness, you know? So I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, when I took my little God level dose that you told me about, that was some other shit. That was some other shit with that one, bro. You know?
That's Kev's new name. It's like Kev, the day tripper. We ain't talking about Wall Street.
Not at all.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that big dose will do you good because it does incapacitate you, and that's the thing about mushrooms. With even scientific studies say that, and we know anecdotal evidence that it does do something to your language machine, as I say. You know, it kicks it into another level, man.
Yeah, 100%. Like every time I go on a trip, or I like to say a journey rather than a trip, you know, because I think trip is more associated with like recreational drug use, you know. But every time I take like a little spiritual journey or whatever, I definitely come out of that with some a different level of understanding and also a different level. I'm able to communicate on a different level, you know, or to a different degree, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it like blows the dust out of that language part, you know. Yeah, because this whole concept of how language was started. I like when people Terrence had that theory that it probably was started by women, the ladies in the tribe, because when they were like hunting and gathering, you know, they had to like identify certain things. You know, this is good. This is toxic. This is good for this. This is good for that. You know, whereas when the men went off together to hunt, the hunting side of it, you gotta shut the fuck up, right?
Facts.
Right, you gotta shut the fuck up.
Yeah, not so much communication or verbally,
or verbally find other ways to communicate. Right. Yeah. Now, dude, like, shit, it's communicating too much. But it's like it's the conundrum of streaming. You got to talk. Can't say nothing. But what are you gonna talk about though? That's the thing.
Yeah, you got to find a balance.
You got to find a balance. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to alkaline that energy. You know, however it is, you know, whatever energy it is, you got to alkaline that shit.
Mm-hmm. So how do you stay out of the bullshit per se? Like, because most of the stuff you have is a lot of stuff that I like that you have is when you're talking to the wax, you're talking to your community about a narrative of one of your guys is like one of the great men that you hold up right there.
Yeah, for sure. Just try to be authentic and not disrespect anybody. You know what I mean? And just stay open to communication or like having a conversation with anybody that might, you know, feel some type of way about what I be talking about in terms of nip. I'm sure you talking about, you know. And so always got an open door policy to have like a real conversation and a public conversation if necessary, you know? So.
Yeah. That's what's funny because even though I didn't know the ins and outs of the backstory of the whole rock star thing, right? Mm-hmm. When he went up to Marathon Burger, it was funny to hear the different characters in your community on the panel. Like somebody you're saying one guy, you're not hold up, bruh. You're like respectfully, man. Come on, bro. We know what was going on here, but people are so passionate about it. You can't help to get a little dicey. But with that said, even that person that you kind of checked, I remember, they still were civil enough to realize, when to fall back a little bit and whatnot.
Yeah, usually everybody's pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. Every once in a while you get an asshole, but yeah, for the most part, niggas are cool.
Yeah, most of the people there, I would assume they're from Cali or the West Coast, huh?
Yep.
A lot of the people there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's just see this. What you think about this Califia thing? Because I know you've heard of it. Oh shit! He dropped off? That wasn't me.
I was enjoying bro's dialogue.
No, he's good. Come back if you can, ragamuffin.
They had beautiful and robust bodies and were brave and very strong.
Sounds like Kev being creepy. They have beautiful and robust bodies.
Jalapeno.
Without any man existing there.
Because was the girl's hella thick like a baddie? You say she's Califia.
Yeah,
she's Califia.
Because they lived in the way of the Amazons. They had beautiful and robust bodies and were brave and very strong. Their island was the strongest of the world, with its steep cliffs and rocky shores. Their weapons were golden, and so were the harnesses of the wild beasts that they were accustomed to taming so that they could be ridden, because there was no other metal in the island than gold. In his book, Montalvo tells us that Queen Califia helped the Muslims when Constantinople was being attacked. She raised an army with a large...
You muted, Gabe.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. So this is a fictional story. They're saying because in the story they said that Queen Califia went all the way from the west coast of the wilderness of North America to Constantinople. That's crazy, huh?
Yeah, it is crazy. I'm not too familiar with the story, so I'm learning as you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it makes sense. I come in full circle because at first when I heard their story years ago, I think it was a Moorish brothers was sharing it on the video, but like, goddamn, there was empresses and emperors of fucking California. I didn't know that shit, man. But then, you know, all people are, they want to, debunk something, right? And then they came with this thing where this guy's talking about like how actually it wasn't in written history. It was a fictional story from the 1500s, right? A romantic novel. But with that said, so I was like, okay, that makes more sense because this sounds kind of far-fetched. But with that said, this same brother in this video we're watching right now, later on, he goes in to say that, nah, bro, they've been talking about her since the 10,000.
Huh.
Some crazy 10,000 BC and all this shit. Like in
right.
So maybe it's not just a story, or the story is from a historical reference. So let's see what else they have to say about this shit.
Large fleet of black women riding on griffins. In the novel, Queen Califia is captured by the Christians and converts to Christianity. She then goes on to marry a cousin of Esplandian and returns with her army to California. Now, the thing that brings the legend of Queen Califia into reality is her influence on the name of California itself. A Spanish conquistador named Hernan Cortez explored the northwestern part of Mexico in 1536 and discovered...
You say he's a bad man, Kev?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I said, would you say that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. When people talk about the colonizers, this is probably one of them, right?
Yeah, this is the OG colonizer right here.
Apparently, Cortez was a fan of romance novels and got his hands on...
He's a fan of romance novels and killing.
Califia. In his novel, Montalvo mentions that one of the precious stones on the Queen's Island were pearls, and legend has it that Cortez found pearls during his expedition. Believing that he had discovered Califia's island, he named it California in her honor. Now, an expedition Cortez ordered just 3 years later proved that the so-called island was actually a peninsula, but the name California remained. Now, even though...
That's why it doesn't matter in a sense to me, in the sense that much anyway, that if it was real or not, the story, because the spirit of Califia obviously resonated with Cortez, right? So much so that he called the new, as he thought was an island, when it was actually a peninsula or whatever. You know,
look,
California.
Isn't the name Nike like tied up in some type of Greek mythology as well?
Yeah, victory, and
victory.
That's the victory sign. Yeah.
Interesting. And then one of the most prominent pairs of sneakers in California is the Cortez, right?
Oh shit! Damn, nigga. Why did I miss that one for so long? Holy moly!
Yeah.
Yo, they did that shit on purpose, bro.
Shit get deep when it come to that psyop shit.
Fucking damn. Yeah. Why does it seem like the LA West Coast is like a top fucking laboratory, huh?
Because it's the
with
lost
the crack
angels, right?
Everything. There you go.
Yeah.
Holy crap, bro. The Cortez, man. It's like Mexico conquer.
And I'm not mad with this theory either. Like there was this so they say allegedly, but this story was printed in I want to say it was the Arizona Gazette. It's like back in the early 1900s about this explorer named G.E. Kincaid and some other fool. I forget the dude that he was with, but I'm gonna just paraphrase the article. Okay. Yeah, Kincaid, like K-A or K-I-N, like kin, like next to kin.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like C-A-D-E or C-I-A-D, something like that. But long story short, I'm gonna just paraphrase the article that I read. It was talking about this motherfucker went off into the Grand Canyon, you know, and he was looking for, or just doing his little explorer shit or whatever, all Indiana Jones edition, and stopped to take a drink of water, pressed his back up against I don't know if you want to call it the mountainside, whatever you want to call that shit in the Grand Canyon. And then the wall behind him just started to crumble and like opened up on some Indiana Jones shit. So as the legend goes, or the story goes from the Arizona Gazette, bro walked in there and he found these like gigantic statues that were basically identical to those found in ancient Egypt. And so there was never really, and the Smithsonian reported on it too, and then they snatched it. Then they reneged on it like 3 decades later. They're like, oh, just kidding.
Renege. The word. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy for sure. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying?
This is Arizona?
Yeah. It happened in Arizona for sure, in the Grand Canyon. But like I said, this was in like the early 1900s that the Arizona Gazette reported on it. And then the Smithsonian, they doubled down on it. But then it was like 2 or 3 decades later, they were like, oh, just kidding. You know what I'm saying? Psych. That didn't happen. It's like, bro, So
it was ruins. It was ruins, not just like trinkets or anything like that.
No, it was trinkets. It was all that. According to what G. Kincaid had said, it was like I said, he like backed up against this wall more or less, and the whole shit opened up. Like it just started to crumble with like a damn like an Indiana Jones movie, bro.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Like he goes to sit down, like the wall, against the wall, and the fucking it reveals the vault.
Yeah, exactly. So bro like walked up in there, he like, nigga, it's like all kind of like Egyptian statues over here, like big ass statues. From what bro's testimony was, I'm talking like gigantic ass statues, all the whole little same shit that was in Egypt. Yeah. He was like, damn, we just stumbled upon like a sister civilization of ancient Egypt. So while you talking about this, like I said, with the Califia story or whatever, and I'm trying to like, just off the little bit that I do know, I'm putting 2 and 2 together, like, oh shit, hold up.
Like, hold up. It's wild, man.
Might have been something to that. Yeah.
It had to been all connected, bro. Like people going from there to there, and it don't even have to be like so outlandish, like UFOs or these spaceships or whatever. Niggas were sailing ships.
Facts.
Like Facts. All over the place, man. The Mayans, the real Mayans. I remember like when 2011, when I was really into studying the Mayan calendar and following it, I went to this Dave Chappelle concert in San Francisco at Cobb's Comedy. And it was like when it was around the time where he was like, he transitioned from like, he went from skinny Dave to buff Dave.
Okay. Yep. I remember that, Dave. Yeah.
He took his jacket off. We're like, what the fuck, bro? What the hell is this nigga doing? Right. And this is like, he was still down. It was like quite a ways from the whole we went to Africa after that, like a long time, but he was still, trying to, come up again, I guess. And he was like, fuck it. He's like, I don't really want to do my jokes. Y'all can ask me questions. Right. So I asked him, I said, hey, Dave, what do you think about the Mayan calendar? And he said, Mayan? Ain't no motherfucking Mayans. It's 2011. They're alive. I'm like, and then he said something else about what he thought about the calendar. But then I'm thinking, like, this nigga don't even know. He's funny as fuck. But, like, there's literally Mayans that have YouTube channels, right? That talk about what's going on, right? So, and in those Mayans, bro, they were saying that there's Mayan civilizations all over, just like Atlantic's type of shit. Yes. It's not just one place. There's the kind of Mayans. Which were in Egypt, like you said. There's the China Mayans. What does that sound like? Chinese. Yeah. They're all over. The Euros or the Druids over there.
Right.
Like in California, probably right there.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't be surprised. There's a guy I used to follow heavy. you know, when the Mayan calendar was supposed to end or whatever in 2012. His name was Acta. I think it's just Actah.
Oh,
And,
I know you're talking about. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And his quest, he was like, bro, there's like he believed in like the crystal skulls and all that, you know?
Yeah.
And I think it was like at 7 points all over the earth. And his little quest at the time, let me not say little quest, but his quest at the time, you know, before, what was it, December 21st or something like that? 2012 was supposed to be like the end of it all or whatever. Something along that line. But he's like, bro, we trying to get
December 21st.
Okay, for sure. I'm on point then. So bro was talking about, he like, we trying to get to like all these different we trying to get to these 7 different locations to place these crystals or whatever the case may be. I can't remember exactly what his science was, but he's like, yeah, that's how we stop like this little cosmic shit that's going on. But he tied it more into like astrology and like a certain damn near like a portal being opened.
It will open up. Yeah.
One. Yeah, but not the right kind, not the one that you want. You know what I mean? Like a dark one.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. I know. I remember exactly what you're talking about. And he's right, because even the Mayans, they talked about like in the 1980s when all that Reaganomics stuff was going on, for example, like a Venus portal opened up or something like that. All this like kind of like toxic energies too.
Yes.
You know, and there's something to be said about this. And the Mayan calendar, the way I looked at it and the way I heard it the way I interpreted it from the Mayan elders talking about, is like, look at a pyramid. Those pyramids are there as a reference point. They're the calendar in itself.
Yeah.
The base is the longest part of a pyramid, and then it gets smaller and smaller each step. Those are epochs of time, each one. I've been to there before, bro. I've been to the pyramids before, and you can see it, man. And it's supposed to, according to the Mayan elders, it's what it is talking about the evolution of human consciousness.
Right.
That's what we're looking at, the evolution of human consciousness.
Right.
Shit, I don't even have this picture anymore. Here, let me show you this real quick. This is me there, real quick. Let me just drop everything down. Yeah, that's so you look at that. Oh, it worked there. The pyramid, like the bottom part represents like when the universe was allegedly, if you believe in the Big Bang, when it was when it was propagating, and there was like, it seems like a lot of stuff wasn't happening, but there was chemical changes going on. Stars were hitting each other. Systems or star systems and galaxies were being formed, right? But that was like billions of years. And then when you get to the next level, which is a little bit smaller but still a long time, it's like when the actual solar systems were formed and the planets began to be formed. And then it goes on to the evolution of the next levels, like the culture, tribal when people were tribal, when we came out of the primordial ooze, allegedly, right, and became humans and whatnot. And then the next level is the tribal, when people tribed up, right? And then the next level is the national level, when people became city states and countries. And then the industrial revolution, it gets smaller and smaller, but more things are happening. Right. That's what time feels like it's speeding up, you know? And then at the very top was the 2012 era. Around that time, a little bit before, is like the global, it's global consciousness, WWW consciousness, the World Wide Web.
Right.
But people don't realize there's another side to the pyramid. We have to go down.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you said that. Exactly.
Yeah. And then, and when you're at the top of the pyramid, the reason why 2012 is such a great thing is because it's like when you climb a mountain. It's like a fucking epic thing, because all you're there is you're on that mountain, busting your ass, almost dying. But then when you make it to the top, you're like, I did it. Because when you're on the mountain, all you think about is the mountain. But what do you see when you go to the top of a mountain? You see other mountains that need to be climbed.
Right.
Because you have perspective.
More perspective, exactly.
Yes. And this is what was supposed to happen. What did happen for some of us. Like, the world wasn't over. It's just like the age of secrets is over. You can't lie no more, bro.
Yep,
Like
the proverbial veil has been lifted. You
it's
know.
been lifted.
Yep, exactly.
On to the next episode, man.
Yep, the marathon continues. Exactly.
Marathon continues.
Sure.
I'm about to say that, man. I'll let you say it, man.
Yeah, for sure. Now that's one of the things that I because I was watching Victory Lap. You know, a lot of the shit that I learned about was just through like studying Nip or whatever. And on his track Victory Lap, he says somebody was talking to him about, they said, hustle, you gotta holler at me. I got some Cubans that's on the low. So I flew to Cancun. I was smoking Cubans on the boat, and I docked at Tulum just to smoke. So out of that,
Tulum.
I'm hearing like, yeah, exactly, the Mayan ruins, right? So I'm hearing gold. I'm hearing gold in this, right? This is like the overwhelming sentiment for me, like just in my discernment of the song or whatever. It's different for everybody, you know. Music is subjective, but that's how I was hearing it, you know. And bro said, "Look, I'm listening to music at the Mayan ruins, and this is true devotion on the bluest ocean. My cultural," he said, the true devotion on the bluest ocean. I'm cruising. My cultural influence even rivals Lucian." So when I went to look back at like the story of Lucian, you know, like all the like biblical context and this, that, and the third, and how bro said, you know, I'm sitting at these Mayan ruins, and this shit right here is true devotion on the bluest ocean. I'm like, right, you know, right. It made a whole lot of sense for me just listening to it. I'm like, okay, Nip, you know what I'm saying? All right, you talking about some other shit, but possibly here, you know?
Yeah, he's talking about he's talking about some, because if he is at Tulum, like where I'm at right now, there's mushrooms all around underneath the pyramids and stuff. Maybe not like here, but around here, that's what the Mayan priests used to do. They used to pop mushrooms and then contemplate the stars because they were obsessed with time. Man. And they have these pools, reflection pools on the left of this picture, where they're little pools of water. And because if you're an astronomer and you don't have a telescope, you don't want to strain your neck by looking up. What they would do is they would look at the water as a mirror, so they can like look at the stars, you know, while they're tripping and whatnot. Right. And what you come to find out is the fact that that you are like as above, so below as above, in the sense that like you are the pyramid, that evolution of time's going on in you. That's why if you see the picture, I'm making that pyramid sign with my hands.
Right.
You know? Like it's like the Crowley shit, bro. He does that shit. But and who said this in the comment? They said Dogma Free. They said, "What's up, man? I don't think Mayans believed in the Big Bang, though." Yeah, I mean, I say the Big Bang. That's my programming, but they definitely believe that there was some type of origin to this universe we're living in. Maybe the Big Bang comes at the end. That's another thing to get on. That's why a lot of these people believe in the singularity, that the actual Big Bang will be at the end of time, and this is why shit's going faster and faster and faster. Right. That's another show. No, but Nipsey with the blue. What was that line about the blue again?
He said true devotion on the bluest ocean.
The bluest ocean. Okay, I'm thinking mushrooms too. I think Nipsey probably hit those. He had to have done it sometime.
Yeah,
the blue mushroom. That's when you know it's good, right? When it's really blue.
You goddamn right.
Yeah, man. Shit,
yeah,
Nipsey.
That's right.
Nipsey the great. Yeah. Shout out to Master Creator 23. He says, so was it the indigenous woman Cortez seen in California that reminded Cortez of the love? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Because it wasn't just off the strength of the book, but that got him there. That put the seed in his mind. But when he saw those beautiful bronze native women, he was like, think about it. You're reading this book, Kev, about this goddess, the tribe of Amazon, beautiful, voluptuous women. Califia women, right? Caliph women, and then like you're reading the book, and then you finally dock, then you see these baddies, right?
Oh, right.
Bro, so he's like, it's like, woo, I'm gonna name it after them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's like naming like Baddie Land or something. California.
Exactly. Jezebel.
Jezebel. Did you say Jezebel?
Jezebelville.
Oh yeah. I thought you said Jezebel.
Oh no, that's pause.
That's fine. Oh shit. Yeah. So Master Creator. Yeah. Good build on that. Let's see some more.
Yeah, for sure.
More of this stuff. Yeah. Let me see. It's
bro, this is why I like to come fuck with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no fuckery shit. I can actually like download something to gain something from, you know. This ain't just burn up brain cells. You know?
I appreciate it, man. You make it stronger, man. Everybody knows, at least my friends know that y'all. I mean, London Man, that's my guy too. We build good too, but Marathon Kev, we really click on this shit. You bring out the best in me, man. In terms of the streaming,
likewise, bro. Off top, you already know.
Yeah. This is too good. This is too good, Marathon Kev.
State of California was indeed named after the Queen of Cortez found pearls during his expedition. Believing that he had discovered Califia's island, he named it California in her honor. Now, an expedition
in honor of the baddies, the Jezebels.
His order just 3 years later proved that the so-called island was actually a peninsula, but the name California remained. Now, even though it's mostly a legend, many people agree that the state of California was indeed named after the Queen Califia legend. But there are some who still subscribe to the term Californax or hot furnace as the origin of the name California.
Hey, I mean, that still resonates. I lost some bomb pussy, some fire pussy.
Yeah, for sure. And it's hot in the True. And it's hot as fuck, you know? It's hot
it
as
is
fuck
hot
in
there,
California. Yeah.
Yeah, we might not have the volcanic volcanoes, but we definitely have some geothermal shit going on with the earthquakes, huh?
Oh, 100% for sure. Yeah. What's that? San Andreas fault and all the whole little
San Andreas, you got it. San Andreas, Loma Prieta.
There's some volcanoes out there too, if I'm not mistaken. Though they might not be active now.
In California, maybe there is. There probably, I think there is at least one. You definitely got more up above you, north of you, right?
Yeah,
like Mount St. Helen and all that shit.
For sure.
Have you ever been over there?
Yeah, I've been to Mount St. Helens for sure. Yeah.
What?
And then
it's kind of weird there.
Yeah. It wasn't. Not for me. It wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's not like the destruction was still there when I popped up. Mm-hmm. You know, but how it looks though is crazy. You know,
epic kind of.
I like. Yeah, it's like bro, it's humbling. You know what I'm saying? You see like because you see the videos and all the whole little shit of when it popped or whatever and how it used to be, but then once you like right up next to that, you're like, oh my god, the amount of power that it took to blow half this fucking mountain off. It's like, dude, that is crazy. You know?
Yeah.
And I think that happened before I was born. But my uncle, he knew some stories about it, bro. And he was like, man, in Portland, which is miles and miles and miles and miles away, he's like, it was like snowing. We had like a foot and a half of the ash, you know, in the city.
You said a foot?
Yeah, like a foot and a half in some places in the city. I'm
like,
that
a little person.
Fucking crazy. Exactly, bro. Yeah, it's one of them pygmies or whatever the case may be.
Yeah. It's interesting enough for bringing up the pygmies. Like, you always hear about the Nephilim and the giants, right?
Yes.
Like the people all over the place. But then again, in other places of the world, they think their origin story that we started off as little people.
Yeah.
Like pygmies and whatnot. Yeah, so.
I mean, for anybody that believes in evolution to a certain extent, then I don't see how that theory would be too hard to subscribe to, because you know, we got records just in America alone about like the size of people at one point in time. You know, like the early settlers and like how it's we like 5 to 6 inches, you know, larger paws, you know, on average than we were.
Now,
like,
you mean?
Yeah, now.
Yeah. Okay.
So
if we keep going, that'd be by the hundreds of years from now, you're gonna be like damn near everyone's gonna look like be as tall as Barron Trump, huh?
Yeah, everybody Shaq.
Everybody Shaq Diesel, yeah,
everybody Shaq.
Shaq. We ain't gonna be freaking on people though like you. You do some weirdo shit.
Yeah, my
It's
boy
NBC.
crazy.
You
For
would,
sure.
yeah, it's super crazy. Yeah, he's a Q dog, right? Yeah, he's a Q dog.
Yeah, I know he's
Yeah,
a Prince Hall, that's for sure.
for sure. Yeah, he's proud of that with that big ring. NBC in
100%.
Tulum right now. This is Tikal, the Serpent Temple over there in Cancun in the jungle. Yeah. Remember, Method Man had his first album was called Tikal. Tikal. That's another
Tikal,
place.
yeah.
That's another temple. Yeah. The niggas
Oh,
be
is that
knowing.
what that's about? Okay, I never knew about that.
Yeah.
They call
it weed. At that time, I remember he was referring to it as weed, but I bet he's talking about the pyramids down there. What's that shit that you be smoking, nigga? Tikal. Pass it over here, nigga. Yeah, but that's Tikal. Even the way he spelled it, Tical, is the pyramid Maya land down there.
That's interesting right there. I wouldn't be surprised if bro knew about that because I'm not too up on like Wu-Tang and shit like that, but from what I do know, them brothers was like pretty conscious,
Yeah. Oh, they had to be. Yeah, because they're the 5% nation, nations of gods and earth, which literally they integrate all forms of knowledge.
Right.
They're not even though they believe in the whole. Technically, they believe the whole white man's the devil, the black man's God, but they don't seem to be tripping on that shit so much as they're about the knowledge of self, which means integrating all this stuff. So I can fuck with that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I can get you.
Marathon Kid. There's another Marathon Kid up here. What the hell is this?
Oh, that's just a screen share.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, yeah, let me take this one down because I was like, who is this? Another one? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Well, somebody was trying to impersonate you.
Oh, no, that's just a little screen share. Nah, but that's Big Shaq Diesel. You know what I'm saying? Big Prince Hall Mason.
Big Prince Hall Mason, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, big time Mason. He was a police sheriff. Makes sense. Yeah. I think my thing is like I am actually if you're a Mason, that's some interesting shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at all the Freemasons. Not all of them.
Nah.
I think it's some of that upper echelon shit that might get a little weird. You know what I mean? But I don't think all the brothers is all weirdos.
Yeah, Alex Jones called it the porch mason. most people are porch masons, meaning like they're on the porch, they ain't the inside. They don't know it. They're just trying to commune and fellowship, right? Fraternal shit.
Exactly. Yep. See where you at before they really let you inside. Pause.
Yeah.
But yeah.
They came to me here, like pause. Oh well, the pause. Or my neighbor, he became a Mason, and when he was initiated, he invited me to the dinner. And the presidents and the vice presidents of Taiwan were there, and they were asking me about it, like what I thought about it and all this stuff. And it was interesting because they came like two different ways. One of them was trying to be more talking about the fellowship part of it, like we hang out, we do this and that, which is like cool. But I'm thinking like I already got friends for that. I mean, it's always nice to have new friends for sure. But then what got me was the president of it. He was a Russian cat that lives out here. And he started talking about the philosophy of it. And that got me interested in this shit.
Yeah.
And he was talking about like Dostoevsky, the guy that wrote like War and Peace.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay.
In the other books, he was saying that because I was just reading that book at the time. We're talking, he was Russian. So we're talking, he's all, matter of fact, he's all that he has a whole book. One of his book is coded as a story about this and that, but it's actually about the initiations of Masonry. I was like, holy shit. Just like that Mozart Amadeus, one of his last operas, The Magical Flute, is all initiation about Masonry.
It's fascinating.
It's
I'm writing that shit down. You said it's called War and Peace?
War and Peace, yeah, that book, yeah. And he also read Crime and Punishment. That's a good one. Crime and Punishment. Jordan Peterson teaches on that a lot. Crime and Punishment.
Crime and Punishment.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down with most people that are trying to, kind of decode or look into reality.
Yeah.
Like we like to have a good time, and for sure, what we do. We're West Coast, right? But we also like to, see what the mysteries are about, right?
Yeah. I like to find the balance, though. I don't want to let that shit consume me. I don't know, like in my early 20s, probably like the majority of my 20s, bro, that type of shit consumed me. Illuminati and Freemasons, and I just had my pops was like all Jordan Maxwell edition, Alex Jones, edition. Like, so I'm like, damn, nigga, I just want to be a kid. Like, you need to know the Illuminati's controlling the world, motherfucking all the whole little shit. I'm like, God damn, fool, I'm just trying to go play some ball,
Your pop, that's funny. Your pops saying that shit. Yeah,
bro.
Most people are trying to tell their pops about that shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Mine.
Oh shit, that's you right there. There's pops right there.
Yeah,
in the background. Shout out to
V
to Kev Senior, man. What's up, Machine Lies? What's going on? How's it going, brother? Chilling, man. This talking about this, like because like how we like to have fun and all, but it's fun. Also, fun is to look into these mysteries of life. And Kev was saying it's good, but he wants to have a balance of it too, because we don't want to get overwhelmed about it. Because I was like you, Kev. Sometimes I got way far into it, you know.
Yeah, I could map that shit out.
Yeah, what do you think about that, man?
Yeah, I could map that shit out. It's pretty simple, and I could map it out with different architectonic ideas. I mean, like how we did that special technology in the occult. I could literally map out, like you take an area of philosophy and I could literally spin it with what the occult view of it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, like history or science or some shit. But yeah.
Let's spin let's take the philosophy of what we're talking about here, about how the conquistadors, they came up. Supposedly they were inspired reading this romantic novel talking about this Amazonian queen that was like a Wonder Woman, basically, thick as well and beautiful. And then he went over to California, what we know as California, and he saw these beautiful women there and named the thing California. Could we spin just the idea of the conquistadors coming from Europe to the quote unquote New Spain? What the fuck was that all about? Was she lies? Okay.
I mean, it's really more about, like how, I mean, it depends if you want to look at Columbus or Cortez. I mean, but really, if you look at Cortez, he's more of a guy who's psyoping the people there. I mean, he's kind of using their own ideas against him. He had a translator, I mean, who kind of turned on his people.
Yeah.
I mean, and she was, so she was kind of, almost fooling both sides. I mean, she was kind of playing both sides. I mean, and the fact is that he was sort of doing the same thing where he would actually wear gold armor and a plume of feathers and say he's Quetzalcoatl. You know what I mean? So he would try to adopt their mythology, you know what I mean, and then turn it against them. So he was, in a sense, like psyoping them in a way. You know? But then if you go to Columbus, it's totally different, because Columbus, his origins are a little more strange. You know what I mean? And his acts were a little more, different, because when he came in, he was looking for Marco Polo. He was following Marco Polo's route, which was just made up, because Marco Polo's diaries were full of historical inaccuracies they later discovered. I mean, but he was looking for Marco Polo where he said the source of the gold was. So his whole expedition was looking for gold. I mean, is a whole different story with Christopher Columbus. I mean, where he was and he said he started his voyage because of the Jews being expelled.
So he was a Jew? Allegedly.
Well, a lot of people say because he wrote about the New Jerusalem, he was looking for the New Jerusalem. which he said was like he said the earth was pear-shaped, and at the top would be like Jerusalem.
Okay.
You
Mount
know, as a
Zion.
connection between like heaven and earth. So he was kind of like a flat earther, or whatever.
Yeah. The holy mountain up there, huh? Of the pear. Damn,
yeah, he wrote about all this shit in his diaries too. So it's not even.
That's something I was gonna pose too, because I was watching like a little breakdown or something. I don't know. I forget exactly who did the piece. Otherwise, I'll credit them. But they were talking about Columbus's diaries and how he felt about the indigenous people that he stumbled across. He's like, man, these are the most kind people. You know, some of the most beautiful people I've ever run across. Anything that we asked them for, they're more than willing to give it. You know what I'm saying? Just he big up these people, and then he flipped it. He went straight as above, so is below, bro. He was like, they would make wonderful servants. Like, bro,
diabolical.
Like, damn, right.
Yeah, they flipped my wig. I know people always love to talk about how I've heard literally people say this, that Behold the Pale Horse is my Bible, right? But I'm like, yeah, it's a good book and all, but however, that People's History by Howard Zinn, when he was describing when Columbus was in the Caribbean and stuff, that blew my mind, because like what Kevin was saying about how he talked about how kind and they give you the shirt off their back or whatever, basically. Even I don't know if they wore short shirts, but he would basically, they do it whatever, and then he flipped it, right? And the stories about his men literally riding the people like animals around the island. They literally make the people carry them, and they would do it. And then like they go on an island, for example, and maybe a couple months later, the native population will be down to 2%. Like they just go everywhere and just put that virus of fucking brutality in everywhere, man. Yeah. But then people will say something like, if it wasn't for that type of shit, we wouldn't be, you wouldn't have what what we're doing now, which is, I kind of understand in the sense like, yeah, they flipped it a little bit, right? They, however, bro, at what cost, man?
Yeah, it's all evolution, and we are where we are now. So, unless it's some alternate universe or whatever, the multiverse theory where that never happened, we will never know, We
know it now, huh?
Yeah, now we know.
What would you say, like, if we take what Brother Machine Lies said about how Cortez, for example, would use his translator to get in good with the people, speak their language, and then like play up on the programming of cultural beliefs they already have. Like he would present himself like Quetzalcoatl and what like that. Can we relate that to the gang shit? Or is that a stretch? About how people came in the neighborhood and made it worse, or did that? Because it wasn't just them doing it.
No, I don't know. I guess I don't know. There's all kind of theories about shit like that. I guess because I agree with what bro said. Like the way he was breaking it down. He's like, that motherfucker was kind of like OG psyop,
Yeah.
And however you want to do it, whether it's like mental warfare or whether you actually we'll just say chemical warfare. With the crack cocaine epidemic, that definitely helped shift the mentality. That changed the mindset of a lot of people, bro. You know what I mean? And it brought on a lot of destruction and chaos and this, that, and the third. And you could kind of tie some gentrification into that or whatever the case may be. It all really be boiling down to resources, and colonizing the resources to a certain regard. So yeah, I can see how you can make that connection for sure, but I'm not too up on the history to really be able to
Well, I can tell you what it is. It's really a connection between, the slave trade, and the Jewish people. You know what I mean? And how they basically colonize new areas. You know what I mean? And it goes up to the level where you had a lot of the stuff that's going on with young Italy, you know what I mean, and the Counter Reformation. I mean, with Giuseppe Mazzini, and essentially, he had created the mob. You know what I mean? And essentially Freemasonry was kind of like Kabbalah for the goys. I mean, so they had flipped the whole movement.
Goys, you mean Gentiles, as some of the lay folks would say, right?
Yeah, and they had all these ideas where they would infiltrate movements. You know what I mean? And subvert them from the inside out. So that's what the whole idea. Yeah, that's what the whole idea of the Alta Vedanta was with Giuseppe Mazzini. I mean, during the Counter Reformation, basically they wanted to get into the Reformation societies and subvert them from the inside out. You know what I mean? So they had a protocol for how they would do that. You know what I mean? And going into the 1800s, I mean, there was a lot of idea. Like, for example, the British government, Lord Palmerston, I mean, and other people, they were doing opium wars in China. So a lot of the heroin and the opium trade was done by essentially the British East India Tea Company. You know what I mean? So it was like colonial gang warfare or whatever the fuck it is. Right? It's essentially what it is. Right? It's industrial warfare.
For the
exactly.
resources.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. So that's kind of like the counterintelligence program is just a evolution of that,
Essentially, yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, like the spies create, like basically the occult creates the police and the gangs to keep the people confused. I mean, it's just like two sides of the same coin. You know what I mean, like it's like in Machiavelli. You know what I mean, where he has Master Orsini. He has a problem with one of his territories, and he basically installs a criminal as leader of that territory. Then the people start complaining about the criminal. Then he kills him, and then the people applaud his rule. I mean, so basically,
what they call it, problem solution reaction,
exactly,
whatever that shit.
Exactly, from King Solomon. Where it's like, we'll cut the baby in half. You know what I mean? You create a problem. You force a solution, right?
Right.
That's what you were speaking that. I mean, John D. Right? Was he a real person? Because they say he was one of the master occultists who literally became the master spy, right? 007.
Oh yeah. Absolutely, he was a real person because he tried to spy on the King of Bohemia. I mean, because during the time of King James, they were trying to get in with the King of Bohemia, and actually the bloodlines of the British kings and the Bohemian kings are still linked today. And they're still descendants, so they still have one bloodline today from the time of King James.
Yeah.
So a lot of that shit is, I mean, if you really look into it, a lot of that shit is creep you the fuck out. I mean,
bro, like this at all, bro. At all. No, I read this book. It's called Holy Blood, Holy Grail some years back. And it was just about a
right. That's the guy who wrote Da Vinci's Code. I know all about it. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. That was a real deep book. But them, it was him and another guy. He had a co-author or whatever the case may be. But
but the problem with Da Vinci's Code is that he lies a lot in that. You got to think why if the whole thing is a myth, why is Tom Hanks bowing down to the bones of a dead Jewish woman? Like what is the reverence there? I mean, like what reverence does he have? I mean, it's kind of weird.
They Hollywooded that movie up a little bit, but in comparison to the book, that wasn't the ultimate conclusion. You know what I mean? These brothers was like on a 30-year trek, across like France, Rome. You know what I'm saying? I believe they even went to like Ethiopia, in search of what's that shit called? The Ark of the Ark of the Lost Covenant.
Ark of the Covenant. Ark of the Covenant from Indiana Jones 1.
Yeah. I remember 10 years ago.
Most powerful weapon ever.
Yeah, I remember 10 years ago trying to buy weed in Chicago. That shit was fucking crazy, man.
We're talking about that. But Kevin, the machine. That's like Marathon Machine. The gangs, look at Chicago, bro. Like especially on the folk and them, the Black Gangster Disciples, even Bloods and Crip. It's straight a cult they're writing.
Yeah.
Literally, the GDs in Chicago, they have occult symbolisms up the ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
Everywhere, man. Like
I wonder
gangs,
if them
bro.
brothers even knew what the fuck that they were doing, though. If they
I think
really
some
knew
of
what
them
them
do.
symbols, you know.
Well, the Bloods and the Crips are definitely controlled by Prince Hall Freemasonry.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's definitely it. Yeah, yeah. But you're saying too, Kev, that like maybe they dislike the symbols as an artist. They're like, hey, this is a cool ass old English. Is it funny how they use old English for gangster writing, huh?
Exactly.
That script, that gang script, this shit. It's like wait, let me see what you guys think about this. Is a short video, but because we're talking about California, bro, and how a lot of us were influenced by this. This is the program that California put down for a lot of brothers and sisters in America, but not only America, but also fucking all over the world now, bro. Here's a little quick story.
In this episode, I'll be discussing the life of Evil Kurt. Curtis Ronald Jones Jr. was born in the year 1969 and grew up in Compton, California. In 1982, at the age of 13, he would join the Southside.
Wait, see that? That looks like occult, that writing. Now, I don't want me to stretch it or whatever, but like, it's already, bro. It's very occultish with the gang, with the hand signs, mudras, and all that.
Yeah, the symbolism for sure. Yeah.
The Compton Crips, a notorious gang dating back to at least the early 1970s. Despite the geographical location being on Compton's east side, they claim Southside due to their turf being in the southern area of Compton. The Southside Compton Crips are divided by generations. The first generation members are original gangsters. They are followed by the original baby gangsters. The third generation of members refer to themselves as baby gangsters. This includes Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. The fourth generation are the original tiny gangsters, followed by the tiny gangsters. The most recent two generations are the original tiny soldiers and the tiny soldiers. Evil Kurt was a part of the original baby gangsters, known as OBG. He was alleged to have put in major work in the 80s, building his name in the streets for his devious acts on his enemies, tapping into his dark energy, actively patrolling through enemy hoods.
Dark energy, bro. Actively, he's on a mission, bro.
Looking for enemies to rob or shoot. He was in his prime in the late 80s and early 90s, when the violence in Compton was at its highest level.
Like the Crips, but it's just the Slavs that got to go.
I don't understand. The what?
The Slavs, the Pyrus.
What's the Pyru?
That's the other ones, the ones that we killing.
His preferred weapon of choice was a .45 when it was time to bust a mission and execute a drive-by shooting. But he also would get busy with an AK. His clique was full of killers, and you couldn't be a part of that clique unless you had a body on you. Allegedly, they would dump rival bodies.
Wait, now, we talk about Cortez like riding out on the coast of California looking for ops, looking to see what territory they can take. Come on, it's not so much of a stretch to say how that type of mentality is still evident, today. People wanted more, That's how I see it.
Yeah, facts.
Bodies in the Compton Creek. Kurt would bust solo missions, whatever it took to get the job done. As far as making money, aside from pushing drugs in the 80s, Kurt would enjoy robbing drug dealers for their keys as well, and doubling up his profit. Evil Kurt would invent a gang call that would only be used among members within his clique. It would sound like, although Evil Kurt was violent in nature when it came to the opposition, he was totally against infighting within his own gang, and publicly spoke out about it on several occasions. During the mid-90s, there was an internal war happening within the Southside Compton Crips between the Glencoe and Burris clique. These cliques were cool up until Lee Banner and Terrence from Burris stole $10K from Rodney Fink's brother and Charles Snake Johnson, who were from the Glencoe clique. Snake and another guy from Glencoe named Damon Long came and sprayed up QVD's house. Lee Banner and his brother Lebo were killed, and Lil Al was also wounded in that shooting. When Lil Al recovered, him and Baby Lane met up with Damon Long on Glencoe and Temple, then killed him. Shortly after, a member from the Glencoe clique shot Terrence 20 times and grazed Baby Lane in the head. After Terrence miraculously survived, he turned around and shot Snake. To make matters worse, Evil Kurt's brother-in-law, OG Ron, was killed in a drive-by shooting on September 1st of 1996. At this point, it was major dysfunction within Southside, and it was just a bad time in general to get on their bad side. A few days later on September 7th, Tupac, Suge, and members of the mob stomped down Baby Lane in Vegas. At the time of this beatdown, Suge was already on parole, stemming from a 1992 attack on two young would-be rappers that he...
Now, we're safe to say that Suge Knight is Boule, right? If there is a Boule? Or it was?
No.
Yeah.
Not for me, you know. There's no
Not for you?
confirmation
Okay.
in that for me, but it's
Yeah.
possible. I'm not mad
You
at
don't know,
the
yeah.
idea that it's possible, but
You know, how just like they have different iterations of that game, Tiny Gangsters, we just saw right earlier.
yeah.
I would say like too, like people in this narrative. I always say Masonic sorcery theater that we're witnessing. Some people may say the mainstream like media. I mean, what we see on TV and that certain figures represent archetypal energies. Like we could say Tupac and Nipsey. There's a correlation there. That's not a stretch, right? That type
I
of
don't think so. Yeah, not at all.
right in terms of like kind of being like a Black Messiah type of stuff, right? Well, then
Yeah.
there's other characters like Suge Knight, and I think Whack is like on that energy. Now I'm not nothing against Whack. I think Whack is fucking funny and amazing, but like I see even the way they look, kind of it's interesting how these stories, these mythical narratives play out, man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So
He had caught using the phone without his permission in the studio. Baby Lane was called to appear as a witness at Suge's parole hearing. When interviewed by Las Vegas police, Orlando had plainly told him that Suge assaulted him. But on the witness stand, he reversed his testimony.
All right, go back 5 seconds. To Orlando.
Shout out to Resto for showing me how to go backwards on this thing.
Lane was called to appear as a witness.
Keep going.
At Suge's parole hearing. When interviewed by Las Vegas
All right,
police,
boom, stop it
Orlando
right there.
had.
You know, with the as above, so it's below shit. It's real.
Yes, sir.
It's so fucking ironic how closely Tupac and Orlando Anderson resemble one another.
Oh yeah, I just saw that.
That is
wow, that's who that is. That's Orlando Anderson.
Yeah, that's who allegedly, you know what I'm saying, killed Tupac or pulled the trigger.
Bro, that's
that is
weird, bro.
It's uncanny resemblance, bro. Yeah, if that dude had a shaved
that
head.
Look. Yeah. You see the machine,
cool.
the resemblance of Pac and this guy's killer. That's like looking at a mirror.
Yeah.
Very surreal.
Yeah, that's weird because he might have done some shit as Tupac after he killed him, or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. Fuck, man.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like you wind up you fucking hunting yourself, bro. You know?
Yeah, we see videos like that's cold blooded, Kev. We've seen a video like that. I know I've seen a video with that motif before, where the guy's like killing himself, bro. When he like turns the body over and it's him.
It's
You've
him.
seen that in the movie.
Yeah. There's some shit like that in Tales from the Crib. Some shit like that in Tales from the Crib. I mean, Tales from the Hood. I'm sorry.
From the Hood. Yeah. Yeah, there is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because in the end, I mean, if we are have a theory of the consciousness as like we're all different faces of the Most High here, it is like killing yourself or doing harm to yourself.
100%.
You know?
Well, shadow boxing, right?
Shadow boxing.
Greatest enemy. You know, your greatest enemy is yourself. When it's on the chessboard, the black and white.
The duality. It would make sense that he would have hair too, huh? Like an afro, while Tupac is bald. The duality. Yeah.
Right.
I plainly told him that Suge assaulted him. But on the witness stand, he reversed his testimony. Suge allegedly paid Baby Lane $60,000 to tell the court he was not involved, in hopes of avoiding a conviction for violating his parole. With some of that money, in 1997, Baby
just think about
avoiding a conviction for violating his parole. With some of that
money.
money.
You know, we take our flights or on the freeway, we go by these neighborhoods. We just think like, but there's so many stories and heroic and demonic and comedic shit going on in all these little neighborhoods right here. It's wild, bro. The human experience.
Bro, can you imagine? You know, just in Los Angeles alone, I know it's like disenfranchised communities across the world, for that matter. You know, but with the epic proportion of gang violence and how many people have been murdered inside of these places that you drive by and it seems quiet. You know, if there's any type of like residual energy or whatever the case may be, just imagine, bro, like what's in between the lines of the shit that we can't see, you know?
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot that's some heavy
that's a lot, man.
Energy, bro. Yeah.
Many energy for sure. Just in the cracks and everywhere. I mean, I felt it. Like I said, the one and only time I lived in the hood. Well, not the only one. Oh, yeah. I'll say... Dude, that East Oakland, bro, hey, no joke. You feel it, man.
Yeah, I've heard some stories.
Feel it. And look at Machine over there, and I don't know if he lived in Detroit, but I'm sure he's been around there and seen shit. But yeah, some of the stories over there, that is like, I remember they used to call that hell on earth. South Park used to do shit because it's wild over there, bro. Like,
yeah, I actually live pretty close to the hood, but yeah.
Detroit's another level, huh? All those places, Flint, Michigan, like all that.
Flint, right?
The thing is that it's really surrounded by Dearborn. So
Dearborn,
really, 10 minutes in each direction is the hood or Dearborn. I mean, so it's just like a sandwich between the place. So if you go,
you're like the Star
one
Wars
way,
bar, Dearborn.
yeah. If you go like one way, it's all Arabs, and if you go the other way, it's like all black people. Right?
Fuck.
So it's pretty segregated. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's not really that many Indian people there. All the Indian people and the Chinese people and the white people, they kind of live out in the suburbs.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
you got balls to live in Dearborn and all the surrounding area, I guess.
Yeah, and then all the Mexicans and there is a lot of Mexicans and Indians that live in Garden City just randomly. You know what I mean? But yeah, Ann Arbor's like all like white and Jewish. You know what I mean? Detroit's like Detroit's like all black people, but Dearborn's Arab.
It's Arab, huh? Where's Detroit Country Day? That school. You heard that school?
Yeah, that's a little bit more like in the rich part. It's like Bloomfield Hills or some shit. It's like Rochester.
That's where Chris Webber went.
Yeah, that's like that's like where like Eminem lives and shit. It's like the rich area.
Because whatever there's extreme ghetto, there's always extreme affluence. Huh?
Yeah, because I heard Eminem's not from Detroit. He's from like Warren, Michigan, or some shit.
See, he was capping with that 8 Mile shit, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe he lived there for a minute though. I mean, that was enough. That was enough, huh? Yeah. In Portland, bro. I mean, where's the? Is there? Do they have that dynamic too, Kev? Like where it's like pretty fucked up some parts, but then there's some like right next to it. There's some affluent, nice spot. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to. Northeast Portland used to be crazy, but the gentrification wars. I want to say like early 2000s that started happening. So it really broke up the hood in a good way, because it's not all centralized and shit. But now it just kind of like spread all the bullshit out throughout the whole city where it used to be in one place, all the gang violence or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Now it's like it'll just pop up fucking anywhere,
Yeah. Because I'm interested in that, man. Like we had people in my family with Mexican mafia. I was watching the documentary that's attached to the movie American Me.
Okay.
And they were literally filming that movie in the hood, and they had rival gang members in the same movie. Like so many people were murdered though, as that worked on the movie. Edward James Olmos, the director star of it, he had literally a contract on his life for many years because of that. But yeah, man, I guess that's the bridge machine when because I love the Uncle Teddy, his philosophies on certain things about the structure of the modern world, But
Uncle Teddy was a gang too, you know, right?
Yeah,
he was like a one-man gang.
One man for sure, gang, yeah. Like I don't co-sign his actual method when he was in the field, but his theories and the way he broke it down was interesting. And then what I'm trying to say is like I like to connect this gang shit in the hood with what he's saying. I know you brought up the occult and stuff like that, and we're talking about how
well, if you look at Earth First, right?
Yeah,
that's kind of interesting because they were putting like steel beams in the trees so that lumberjacks chainsaws would explode.
Jesus.
So they were doing some gangster shit. I mean, saboteurs, right?
Right.
So there's that whole thing. It's like the saboteur game is a little bit gangster, right? But and Lenin did a lot of that too. So when you go to guerrilla warfare, there's a lot of saboteur shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, why do you think though that the gangs never turned on the quote unquote police or I want to say it's people with money, because not everyone with money is an asshole, but you know what I mean? Why were they so quick to
Because
just keep
they're
it in there?
literally put in place to subvert the communist movement. Because they had industrial
Unpack
factories.
that.
Like they had industrial factories. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the people, so they sold it to the people like, oh yeah, we'll free you from work. You know what I mean? But then once they installed the factories, they forced the people to work there at gunpoint. Right? So the people were like, this is bullshit. We need to start a communist revolution, right? So then they subvert that with fucking just flooding them with drugs and gangs. Right? Taking their women, taking their children. I mean,
yeah.
It's just scare tactics. I mean,
yeah. Now I can see that connection now. Yeah.
It used to be a little bit more than a scare tactic at that point, when you actually like doing shit that's going to influence people's lives and like how they live, and
genocide.
You might get your piece taken off the chessboard. Exactly.
Well, like even the most benign drugs. I mean, like we're talking about LSD and mushrooms and shit were there as to stop the anti-war effort. Literally written in documents by the CIA. Like we need to get people to just chill the fuck out. They literally like made Timothy Leary like an agent, and they're like, go out there and tell people to just smoke pot and tune the fuck out instead of fighting the system, because this is literally the move. Right? So it's literally like the most benign shit, like smoking pot. Like they literally did studies at the Esalen Institute how smoking pot in public changes public perception of social taboos.
Yeah. It does.
They literally did studies on that shit before they started promoting it, right?
Yeah. Now with the legalization of psychedelics in cities, like Oakland and I think Boston maybe, and then in Colorado, Denver, that's what you're just talking about, like up in the ante, right? Because people could be doing revolutionary stuff right now.
Yeah, look at what Professor Griff said. He said they're trying to marry the prison culture to the street culture. It's just that simple,
Marry the prison culture to the street culture.
Yeah, in what context? What did
How
he
so?
mean by that? Yeah, did he give a little bit more context as to what he was saying by that?
Oh yeah, he gave a lot of context. He was like, look, like he was like, they're trying to make the like he said they're trying to make the butt crack the new cleavage. So that you don't think about, so you don't think about, women giving birth when you think about sexuality. You know what I mean? So the whole thing to have women showing their ass is to actually make dudes gay. You know what I mean? Because it's to make you attracted to a body part that's sexually neutral. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I'll add on that in the sense that
I'm not saying that's actually true, but it is little things like that. I mean, like if you look at Ms. Magazine and shit, and Gloria Steinem and shit. I don't know if you guys know about that. I mean, but yeah, they literally subverted black communities. Right? Yeah, by creating black feminism through a magazine.
Yeah. But like, dude, with all the talk about like Adam 22, but he's a known degenerate, but like other people like talking about eating girls' butts out, like that's normal and shit. I get it. I mean, people do what they do, man. If you're gonna be freaky, you're freaky. But I was talking about like bust a bitch down, anal sex and shit like that. That's like that is the OGs that I know. They consider that one step away from being homosexual, even if it is a woman. So, but yet this is propagated big time. Now you're right.
Yeah, it was a funny joke that a dude. I remember I was watching Comedy Central. I can't remember which comedian it is, but I tell it a lot. Whereas like somebody was saying at Thanksgiving dinner that they're gay, and the grandpa goes, boy, why can't you just fuck normal bitches in the ass like a normal dude?
like a normal dude.
Yeah, or some shit like that.
That's it.
Pretty funny.
That's it.
But it's still
funny on many levels, but it proves my point.
movement of the window that they're going to the most grotesque aspect of human behavior. I mean, literally, like,
that's Satanism, right?
glorify the pooper. You know what I mean? The poop shoot. I mean, because it's like, it's like my shit doesn't stink. I mean, right? So it's literally the thing where it's like, I mean, it's a strange move, where it's like, let's glorify and reward the most crass type of behavior. I mean, so I just think that that's obviously, designed. You know what I mean?
Isn't that hardcore Satanism is about defying the beautifulness of God? Like saying the most grotesque things, doing the most heinous things.
Well, I heard somebody say that usury and homosexuality are basically linked, because it's like you're planting seeds where nothing grows. I mean, or something like that. I mean, right? So it's essentially just like subversion. You know what I mean, right? And I don't hate gay people or whatever. I'm just saying what some religious kooks said, right? So excuse my. I mean, I'm not saying I totally believe this, but I could see how. You know what I mean? It's like, you're taking away the fruitfulness of life. It's not about life. It's not about family. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The usury, then, that's lending money at interest, right? A high interest.
Right.
Is that what you mean? So that is that's pretty that's tough, man, because that
it diminishes the value of money, of everybody's money. So
and just your outlook on yourself, your self-respect and confidence when you have this big debt hanging over your head.
Well, that's the thing is that they know that if you keep people in debt and you keep them away from their family, you can control them. Because people who don't come from good like families, that can take care of them, and are in debt, they're likely to be criminals. Nobody loves them.
Let me caveat that. Let me caveat that with the Section 8 agenda, right? Take the man out the household, That was a pretty dark play, and that kind of it plays into I don't know if you guys ever saw the mission statement from Black Lives Matter, the early mission statement, like back in like 2019, 2020.
Back when they were grassroots, not taking over.
Yeah, I don't know. When it came to the conspiracy theory about George Soros, and you know what I mean. Bro got like this Zionist agenda, which anybody that knows about some of them androgynous ways of the when it comes to Zionism, it starts to get a little bit weird, But that
like
mission statement from Black Lives Matter was matter of fact, hold on, let me read this.
Okay, go
ahead. We are expansive. We are a collective of liberators who believe in an inclusive and spacious.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Also, remember this shit?
Yeah, it's after the grassroots shit. Yeah, go ahead.
This is afterwards.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
bad, dog.
We also believe that in order to win and bring as many people with us along the way, we must move beyond the narrow nationalism that is all too prevalent in Black communities. We must ensure we are building a movement that brings all of us to the front.
Okay.
We affirm that we affirm the lives of Black, queer, and trans folks, disabled
Shaggy?
folks. Yeah. Ruh-roh. Yeah, ruh-roh.
What the hell's that got to do with Black folk?
Disabled folks and undocumented folks, folks with records, women, and all Black lives along the gender spectrum. Our network centers those. Yeah, the gender is crazy.
Niggas are dying by the cops in their own heads, and that's we need to worry about the gender spectrum. Okay,
I'm sorry, exactly. And this is how it transitioned, right? And this is what the mission statement turned into. This is fucking crazy, bro. Our network centers those who have been marginalized within Black liberation movements, and we are working for a world where Black lives are no longer systematically targeted for demise. We affirm our humanity, our contributions to the society, and our resilience in the face of deadly oppression. The call for Black Lives Matters is a rallying cry for all Black lives striving for liberation. Now, this is a capture from 2019 March or early April.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you keep anybody can just, don't take my word for it, y'all. Go hit the Wayback Machine and then type in blacklivesmatter.com and then keep looking at how that mission statement evolves. It winds up going to a point where it talks about, the nuclear family not being so important. We need to have more focus on, I don't know how you call it, like gay family, like father family with kids, and then like lesbian family. Yeah, it just got crazier and crazier, bro.
The traditional family, nuclear family.
Yeah. So when Machine was saying that shit, when TML was saying that shit, I'm like, oh right, bro. This shit just remind me of the Black Lives Matter shit.
Nah, that's perfect, bro. Yeah, because wasn't the nuclear good bill, good add-on, bro? Wasn't the nuclear family probably at first could be seen as a way to keep people focused on being part of the machine? Like you think about that, everyone wants to go back to the TradCon ways of 1950s, the nuclear family at its apex, right?
Well,
that
here's
does
the
keep
thing
you
is
in a.
that here's the thing is that they figured out that if you really want to get rid of rich people, you need to get rid of families. Because people are gonna have nepotism. Right. So what you really need to get rid of is
Shout out to
nepotism.
President Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing is that in order to get rid of nepotism and to have everybody educated the same way by the public schools, I mean, so nobody has more access than anybody else. I mean, right? You got to really take away the notion of family. So that's written in the earliest communist, manuals.
No, about taking away families.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shit. Well, Black Lives Matter. The people they've been alleged as being a communist influence too, right? Definitely.
Well,
at
it's
least
three
the way
guys.
it is now.
It's three guys. I mean, it's Freud, Marx, and Darwin. I mean, and the Freudo-Marxian.
Marx, and Darwin. Okay.
Yeah, it's like 1800s. They combined. You know what I mean? In the whole eugenics movement. You know what I mean? And essentially, I mean, they understood that, because man is like tabula rasa, and he's equal, he's born equal, right? That's the species being from Marx, right? And then you have this whole notion of, capitalism dying out because of the Industrial Revolution. You know what I mean? So, I mean, in terms of UNESCO, and Julian Huxley, they combined all of these ideas. When they started things like Planned Parenthood, they knew it was about dysgenics.
Yeah.
They're like, this is like straight up. Yeah, this is straight up a Malthusian project for population control. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the most they have a lot of abortion clinics in the hood, in the worst parts of the of the cities. Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. This backdrop, it says MK Ultra versus your life purpose. So how do we get back on our life purpose? Not being distracted by all this stuff. If you're lucky enough, if you have, it's a luxury not to be from the hood. Not from the hood. Not saying that. Sometimes being from the hood actually motivates you to do some of the greatest things that have ever been done in recent times. But I'm saying, like, it is a luxury to not to have to worry about living in a place like that.
Yeah.
We can't squander it. I can't squander it. Literally, one of the reasons why I left was that some of the experiences I had there was like, I want something completely different. Yeah. It is different here. They have their own problems here, but it is a little different. Yeah.
There's also a beauty that comes from that, bro. Because I've lived on both sides of the coin. I've been in the hood, and I also been in like super suburbia, and also like in the super ass country. One thing that I noticed about the kids, like now I live in a farm community. These kids are so innocent, bro. A 10-year-old kid out here is not the same as a 10-year-old in the hood that's been exposed to like death, violence. You know what I'm saying? Have to look over their shoulders. So there's a different evolution of the mind that takes place, you know. If they can survive those circumstances, and then get to a point where they're really like seeking knowledge, you know, them brothers and them sisters that come out of them type of communities, I feel like they have a distinct advantage, you know, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
They just see the world differently, you know what I mean? So that's the ebb and flow, or, you know, as above so as below type shit, you know what I'm saying? There's always a beauty in the struggle, you know what I mean? It's just, if you can overcome them obstacles and get to a point of peace, I guess.
Yeah,
you
peace.
know,
I like that. That's my goal, top priority. Peace of mind.
Facts.
Bliss. That's bliss.
Yeah, for sure.
You can make it out.
You'll have a different understanding, you know?
Yeah. Different. It's going to be a paradigm shifter. That's what I'm saying. Like my family has been battling these colds and these viruses that are going around here, because they got it twice. They got it from my son bringing whatever those kids have at school back home, and then me teaching my students, and they're being sick. And we just been hit hard this last month, man. All of us in the family, only to turn the corner to become stronger. Because I really believe, I have a knowing, not even a belief, but a knowing that in the sicknesses, and this goes along with being from the hood. This is just my micro version of it. It's like coming back from a virus or something that you had, or a horrible cold or whatever. You come out so strong, man. If you look at it for like, fuck, that was horrible, bro. And we even have people like that survived cancer in the chat right now. Shout out to Keith and whatnot. That like you just like, it's like you're reborn, and that's the same feeling it is from spending time in the hood, or even growing up in the hood, like Master Creator, and this blooming and going beyond that, you know?
Yeah.
It's like,
100%.
It's like, fuck, I can do anything now almost, right?
Yeah.
Type of shit.
Yeah. It's definitely like you have that sense of mortality, but also you know that you're resilient. You know what I mean? You know you got some other
resilient, yes,
to overcome some obstacles, you know? And like Peril was saying, he said he asked a question about herd immunity, and I'll tie that into what TML was saying about eugenics. You know, I remember before the C-19 epidemic or pandemic came out, I remember Bill Gates, he did a TED talk where he was speaking about he's like, man, we need more people to like what's the word I'm looking for? What's it when they like make a woman sterile or a man sterile? He was
make them infertile.
Yes,
sterilize.
Sterilize. There we go. Yeah. He was preaching for that, and in that TED talk, basically what I got out of it, where he was just saying like, it's gonna be better for the long run the more people decide not to have children and like volunteer for this shit, you know?
Fuck.
So bro talking about herd immunity, and herd immunity is something where, you know, you try to get a certain level of the population vaccinated against a pandemic or whatever the hell is happening, and then it becomes a numbers game. So you like kind of stifle the virus out, or whatever the case may be. To tie that back into the last thing that I wanted to say about this, I read the agenda for Event 201, and that was a real dark thing. That was something that was sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the John Hopkins University, or something to that effect, and then I think it was the World Economic Forum also.
Klaus Schwab and the boys.
Oh, bro, that's a dark little agenda right there. And they it was in October of 2019 where they were talking about this global pandemic that might hit. It was called Event 201. You know what I'm saying? And we should all prepare for this, that, and the third. And then it just so happened like a couple months later, the exact
January.
Talking about. Yeah, it's like,
oh
shit,
fuck? Come on.
Shit, man, you like exactly Negro Damas or something? Like, what the fuck?
Negro Damas, remember?
God damn, Miss Cleo.
They bring that back. Negro Damas.
Facts, though.
Yeah,
that was a dark little runaround right there. Yeah,
they gave you the play right before, right?
Oh man,
They gave me the
It
play
sure
out
did.
there.
It sure seemed like it.
They even had, it was so diabolical that they even did the in that event 201. They talked about the celebrities that would go get on board to get people to get V'd.
Yes,
V'd up.
exactly.
Yeah, like Run DMC and shit. And then like literally the commercial was the same one when it really happened. It's
Pretty
like
dark.
Can't make that shit up, man.
Nah, not at all. Yeah, not at all. You really can't make it up though. It's actually on the record.
Yeah, it's
All that
diabolical,
shit's
man.
on the record.
And then bring it back to what's going on here too. Is that like the sicknesses I'm telling you about? It has to be. Now this is all the Occam's razor, I guess. When usually with Occam's razor, you take the most plausible thing to happen. You don't try to get all woo-woo conspiracied out. But fuck it, bro.
Yeah.
The way people are getting sick, I see all my students and other people around here, bro. I haven't seen viruses like this ever.
Right.
You know how people are having coughs for like fucking like 5 months. You know, like viral load after viral load getting dropped on them.
Right.
I'm starting like Sharp Rob right now because I'm trying to I'm getting over this shit. Shit, man. You know what I mean, Kev? It's crazy because even if you didn't get the V, there's something called that about like shedding.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the spike protein can shed on you from the V. So in the end, it's like they don't even have to get everybody. You know, don't get me wrong. I think the human spirit and we're resilient. We're going to be okay, but it doesn't take away from the fact there are some people trying to do some nefarious, evil shit.
Yeah, I don't think you should be experimenting with that to see if you know what I'm saying. It's gonna work. Like I don't think so. And that was another thing. That was a dark thing with fuck, I forget where I read the study. It might have been out of like Harvard or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I fuck around with like research or whatever the case may be, I like to go to a quote unquote like reputable source.
Right. That's smart.
And one of the things I was reading about that, the herd immunity, especially when it comes to a virus, if you do not eradicate the virus within the host, then would you allow that what's going to happen with that? A virus is always mutating at all times. You know what I'm saying? It's in a constant state of evolution because it's trying to figure out how to beat your immune system. So if you don't achieve that herd immunity, you know, then you're just going to keep creating like these different strains. Everybody has a potential to create an individual strain. Yeah. I was like, holy shit, fool.
That's
like,
wild.
That's a real doomsday scenario right there. And you know, we hearing now they like, oh shit, this you know what I'm saying, this C19 shit is finna double back even harder. You know?
Shit.
No,
Kev. You heard that shit?
That I read, bro. Like, whoa.
Damn.
No. Yeah.
No, not again, please.
Yeah, not again, for sure. But
no, that's wild though, man.
Yeah. Because like you saying, like people having these like 5-month-long coughs and shit like that. When the fuck we ever seen anything like that?
Never.
Exactly. But if we watch
like emphysema or something.
Right. Something that we know of, you know?
Yeah.
But now I know a couple people like one of my good homegirls, she had, you know, when the shit first hit, for her it hit her, she was down for like 3 months, bro. She didn't really get over the shit for like
3
5
months.
months. Yeah.
That's scary, man.
Her taste didn't come back for like 5 months. You know, she couldn't taste nothing. You know?
Growing up, what fucking shit had no taste? I mean, you and I are like, well, maybe not. We're on the edge of it. Like Generation X's babies, or we're 80s babies, 90s babies, or whatever. I don't remember people losing their fucking taste buds for more than maybe a day because you're plugged up, congested, your sinuses, but. Come on, bro. Lose your taste?
Your taste, like altogether, just lose your taste. What the fuck? That's some other shit right there.
That's some other shit, bro.
That's some other shit for sure.
Yeah. Simulated fake news. Yeah, I watched 201 called it Corona, everything. Simulated fake news broadcast. You saw it, Dog Free. What's going on, Vengeful? The man, the myth, the legend. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. It's but what only doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And we're living in definitely living in interesting times. And well, just before we close out in a second, because we're about 3 hours deep. The whole thing about the myth of these Amazon women, right? That sounds like a psyop too, in a way, in a sense that like you can't really have a society with just women or just men, right? Successful, like the whole Wonder Woman story and the Amazon thing, you know. And if you did, just like the Mad Max thing, what did you say? You said semen bandits or someone said that, something like that.
I mean, it
Machine
would
Line
have to
said
be
that.
it would have to be the business women. I mean, of today. I mean,
Yeah.
somebody who's successful, who has their own business.
Alpha
We're talking
female.
about somebody that's in their 40s. I mean, and has a successful business and is single.
Yeah.
And sort of a bachelorette. It's possible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Obviously very rare even today. You know what I mean? But are there societies of women like that? Of course there are. There's societies of women like that run covens and shit. Right? So
Right.
So real talk, high society, I mean it's possible. I mean
it's possible, okay.
Yeah, it's possible that in high society there's lots of different arrangements. Like there's lots of couples who are swingers and shit. Look at Roger Stone, who ran the Nexium cult.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I mean, yeah.
Roger Stone then used to work with Alex Jones, that Roger Stone.
Yeah. So you go to high society, I mean?
Yeah, like Oliver's son.
Yeah.
Oliver Stone, yeah, him too. Fuck.
Yeah.
Swingers. Nah, man, that's a dangerous. You open up a lot of variables.
That's something that's very much linked to the occult as well.
Yeah. Drop it. How so? This sex magic.
Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
You got it.
More opportunities for sex magic. I get it.
Right.
But in terms of a nuclear family, that's kind of tough to maintain. Those two things don't seem to vibe, to gel. Swinger, nuclear family. Someone's gonna get butthurt, I would think, eventually.
Yeah.
Be it the husband, the wife, or the kids.
Well,
you
have the so-called triple dipped boomer. I mean, somebody who's basically gay, married, and a swinger. I mean, and they let their wife sleep with other people. And so,
triple dip boomer is okay. I got you. I was wondering. Got you.
Kevin, are you gonna clip that? Triple dip boomer.
That's funny. That's funny, but that's a great way to say that, though.
Yeah,
that's a dope ass way to say that.
Gay? Would you say gay, married swinger?
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Triple dip boomer. She likes to stops on that. You think most of these people, the more to say, I'm speechless, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Common code.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I mean, see, this is the thing, is that you might end up in a relationship, you know what I mean, with an older witch who's already with another wizard type of dude. I mean, so there's a lot of that going on. I mean, right? They'll have they'll be like wizard type of dudes that'll be in polyamorous relationship with 2 or 3 chicks. You know what I mean? So I try to send them out, like, you know what I mean, like spies and shit.
Like a sorcerer pimp, Mac.
Some shit like that. Yep.
Yeah. And you see the guy on remember I always think about the guy Casino, James Woods' character, Lester, where Sharon Stone married this dude that was like very affluent, high status, Ace Rothstein, right? Robert De Niro, and he gave her everything, and then some. Yet she still couldn't break away from her old pimp dude that probably had other girls too, like what you were saying. I know that's just a movie, but yeah, there are those things, like you think you're with your wife or your girlfriend, everything's good, and then one day you go downstairs and she's whispering on the phone to someone that she's been talking to for forever and shit.
Exactly.
It's wild, man. Social media is ridiculous, man.
It
Changed
might be
the game, huh?
fiction, but 100%, bro. And all that fiction shit, regardless of how crazy it seems, I still feel like at the end of the day, there's some truth in the details. How minute that might be, I still feel like I'm like, somebody
there's
wrote
truth
this shit off some of their truth. You know what I mean?
Right. That's the best fiction is 90% nonfiction.
Come on.
I'm telling you, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I resonate. This is why, like, to bring it back full circle to this Californication, right? The OG, the Queen, Caliph.
Well, bro, psychic
Califia.
spies from China try
That was
to
a
steal your
story.
mind's elation.
Psychic minds from what? What's that?
Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation.
Oh yeah, they say that. Yeah, break that lyric down from there.
I mean, it's about corporate espionage, right?
Mm-hmm. That's an old ass song too, huh? Fuck, I already knew about that shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, man. Just off the strength of a fictional narrative, romance narrative, Cortez was juiced and motivated to set into motion, this the tyranny that became, gangbanging and shit. Because I'll ask you, Kev, like my wife asked me the question: is it still that bad? What do you think, man? It's pretty bad still, right? Some places it's gang shit.
Yeah, I mean, y'all know about Bindi Johal, about the Canadian, Canadian Punjabi gangsters. Right?
Oh yeah. I said some shit. I love those type of stories too, because we usually just hear about Mexican and blacks, but fucking Punjabis be getting down. Yeah,
Exactly, the
Somalis
Punjabi
too, where Kev's from.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not from, but where he's at. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, this gang shit is it's like the American way. They love their cowboys and Indians, right? The ops, right? Then they love the gangster. See. Like gangster movies, like from Jimmy Cagney, and now we love our gangster, hip hop shit, which was out of response of the craziness. Part of the the postmodern condition.
Well, it's crazy how many of the rappers are Muslims. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's like Busta Rhymes, like Nas, like almost all of them are like Ice Cube, like almost all of them are like Muslims,
Yeah.
like the major ones. Right?
You just name different fractions of Islam, like the Nas and the Busta Rhymes, the East Coast people, like more like 5% Nation,
right?
And then Ice Cube was definitely into Nation of Islam, right?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I think a lot of the Islam shit is linked to gangs too somehow, right? But it's like a reverse gang, or some shit. Right?
No, they're because they fed in the prison. Talking about bringing the prison life to the street life, merging them. A lot of the people they were gangsters and they got cleaned up with Islam in the pen, and they came out. So much so that I heard stories from the homeboys saying that, like, what's his name, Khalid Muhammad. Like he would need some shit to get done in the neighborhood, and he would take off his little hat, that little hat he used to wear, spiritual hat, the kufi. He would take it off, go in and go inside the house to have this discussion with some known gang members and other people, whatever, and affiliated people, and he'd come out with his bow tie like undone a little bit, and then put that shit back on and tighten it up and pip off and give a lecture or a sermon.
Yeah, you notice, like, one thing that I noticed with that brother always, like, with his little like motorcycle club and all the whole little shit, it's all orange. You know what I mean? You catch him at any events, like when he print T-shirts for the events, it's all orange. So go back to his history. You know what I'm saying? He all H crown exactly.
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
that's
man,
fascinating.
You see it. Even the good brother that called into that would like drop fucking truth bombs on machine lives, brother. The black brother from Chicago Machine. What's his name? I haven't heard him on your broadcast in a minute.
Yeah, Issa.
Issa, bro. He literally, this is one of the most spiritual.
Yeah, he came up a couple
Black
weeks
Muslim.
ago, but then he had to run or some shit. But yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay, good.
But yeah,
like,
he's around. I
but
guess.
you look at him.
Yeah.
What was that? He what?
Yeah, he used to be a Moor, and he's a Shia Muslim. Yeah, he's a deep brother too. Yeah.
Not only that though, but like it was talking about the influence of gang stuff. His profile pic is Larry Hoover.
Right.
And he's like, this brother wears the whole garb and everything, Kev. Like, and he seems like a cleric when he's talking, a sheikh or something.
He basically is. Yeah, he
is. Yeah, he has the
knowledge. Yeah, in terms of the Shia stuff, he's basically a sheikh. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And he has a Hoover funeral, pamphlet, funeral pamphlet on his profile page. I even asked him, I'm all, bro, no disrespect, bro, because I wanted to get into the mind in the sense that, like, being who you are, like, how is it? I'm interested that still seems like it must be a part of you. You know what I mean? You must be like, if not to talk shit or anything, but like that's still it's interesting how that's still a part of you so much so that you put that as your avatar. So
well, that's bro's core values. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's hard to get away from that. Like you and myself, I grew up in an Islamic household, you know.
Right.
I grew up until I was 20, 22, 23. When I went overseas, that's when I broke away from the Islamic religion because everything that I had been taught in my household about the Holy Lands, like I saw the exact opposite when I was deployed, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But still to this day, bro, if I see a Muslim brother or whatever, I still greet him like assalamu alaikum or whatever. And there's a lot of those core values.
Yeah.
I got that download as a child. So there's certain shit that it still resonates with me. And I find peace and solace in that, especially like relationship wise. You know what I mean? It's just some shit I can't undownload, unfortunately. So I get that to a certain extent, but at some point, like logic gotta override some things, you know? And I think like gangbanging and violence in the community would have been a part of my like core values. I don't think that would have been a hard one to separate from, you know?
Right.
But you come from where you come from, you know, and you could also like identify that as like a tribal thing as well, you know?
Okay.
Or like you're like, okay, this individual here is from like I don't know, like you know, like a Sioux tribe or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they used to do some crazy shit like scalping niggas or whatever the case may be. I mean, we ain't on that type of time, but you know, I'm still finna represent like the Sioux Nation, you know. So it's a little complex with that, you know.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just curious to see because I think that's interesting because I'm a man in that really that enjoys just juxtaposition. And a lot of times when something you'll see juxtaposition, like you'll see like I'm taking a walking tour of South Central Los Angeles, right? On the screen, but then I'll play like some Chopin classical music while we're showing it, right? Like it's just position, but then again, yeah, exactly, yeah. But like but even though it seems like just juxtaposition is whole opposite, it's not. In the end, it's just two different forms of beauty, in a sense. You know, like it's just. And this is and this is where we're at right now, man. Like this channel.
It's all about alkalining that energy, you know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna take it's beauty in the struggle, like J. Cole say, you know what I mean? So even the fucked up shit or the toxic ideologies that you might have been subjected to or indoctrinated with, you know, you could come out that other side, you know, still like identifying with some of that, but that kind of give you a baseline for where you don't want to be and where you also should be, you know.
You guys ever hear "It's a Shame" by Cool G Rap?
I might have.
Oh man,
let me write it down though.
See, this shit'll make J. Cole look like a clown, or any of those guys, you know, Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, any of those new guys. I mean,
what you say it's called? It's a shame.
It's a shame, yeah.
He probably they probably were influenced by him. If you're a rapper, especially if you're a gangster rapper, I know Joey Cole.
Some hype
probably
shit.
Were influenced by that. Listen.
Hey. Once again, it's Big G, running the number rackets, rearing Pele jackets, fast loop cactus. I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of four bosses are always horses in the fortress corridors with Olympic torches and Mona Lisa portraits. Jacuzzis and saunas and eating steak at Benny Hanna's, Bentley's limousine, the front yard stream that's full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of Becks, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond infested Rolex, the level recliner, the raw units with silver china, sipping on finer wine, and Yukimo shines a diamond mine. It's the highness, kingpin of heroin, I'm thorough when I have to bring the terror and handle business in each and every barrel. In town and city, I'm rolling like Frank Nitti, I'm rich and pretty, back up kitties, I got Grammys that's grimy and gritty, a nigga that's spunky and likes to keep his pockets chunky, making most of my money from all the dope fiends and junkies. I learned from the best, the ones that's living and the ones that's put the rest, so I bless my chest with a vest and pack of Smith & West, and then I'm off to get the snaps, not the scraps. The game is be a real Mac, the name is Cool G Rap.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was pretty epic. That's pretty deep.
It's a remix.
Yeah.
It's killer, isn't it? It's way better than the original, by the way. But yeah, it is what it is.
That's pretty surreal. In a sense that at the end, especially the visual at the end, remind me of that. Dude, like Bro Sanchez has been saying this. Like, we're literally as sperms walking around. You know?
Cool G Rap.
Yeah.
Straight up murderous. Still banging.
That's crazy. A new one? He still makes music?
That's an old one, but his new shit, you know, if you look up Godfather's album with Necro, crazy shit, man. Crazy lyrics, like some of the top lyrics today.
Yeah, because Cool G Rap's cadence and his tone and all that is where like all some of our favorites, legends, got it from him.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
his delivery, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
Cool G Rap, man. Don't get me wrong, like we mentioned J. Cole. Now J. Cole, one of the things I like about him is the fact that he makes it like it's practical. It's literally, you have to be a dummy not to understand like the message he's trying to give.
Yeah, he's got some ill songs for real.
Yeah.
Yep.
And but the Cool G Rap is like on the epic.
Yeah, Cool G Rap is on the epic level. There's like top 10. Cool G Rap is like the top 10. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, he has to be. But the funny thing is, most people don't know who he is.
Rakim.
You know that?
Yeah.
Most people don't even know who he is, man. It's like nobody knows about the legends of Califia. And no, but you're talking about well, before I go there, Rakim too. He's another one that was influenced so many of these people.
Yeah, KRS. Yeah, you know, KRS, Rakim, and Cool G Rap is probably top 3.
Yeah. A$AP Rocky, literally, that's his name off of him. Rakim. Off of Rakim, his real name. Yeah.
I fuck with KRS tough too. You know? Yeah.
KRS-One, you must learn, man. Boogie Down Productions.
Or The Bridge Is Over. He invented battle rap, really.
He did. Who, KRS-One?
Yeah, if you look up The Bridge Is Over by KRS-One. Man, he's dissing MC Shan and Marley Marl.
Yeah.
Right? He said MC Shan and Marley Marl be rhyming like they gay, picking up the mic and they don't know what to say.
That's it. I think very deeply.
Classic for sure. He released a album in 2020. I forget what the album is called. But there was a song on it. My favorite song off that album was called "Free," or AKA the book song. And bro just rapped so cold. Yeah, the book song was fucking dope, bro. Like,
also Black Moon.
Say again.
Black Moon.
Oh yeah, buck him down. Buckshot, buck him down. And Who Got the Props? I play them sometimes on there. They're good. But the KRS-One though, you said it's a new one, Kev. You heard
no, it's not new.
It's new.
It's not new. It's from 2020. Yeah, it's from 2020.
Okay. It's new enough. Yeah. That's new enough for me.
Yeah, it's new enough. I think he dropped like 2 projects then, but yeah, that one was like crazy. I was like super tuned in to listening to what bro said because you know he was a little bit before my time or whatever the case may be, but I was just too too disinterested in the toxic
Going
hip
back.
hop at the time.
You have to go back.
No,
Yeah, I
no.
wish you could have. Anytime. That's the beauty of it. You can always go back. But you
Yeah,
could have
you
gone
can
back
always-
then. I was lucky enough that my OG that lived in an apartment, Tyrone, like upstairs, he was a prolific recorder of albums on the cassettes in the 90s. And he had all the Boogie Down production stuff. And the thing about it is KRS-One kind of reinvented himself to a new audience like 10 years ago when he had all the Masonic Illuminati videos, clips and shit. That shit
He
was
wasn't
dope,
rapping
bro.
no more. He just
Yeah.
like preaching, you know?
Yeah,
Yep.
that was super dope, bro.
That's what caught my interest was listening to bro talk. You know what I'm saying? Listening to him talk. I'm like, oh, okay. This brother right here is like very like educated and
right.
I'm trying to hear what he's talking about, you know?
It was the thing is we don't throw away the baby with the bathwater because his OG is African Bambaataa, right? And as we know, it's very to Hassan Campbell, you know, his whole thing. Damn, man, it's like, god damn, why they gotta make the one of the pillars, bro, like that? But that's how it is, man. A lot of us, we get knowledge and from these organizations and people, and it's at our core. However, some of the stuff they were doing wasn't the best. Yeah,
I mean, it's over 1 billion people on planet Earth that still follow the religion of Al-Islam, and the pillar of that religion is the Prophet Muhammad, right? Peace be upon him, as the Muslims say, or whatever the case may be. And we know about his relationship with Aisha. You know, when she was a baby, marrying her at like 5, 7, 6 years old or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You know, take pause, but take that how you will, or whatever the case may be. But sometimes the messenger comes with some mess. You know what I mean?
That's
true.
I
think it's cap on the Aisha thing. I mean, definitely.
I don't know.
I think it's psyop.
You know?
Yeah, it's definitely a psyop because nobody would ever believe reports that came 500 years later, right, on anybody.
Yeah.
Not on Jesus, not on the prophet. Right? I feel like it's legal loopholes for people. Because anything that's not really mentioned in the Quran is not part of the religion, ultimately. You know, because it's not incumbent on the believer to follow.
Not even
that.
the hadith?
Yeah,
nope.
but the
so you're saying not even the
like,
hadiths?
No, the hadiths is not incumbent on the believer to follow.
Mm-hmm.
And anyways, the Muslim isn't the only person that's getting into heaven at the end of the day. It's a righteous person. So it's not like Christianity where you have to believe to get into heaven. It's just your deeds are measured on the scale. So you don't have to be Muslim to go to heaven. You know, an atheist can make it to heaven. Right? And you don't have to follow hadiths. First of all, there's 5 different sets of hadiths. So which one you gonna follow?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the same with like religion, bro. There's like over 4,000 different like.
Well, that's the thing. The thing is like if you go to Shia, like if you go to the homie that's Shia, right? Like they reject everything that Aisha says, by the way.
Right.
So they don't even follow Aisha. Because Aisha is a daughter of Abu Bakr. And he's one of the and he's, according to the Sunnis, one of the rightly guided caliphs. So they don't follow anything she says.
The favored ones, the favorite generation.
Listen, they don't follow anything she says. So how are you gonna say? So according to the people who say, oh, the prophet married 9-year-old or whatever, they're only talking about one sect of Islam. So they get to qualify and say that Shias are not Muslims. What gives them the right to say that?
I wouldn't say it's just one sect of Islam. I would say, because a
lot of them that believe that.
No,
there's a lot.
No, I would say it's one sect. I would say it's one sect, and also
just in terms of like Nation of Islam beliefs. We'll just talk about like American Muslims. It's not really a facet of Sunni or Shia. It's I like to quantify it as American Muslims. It's somewhere in the middle.
I mean, what year did Mary marry Joseph?
I have no idea.
Do you know what scholars say?
What year?
12.
Year 12.
And you know that the church had the year of 12 and the year of 7 for betrothal.
So you're saying in the year that Jesus was 12 years old when they got married?
No. So I'm not trying to be weird or anything, but it's just funny that you know, they pin that on one sect of Islam, and they say that's a problem with the Prophet Muhammad, when the literal church allowed people to do that for centuries.
Yeah.
I mean, so I just think it's a little bit of two-faced shit. I mean, right, where they try to blame Muslims for some shit where no Muslim today, if you go, there's 1 billion Muslims on earth. How many of them practice pedophilia? Like,
well,
not a high amount.
Not a lot. But we talked to one. Literally, me and Kev. Remember that dude, Kev, where that guy? Well, he was literally defending that shit in a sense that.
Well, there's a lot of Salafi.
It's some weirdo shit.
Like, there's a lot of feds online that are like part of the Salafi movement, and they want to defend their Salafi like shit. That's a psyop by the Saudi Arabian government, 100%.
Yeah,
maybe,
but it will maybe. Okay,
no, 100% it is.
Don't know for sure.
I could show you the info on it. I mean, real talk.
Yeah, well, maybe, but everybody has the freedom to like go get their own information or like, you know, discern shit. You know what I mean? So you could plant the seed of what you could point the finger at who planted the seed or whatever the case may be, but everybody still has their own opportunity to do their own research, bro. You know? That's still out there.
Oh yeah, I did a lot of research. I wrote a 400-page book. Real talk. I'm on my way to write a second one right now. I've already written it. I just got to put it together. Real talk. But yeah, I wrote one about Christian. Yeah, I wrote one. Yeah, actually, I think
you gave me it. I'm reading.
Yeah, the homie has a copy of it. Yeah, but the other shit. Yeah, I could break down religious shit like Paul's letters, all that shit. All right. I mean, we could break down who has a better understanding of sexuality, Muslims or Christians. Real talk. I could debate that with y'all. All right. I believe it's Muslims. Right? But yeah, we could figure it out together. Real talk.
Yeah, but that we might have to do that. Let me just say this real quick. Unless you gave something to say, Kev, because I just want to bring it back to what we started from, in the sense that like, let's say for the sake of this, and I don't mean to be rude like this, that what that did happen with the prophet, peace be upon him, and Aisha, like he married her when he was 9 or whatever. With that said, I think this is what I was thinking when I heard this. I'm like, I don't co-sign on that for sure if that did happen or whatever, but it doesn't take anything away from all the lessons I've learned from his life, you know. So that's all I have to say about all that.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that as well. You know, that's why I said, like, you know, just because there might have been some mess, that doesn't have anything to do with the mess is necessary. Yeah. You know?
And if there wasn't mess, like Machine's saying, that's good. Like
that's even better, right? That's even better. Well, in the Old Testament, it says you could take child sex slaves.
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, I'm not the type of person like I pick teams where, like, just because I'm talking about this person's fuck up that they're ops, I'm not gonna see. Nah, bro, everyone gets this shit from me.
Yeah, but I just think it's a little bit of an op, because it's like, oh, let's just look at one part of people where literally, you know what I mean? It's like Christian societies for centuries, you know what I mean?
No, yeah, that's
literally
wrong. Yeah,
had it as a law, you know what I mean? So I just think that's really
yeah, that's wrong.
You know, because it's mostly wrong. It's mostly Christians and Jews who are saying it. So I just think that's very interesting for them to say it, and then to excuse all the things that are in the Talmud, in the Old Testament, and in Christian history. I mean, so I just think that's very surprising. I mean, and a little
in modern history. And modern, when some of those moils, they suck off the kid with their circumcision.
It's been said too many times on my show too. I'm like, please don't say it again. And then just like they're like, yeah, they just have to tap into herpes, and I'm like, oh god damn it! Like, we're never gonna get monetized.
I mean, that's the story I heard. You know, like on Mad TV back in the day, they did a skit. That's all I'm gonna say. No, but yeah, bro, like everyone gets. It's just that in bringing these things up, it's like I'm focusing on one particular discretion of group. Don't get me wrong. We can always have another show where we go off on these other things, but my thing is most people are fallible. But it is interesting the fact that there is ops out there, and it's not a psyops are not a modern.
It's not really. It's not really an op. It's not really an op. Like if you get like a wisdom tooth infection, like in your 20, like when you're 25, you're dead. I mean, right? So like women, like on their third kid that they pop out, they're most likely gonna die because the act of giving birth. And right, so the fact is that like they were trying to have bunch of babies. All right. So they had like produced tons of babies. And right. And then people would just die super young. So motherfuckers would be having babies when they're 13 and then basically dying when they're in their 30s and shit.
Well, yeah. Also, the life expectancy was like significantly lower for sure. But
yeah, what you mean by wisdom tooth? Wait, you just said all this stuff. I don't want to stop at the wisdom tooth. Then you can go with the birth shit. What do you mean by that? People die from the wisdom tooth,
infection or whatever the case may be.
Okay,
I'm assuming
the reason why I said that because my coworker, colleague, he told me that his friend died when he got his wisdom teeth when he was 21 extracted. That's all. It's a synchronicity, maybe. That's why I was saying that. So anyway, okay, we got that. Back to the. So you're saying like this propagation of having women, young women, having babies at an earlier age was killing them softly, huh?
I don't know, but it'd be regular. Like if you look at America when they were starting out, like these women were having like 8 babies.
Right. Yeah, in Mexico too. All the Americas.
You know what I mean? So
we have stories of our grandparents having hella brothers and sisters, right? I know all y'all have.
And they changed the law in like the 1800s, where you can't marry like, 12-year-olds anymore. Right?
Damn.
So this is just history.
That's dark. Yeah, that's dark history though.
Very dark. Yeah.
Super fucking dark, bro.
They had kids working
Not
in the
like
factories
Wesley
and
Snipes.
just dying. Like hundreds of kids just getting their hands chopped off in factories and shit. They're like, oh well.
But let's take it out on the era of the world where they talk about chopping hands off only. That's the only place. Yeah, I see how it is. There is definitely a push to focus the bad things from humans on the so-called ops in the West, and then hide under the rugs what the West be doing.
I mean, look at all the child trafficking that goes on in this country, man. There's a lot of it, by the way. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And how many shows about that do you see? Like 0?
Well, there's more and more. I mean, no, not even shows. You have to go on YouTube.
Yeah, one of the girls that showed up at the Diddy party. You know what she said? She said Child Protective Services took her there.
Oh, that's fucked up.
What girl was that? What girl was that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just watching like some random video. I could send you all the video after I find it.
From the Palaverse.
This is some shit. I'm looking at this shit. This is CPS to child trafficking pipeline, man. Foster care system.
Everywhere.
Or respectfully, that should be able to, like, if that story is legitimate, it should be able to be authenticated, and not to disrespect or like dismiss what you're saying, but like
look,
me,
I could show you hundreds of I could show you hundreds of cases of the same thing, dude. Child Protective Services to child trafficking pipeline.
Yeah,
you ain't aware of it? I could show you hundreds of cases of that.
No.
We've heard those stories before, but that particular one we're talking about,
specifically with the Diddy.
That's
shit,
wild.
You're speculating about a well-known fact. This is just one event I'm talking about.
No. That's why I said respectfully, bro. You know what I mean? It's not to like discredit what you're saying, but me personally, I always operate off.
Look up the article "Pedophycracy" by Dave McGowan. You want all the facts you need right there. My brother.
Okay, hold on. I'm finna write that shit down.
I
be covering shit like this, like when I go, you know what I mean? When I do my whole little shit, I like to cover shit like this,
Definitely, Machine. His broadcast is good. It's good, really good, man. Solid broadcast.
Tell me that article again, bro.
It's Pedophycracy by Dave McGowan. It's in the book Programmed to Kill by Dave McGowan.
Spell that for me, bro. I'm slow, buzz.
Programmed to Kill.
No, how do you spell that? Pedophycracy.
Pediography.
No, PEDO.
Uh-huh.
Here, hold on. Let me see if I could just. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
It.
Yeah.
Put it in the back.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, I remember you said the same thing, Machine, when I was talking about like how I did that episode about some of those folks in Pakistan that were child trafficking. And when I did that, like I said before, I wasn't doing it just singling out them just because they're the only one that was happening. No, you're right. It's happening all over the world, man.
Yeah,
All over the
everywhere.
world. Yeah.
Yeah,
Everywhere,
but
bro.
I just think it's interesting the focus. I mean, because the child trafficking capital of the world is Israel. I mean, so let's get that straight.
You know
I mean,
what
you
it
guys
was?
can look up all the cases there. I mean, and you can look up all the stuff that's going on in your backyard. I mean, right? So this is the thing. I mean, I just put that in the back, by the way, so you could look up hundreds of cases dismissed by the police. By the way, reports of children making snuff films on each other. Very sensitive material. It made me sick to read it. I mean, and also children describing the satanic rituals with people in black robes. I mean, do you really think that kids are gonna make this type of shit up? I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean. You could basically look into it yourself and find out there's hundreds of cases of that type of shit sourced within the newspapers and shit. I mean,
That's what I fuck with right there. Some data. You know what I'm saying? So good looking out, bro, for sure.
yeah, but the thing is that I live in America. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, so I'm worried about what's going on in my backyard. You know, I may be Muslim or whatever, but if I go to the Muslim community, all I see is people with families and businesses, and you know, the kids got to listen to their parents, and that type of shit's not really going on. I mean,
Yeah, well,
I got to deal with.
you live in America, but like that's cool. But like I'm interested in all stories around the world, bro. That's what it
Yeah.
is for me. Yeah, I think there's a lot that we have alike and unalike, and that goes with the good and the bad. So this is why me looking at something that happens in Pakistan or in Mali, where my dad's from, there's some fucked up shit going on there right now that I see commonalities that I can see that's happening in Oakland or something like that. So this is why I do what I do, bro. So
You
it ain't
you seen that movie The Feeling of Being Watched, TML?
What is it?
It's called The Feeling of Being Watched.
No.
Oh, bro,
Yeah.
that's a dope film. It's about you know, this Muslim American sister. I think she was in like Chicago or like a suburb, and she uncovered like one of the largest FBI terrorism probes, and they was trying to block her. You know, every time she submitted like a FOIA, you know, a Freedom of Information Act request, she just kept getting blocked at every turn. But she was having like this weird shit happen in her community. This was like a bunch of like Pakistanis, you know, that would all wound up being in like one community. It was either, like I said, it was either in Chicago or a suburb of Chicago. But eventually she cracked the code, bro. And she found all this like NSA shit, all this like spying. People had like broke into her fucking house, and in those you know, trying to figure out, I think her laptop was stolen, all kind of like weird shit. But anyways, when she finally cracked the code on that the FOIA, bro, she got so many documents and read through them all, and then put together a dope ass documentary. But all her like suspicions were confirmed about like the spying and this, that, and the third. Now it's a dope one though. You know, I didn't know you was Muslim. You know, that's why I bring that up. It's a dope documentary. You should check that one out. Because it's been a lot of shit. So it was a lot of shit that was exposed in that document. Matter of fact,
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Muslim, but I'm really not really limited to that, nor do I feel I have to represent Islam. You know, if Islam is destiny, it doesn't need me to defend it, really. You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah.
And honestly, you know what I mean? I'm you know, I mean, Islam is bigger than me both. And also I look into things that are way bigger. Like I've never I never made one show about Islam. I mean, like I talk about technology. I mean, I talk about all types of religion, you know, conspiracies, you know, political science, you know, political theories and shit. You know what I mean,
Yeah.
I'm doing a special on Buddhism. I mean, I've read texts from all religions. I mean, and I've visited the temples of all religions. Real talk. I mean, and I've talked to their priests. I mean, and debated with their priests. I mean, so yeah. Like I got a lot of Hindu friends. Like I've read the Hindu texts. I read the Bible. I read Plato. I went to Greece, to Athens to study Plato. You know what I mean? Real talk. So, what I mean? I'm not limited to just Islam. It is what it is. I look at all different types of culture and shit, right?
Yeah, bro. Every time I run into you, like you really like educated and shit. I always fuck with like your perspectives too. So yeah, that's dope. But if you ever get an opportunity to check out that documentary, definitely check that shit out though.
Yeah, it looks hype. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, maybe when I get together with my wife, I'll put it on for her. She likes shit like that, right?
Yeah, it's pretty dope. It's compelling,
That's it. Sabat. Where did you put it? Do you put it in the chat or in the back? Okay.
No, I didn't. I think you gotta. This is one of them ones.
I just told the name. I just told the name.
Yeah.
Of it. Okay, I see.
Yeah. The feeling of being watched. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, Rupert Sheldrake. He sat behind a screen and observed people. You know what I mean? And he would periodically look at them, and they had to write down on a piece of paper when they felt like they were being watched. And he said they predicted it within, way outside of the range of statistical probability that they would get it right.
Yeah, that was in the book. How dogs know their owners are coming home.
Yep.
Yeah, morphogenetic field. Yeah, that's fucked up, dude. You can see in the here. I'll show you what do they call it? The preview of that's crazy. Like they're literally spying on them. Like, I know you probably got people spying on you. I feel like I've had people spy on me, and I'm not just talking about gang stalking shit. Some real shit, man.
No,
well, I had the FBI come to our house.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Back when I was a kid, I was delivering newspapers to a bunch of mosques. I was writing a bunch of articles. Yeah, and this dude on Twitter retweeted one of my articles about the National Defense Authorization Act, about them spying on the citizens. You know what I mean? And yeah, they actually came up to my house.
Holy crap! You were a youngster too?
Oh yeah, I was like in community college. I was going to community college. I wasn't even in a. I wasn't even in a big university. Later I went to University of Michigan. You know what I mean? But back then I was just going to community college.
Community college.
I was like maybe like 18
way before
or 20
channel
years old.
too, right?
Oh yeah, way before the channel. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've been on the radar, yeah. This is a perfect video that Kev, this movie. Right here, look at this.
He gave his
The
name
one you
to
said.
Mr. Rose. He said that I'm an FBI agent.
I start seeing him, cars with no plate number.
We don't think that something
That damn car is always just parked right there.
It's like how you see in the movies, like those pizza vans that are just sitting staked out in front of your house. When you pass the van by, like they pull up a book or a magazine.
I mean, they get Muslim kids to try to commit, T acts. Right?
T acts.
Yeah, like terrorist acts. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they got informants running around. They even got ladies in the Mossad that are like good looking and shit. That are like trick dudes and shit. Right?
Well, I'm about to say, I mean, this is not Mossad, but this girl's pretty right here. Even her right here.
Like they pull up a book or a magazine. Like we can see you.
There it is. Bridgeview mosque leaders have been under surveillance for years.
Bridgeview, what's that, the Midwest or something? Probably.
Since August
Illinois.
of 1999, I've been working to legally expose
Well, you know the people who
very
built the
real
Xinjiang province in China, where they spy on the Muslims. I mean,
right.
They basically built a city where they monitor how many times like the Muslims pray and shit. I mean, and the shit's literally built by Blackwater by Eric Prince. By the way,
dirty. It's a dirty water, man. The Uyghurs.
Middle Eastern
Oh,
terrorist
yeah.
threats to American citizens at home and abroad. The successful investigation, which was codenamed Vulgar Betrayal, VULGAR Betrayal,
A lot of spying.
I want to find out everywhere that our name is on a list.
I'm suing the FBI for information about surveillance, and I need as many people as possible to sign privacy waivers, so if the FBI has a file on them, they will release it.
بليز امشي خلاص كفايه.
Is that necessary to have the SWAT team there? Damn,
bro, that movie is some shit. Yeah, or that documentary rather. It's pretty deep.
Yeah, they got to do what they got to do because Israel controls American politics, and the Muslims are a threat. I mean, to just, you know what I mean? Because Islam is the last religion on earth to have a reformation. So they consider Islam to be medieval. Man, that's a problem because you want to accelerate progress, right? So yeah, you know what I mean? Muslim communities can't be organized around liberal values or principles. You know what I mean? So they have to either assimilate.
No, you mean say Reformation? You mean that they don't have in terms of like they don't have any, they're not down for innovations to the religion? Is that what you mean?
I think you're saying like with liberal policies. I think.
Well, anything in general, especially those, huh?
Yeah, both ways, right?
Yeah. They don't even want you to change the Quran or anything about it, like how a lot of these people be with other religions. They, they do it, they innovate it and whatnot. But yeah, that would be definitely oil and water, a liberal Muslim. It seems like.
Well, that's what they're trying to create with movies like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Where the Jews make a movie where they're like, like your government's watching you, so they're trying to get the Muslims, you know what I mean, essentially to go against the West. You know what I mean? So there's some propaganda like that. You know what I mean? Where they're trying to say like Muslim is anti-Western or like try to stoke the tension. You know what I mean? That's there.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's good to put like a blanket analysis on that without watching that film.
Oh no! Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah, for sure. So,
plus, luckily, you have a third eye in a sense, critical thinking to be able to watch it, even if that is the case.
Right,
to pick out
right.
Things, to pick up.
Oh
things
yeah, of course. But I'm always gonna.
In the end, everybody's getting watched.
Yeah, because I'm like, why? I'm like, if this is true, why would the government allow you to make a movie like this? You know what I mean, that's the first question I would ask. Right? In my opinion, you know what I mean?
I mean, allow you to make a film like that. Well, that's where like where it gets a little weird with the conspiracy shit for me. Where I'm like, I don't know if they allow you to do that. You go ahead and do that. You might get chit behind some shit, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if what that movie is saying is true, then if what they're saying in that movie is true, then if you try to expose them, they'll start watching you.
Yeah, they were already being watched.
They're already watching. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then see then that's not a conspiracy, then, right?
Well, they'll watch you even more.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But, allowing you to get that shit off. We still are in America. To a certain extent, and there's
there are some freedoms, quote unquote, some freedoms that are at least a surface level.
I mean, the freedom of speech is the freedom to lie, right?
Yeah, 100% for sure. But also, you know what I mean? If you have a certain level, if you have a certain amount of eyes on you while you're doing something, then that
you're safer.
Gives you a level of protection for sure.
Yeah, that's why I've started doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. How come you ain't dead yet, nigga? What I mean? Stay with her, bro.
Well, you should try to see the type of shit, right?
Machine Labs is gonna be on Joe Rogan.
You should try to walk a mile in these shoes.
Be CIA, CIA, FBI.
You should try to walk a mile in these shoes, right?
I probably am, bro. Because like I said, I think this is only the second time I had like an interaction with you, but I fuck with the conversation and the dialogue every time. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to tap in more. You know what I mean? I'm gonna definitely have to tap in more and be a little bit more studious, and you know what I mean? Just get on my perspective, bro. You know, pause. But I'll be trying to soak up the information from any which way it's coming. You know.
Yeah, man, you got it with Machine. You got to definitely be on point, be willing to put in some work. That's why most of the time I don't say much. I'll ask him a question, and that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, bro, be on it for sure.
I think Machine, this is the way I say it. I was thinking about this recently. I think the reason why we vibed in the past is because Machine has these, like he said, he's into the big the ideas of the system in a sense, right? And stuff. But then I come here as maybe as a way to bring those big system ideas to show like it happening anecdotally, or give examples, see how that relates to in my life or other people I've seen and stuff like that. And then I think that's the interesting dynamic we have, the way I see it sometimes too. Yeah,
for sure.
Because I gotta work with what I have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And to be honest, bro, all we really got is our voices. You know, we not powerful enough. We don't got the same economic like power that these you know, we'll just throw the blanket over the Illuminati or whatever the fuck you want to call those that's got a stronghold over this system have. We don't have that, you know, but we do have our voices. You know, we can communicate, and like hopefully the communication will like push somebody else to do a little bit more research, and they'll wake up and they'll start having a conversation with somebody else, and you know what I mean? That's how the information travels, and eventually, you know, hopefully eventually one day we'll all get on one accord, you know. But you can't get too married to this shit in my experience, you know. I think it's far more powerful to be able to speak about it, but also at the same time balance that out and try to put yourself in a position where, you know what I'm saying, your voice carries a little bit more weight. And you know, economics, bro. I think economics really has a large part to do with
you got to, I mean, a way to sustain your quest and sharing the truth. And 100%. Hopefully it's you know, it sucks that like a lot of these drama, that's the thing, bro. Balance. I'll just keep it like this. So balance, bro. Balance, like we said, this insatiable thirst to want to find the truth and share it once we find it with others, with balancing with, you know, having also doing things in the squish reality. I'm speaking for myself, I guess, in the which the 3D reality, like off the computer and whatnot. And if I do go on the computer, like to do some like, you know, non-truther stuff, I can say. I don't mean to water it down. You're not truther machine. You're beyond that. But I'll just say colloquially truther stuff, and not when I'm not doing it, not dive into the drama sphere. Yeah, you know, of the panelverse, especially, bro. Because I get it, because when I first started today, there was like 20 people, 19 people watching, because I was talking about OG mic drop from Jack Talcott and Joe Cool, awesome drama sphere. And it was only like for a couple minutes, yet the most people were here because they want to hear that shit.
Yep, tapping in with the fuckery.
With the fuckery, yeah. And now the more I guess I try to be honest with myself and be like, you know, you don't need to do all that shit all the time, you know. But
yeah, not all the time, but oh man,
another kind of fuckery.
Yeah, it's a different kind of fucker for sure. No, there's a brother I used to fuck with a few years ago. He quit doing the YouTube shit because he was just tired of it. But bro's name was Ant. But one of the funniest things that he said, or not funny, but like ironic but true, it was like, bro, this nigga was hilarious. You know, he could fucking drop like a one-liner or two about nothing, bro, and you be laughing. He was just like one of them type of brothers that's just like unintentionally funny, just the way he said shit or whatever the case may be, you know. but he was also like knowledgeable when it comes to like this type of stuff that we talking about. So he would drop like a couple bars of like, you know, fuckery, and then we'd drop a couple bars of truth. You know, bro had like a perfect fucking balance. It was a gift. Yeah,
that's a gift to get in the masses. The masses, because you can be like very all up in the stuff, very technical and stuff. And however, you might mostly only get people who have that level of commitment, of only staying to the actual, the pure hardcore cut of it, what you're trying to share the truth, right? But with that said, there doesn't mean that some of the people who aren't that, for whatever reason, they don't have the time or the attention span to do that. Doesn't mean that they don't want to learn and try to get better. So I guess for me, I want to get both types of people, you know, because I know myself, I have a lot on my plate right now. I'm on my plate.
And it's probably one or two. It's probably one or two of them that stuck around. You know what I mean? From the fuckery, they're like, oh shit, maybe this caught my interest or whatever. You know, that might have been one or two that stuck around, and you know what I'm saying? Blessings to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, much blessings to them. Yeah, and we'll put this song out to them real quick. This is a request from Master Creator. You said Master Creator. You just said about the pain, bro. You know, that's not the song. What song is it, bro? Now I'm getting angry. No, I'm just kidding. What song was it, Master Creator? You said, why don't you go out with the Master? So much pain in my life. Oh, he has multiple songs with the word pain. The only song I know is that Tupac song. I couldn't help but handle your pain, my pain. Everyone's deep. Share it with me. Master Creator, I don't see any other song with that word in it. So much pain. Do you know of a song like that by Mac Dre, Kevin? Hello? No? That's not the song. Okay. Anyway. We'll fuck with it anyway. Okay.
Yeah, rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'm gonna do it for the back.
Do the bay one more time.
It's wanna fuck my bitch and ride my whips, wear my bits and lace my kicks, start the gas team, get high with my partners, steal my keys and play with my choppers. I'm the Elohim dog, you don't wanna live my past. You must don't know what they call your boy Mac Black. First of all, nigga, I want you to grow up with no pops in a scam ass hood with a violence don't stop. You know I want you to go.
This Mac Black sounds like Mac Dre.
That's gonna be your 10, your mama gonna turn blue. Your grandma gonna be crying, your auntie gonna be so sad. But you only 14, nigga, you can't be mad until you get out of jail and find your partner's dead. And your dope fiend uncle is smoking all your fucking bread. Then you jump late night back and crack your head. Then you go to sleep and find out the whole bedroom is fucking red. Then you go to John Jordan, then you go to Napa, nigga. Then you go to Vacaville. Oops, it's over for the rapper. Your bitch killed your baby and fucked your best friend.
I want you to look good and sober while you sniff coke. Damn, Kev.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I don't know about that.
God age, then go to the pen and lose like G's. I want you to get hit by a car and run through the windshield. Don't quit, little nigga. I'm telling you, this shit is real. I want to get shot 2 more times in your pelvis and your belly. Had a whole good crime.
Like a minute and a half left. Listen.
Show them drop bags, swing just like drop vests. I'm gonna up that 80 boy and put it on 24. Ride down MOK, show them the bulletproof goals. Shoot them in the ass, in front of the highway. And tell them next time somebody sold them, fly fucking away. I'm gonna be on investigation and don't talk on the phone. Nigga, I'm starting war over your motherfucking brother home. I want you to have 2 boys, 65 days apart. Fuck with the bitch thing, nigga. I want you to play your fucking part, nigga. Take care of 10 niggas, all in the fucking pen. I want you to shoot flicks there, and I want you to cut them niggas in. I want you to be a vegetarian, nigga, and study hella books. Yo, you so much pain in my life. You don't know what this shit took, nigga. You don't even know the half, nigga. You can't do the math, nigga, and look fucked up to you. I look at it and laugh, nigga, cause I love my past, nigga. I mean, your past, yeah, that's your past, nigga. No, that ain't, yeah, cause you wanna be like me. Yeah, that's what you see, but you don't wanna do the things that it take to be a man and be like me, you know what I mean? You ain't trying to catch them slugs and get them slugs, allegedly you're not trying to be like a supernova capable of blowing up shit like the sun, but just be there and shine like what I'm trying to do. You're not trying to have hella money and allegedly having hella guns and hella soldiers and not getting big headed and going out to kill everybody and doing hella shit like allegedly they said the nutcases did. You're not trying to, you trying to be out here for hella long, or I mean, are you trying to do it for the bitches? I mean, you're not trying to graduate like with straight A's too and do it like that, are you? And have your mother like stressing all the time and your mother explaining to you as a teenager like you're a good person and you just got shot up and you lost a kidney, you need to kill them niggas before they kill you. Allegedly, what people saying. Are you trying to be that dude allegedly, or are you trying to really know what it is to be a man? Because this is Hustlani Mob Business Gas Team, nigga. The creator of the boss, nigga. I'm the Elohim, man. That nigga Weez, he's still the motherfucking general, you know? I love you niggas, though, but don't always be thinking it's cool to do, you know? I ain't never turned nobody out on no drugs. Kids, stay in school, man, on everything. This real talk. You might not make it like that. Some niggas got a gift. I holler. Blah!
Yeah, he got a little carried away there at the end there. Talking about Elohim and stuff. But I get it was a pretty sick beat. Some pretty strange scenarios.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's that toxic hip hop that I really respectfully to everybody's musical taste. I really don't fuck with that toxic ass shit like that, you know?
Yeah. Well, it is. But in terms of the story, though, like it sounded weird, but all that shit he's talking about, I've heard instances of that. That's very Bay Area shit, like gloomy, dark shit he was talking about, man. Mm-hmm. Especially the sickness, losing the kidneys and the colostomy bags when you get shot. People don't talk about that part about it and all that. Yeah.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
It's probably a reason.
At all.
And here's the thing too. The reason why it goes along with kind of like what we were talking about earlier, in the sense that you can go through all that horribleness he's talking about. If you can come out of that, shit, man, you can be, you're like a new man, super strong. But don't try to dibble, go back and forth with it and shit.
Don't go back to that.
That's
shit,
dangerous.
Bro.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, you better learn your lesson. You know. you might not come out of that the second time around.
Right.
Yeah, you
It's
got
just,
first time.
definitely. Emasculated 23 with the comments. It's a good to learn from this story that was his real life. For real. Yeah. That's what you could tell it was real life. There was no stuttering. He was just blah, 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 like the constant. Yeah. Yeah. Most people don't want to talk about that dark shit. It's kind of like a director's cut. That was a director's cut. He left it out. He left it all in there real fast. No, the Machine Lines, did you ever hear about this Califia story before? Did your research come on about Queen Califia and all that?
Queen Califia.
This is what the broadcast, we're talking about how California allegedly got its name from the story that was from a Spanish romance novel in the 1500s. That Cortez, yeah, the Amazons and all that. Yeah. Because the research was saying that, yeah, we think it was from that book. However, there's even like very old references to this Queen Califia that's like 500 years before that even. So I don't know. Interesting. Yeah. The spirit of California.
That's weird. Why the Arab name? Right? Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it does. Well, they spell it with a C, but it still sounds like Khalifa. You think of Califia, Mia Khalifa.
Oh, right, because they're Spanish. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. They got a lot of the same names, right? Because of the
same people, though, right?
Yeah, it's the Moors. Yeah,
the Moors, the Moorish science. Let me hear you what this dude has to say real quick before we pimp off. And this ruins, origins. There you go.
Town was Kala or Kalat. This word was used as a prefix in forming their names, and a number of such names were known to the Christian world. All right, so we need to now, when they say Northwest Africa, are they talking about in the continent of Africa, or are they talking about it in a Moorish perspective? In Northwest Africa, if you look at their Amexem map of the Moors, it's actually North America. So are we talking about North America or West Africa, really? All right, so it's something to think about. We don't know that for sure right here. All right, I'm just saying. So let's continue. It says the Arabic geographers have preserved for us many of
because the story, the legend, the myth is that the California was an island off of either South America by Peru or by North America. So this is why he's saying maybe it was in the Moorish sense, whatever that means. They're actually talking about Africa, off the coast of Africa. When they mean when he says in the Moorish sense, is he talking about because a lot of Moors I've noticed or Moorish stories and stuff, they basically act like they were the emperors of the whole world at one point.
It's a good question. I'm not sure. It damn near seemed like they were. It seemed like they had a stronghold at one point in time.
They were the civilization or the kingdom, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even shit. The thing that kind of like hit me to that game was the George Washington letters.
Oh, about Morocco and that.
Yeah, exactly. Where it seemed like he was reporting back to the Moors. You know what I mean? Like, does this appease you? Type shit. It's a wobbler, bro. We can't go back in time. Not till we leave this vessel. Maybe.
Right. Oh, we listen to an old song on YouTube. That's the closest I get as a time traveler. Just watching this video in the past.
Come on.
Does that count as the Black Hand then? Because I don't know if you know who's anyway, there's some YouTubers out there that believe that there is even though when we think of Illuminati and all that, we're thinking about like mostly European people, but there's a black hand behind them, literal black hand behind them that are actually running shit. Would that be these Moorish type of bloodlines?
I mean, maybe, but wasn't brothers black though? Were they black?
When I say black, I'll say melanated because no one's really black unless you're from Sudan. or something like that. Yeah.
Well, the guy who conquered in Spain, guys called Tariq ibn Ziyad, right? And yeah, I mean, if you look at him, he's actually an African slave who actually conquered the territory.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And the slaves were able to acquire territory and wealth. You know what I mean? So, like, being a slave was essentially like being an indentured servant. So, there was still slaves that participated in acts of military valor. And this guy, Tariq ibn Ziyad, as an African slave, he became the governor of Spain.
Oh, as a slave? Because he inherited it?
No, he conquered it.
He conquered it. Okay.
Yeah, essentially, they were brought in as mercenaries to defend against the Visigoths. The invaders.
So he was like, you read the book, The Spook That Sat by the Door?
I heard of it. Yeah. It's a CIA shit, right?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
There's a movie too. There's a movie you can catch it on YouTube, but the book is definitely better. But the movie does a decent representation. But basically, it was about it was based off like some true life shit, where a brother saw some toxic shit going on in his community, infiltrated the Central Intelligence Agency to use their tactics against him, and but ultimately he wound up paying for his life. But he educated some brothers once he got on the inside. You know what I mean? Well, it sound like, bro, you talking about what'd you say?
Wait, you say he willingly went in there? He willingly went to CIA, knowing that his agenda was to. Damn, that's pretty dedicated.
It's a deep book, bro. Hey, like I said, even the movie does a pretty good job of like describing the actual story. But yep, the spook that sat by the door, bro. He was on the inside looking out. So you know what I'm saying? Basically, like he offered himself up to a sort of form of slavery or indentured servitude, knowing that you have to serve your master.
Absolutely.
In order to get the word back out to your people.
So in this case, it was blood in, blood out, basically.
But kind of, yeah.
And in the machine, you said this guy's name is Tariq something. The became the leader of Spain or the king of Spain. Tariq, okay, not Tariq in the Plano verse, of course. Teriyaki or whatever.
Many of these mouth-filling appellations, among them was in particular, which designated a city of this type apparently very famous among the Western Christians. It lay 4 days' march south of Bogi, was the capital of a great empire founded by a warrior called Beni Hamad, whose renown for magnificence rivaled that of Solomon, and was named after the Berber tribe of the Beni Ifren, who were his vassals, Kala Ifrene, or Kal Ifrene. It was the...
That sounds Arabic or something.
Yeah, that's what the guy who conquered Spain was. He was a Berber.
Really?
And, yeah, they're from North Africa.
Okay.
And they're
this is perfect.
Basically mixed people.
Oh, like Spanish and African?
Yeah.
European African, huh? Yeah. Because come to find out, because don't get it twisted. When people think of Spanish people, the way it's used in America is wrong. Because Spanish people are literally Europeans, bro. They're not fucking like Afro Latino people. They speak Spanish though. Yeah.
Queen city of Barbary in the 11th century.
Queen city of Barbary.
So that would be in the thousands AD. And recent excavations on the site have confirmed the glowing accounts left by Arabic geographers and historians as to its extent and splendor. It was the Kala for excellence in the eyes and imagination of the Occidental defenders of the faith until its downfall in the middle of the 12th century or 1100s.
Pause it real quick, Gabe.
Professor Boissonade.
Can you go back just a couple seconds? Because I can't remember how bro pronounced it, but it said like boogie or whatever the case may be. But this is it kind of is like, it's a little like it's a little wrap around or whatever from the bougie conversation he was having, talking about
bougie,
the people now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The upper middle class. Come on.
Exactly.
Occidental defenders of the faith until its downfall in the imagination So that would be in the thousands AD.
Oh, the south north of the bougie.
Named after the Berber tribe of the Beni Ifrin, who were his killer, which designated a city of this type apparently very famous among the Western Christians. It lay 4 days' march south of Bogi.
Oh, there you go. I would say bougie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's interesting though. You know what I mean? How it all comes back full circle.
I'm sure, dude, there are definitely people sharing languages and all that, especially in that part of the world.
Yeah, transliteration
crossroads.
versus translation, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, transliteration is like very different than transliteration, you know? But for sure.
Was the capital of a great empire founded by a warrior called Beni Hamad, whose renowned for magnificence rivaled that of Solomon. It was named after the Berber tribe of the Beni Ifrin, who were his vassals. Kala Ifrene, or Kal Ifrene. It was the queen city of Barbary in the
what is a
11th century.
What does that mean in this context? What is a vassal?
Like a prince machine, is that right? Or a vassal?
Vassal is like somebody that you control.
Duke. Yeah, like a representative,
a holder of land.
Yeah, like ministers.
This is what Google says, anyways. A holder of land.
Holder of land.
Yeah, like it's somebody like.
He said holder.
It's like a Republican form of leadership where your ministers basically you employ them to like different territories. They have vassals and then they have
colonizer,
serfs.
bro.
Yeah, it's like medieval. It's like you got vassals and serfs under the vassals.
Okay. Let me read this definition from Oxford. It says a holder of land by feudal tenure on conditions of homage and allegiance.
Damn, you don't own shit. You're leasing it.
More or less. Yeah. Like, you own the building, my nigga, but you don't own the land that the shit is on, though. You know, you can have the building, but the land, though, we evict your ass at any point in time.
Right. It's almost like he's a trustee in prison.
Almost
a trustee.
Right.
Yeah, you're just a little better than the serf. Not a little bit, probably a lot better than the serfs. A vassal. You know.
Yeah, it's like you basically. You know, like you have your little kingdom. You know what I mean? Where you control the people that work there.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Is that the case of the Tariq guy, you think? Machine? Was he more like a vassal, or was he really doing his own shit? His own autonomy?
It's kind of both. Because back then, you know, like if you control a territory, you could basically do whatever you want there.
Right, because they're not looking over your shoulder.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. Until you fuck up.
So that would be in the thousands AD. And recent excavations on the site have confirmed the glowing accounts left by Arabic geographers and historians as to its extent and splendor. It was the Kala for excellence in the eyes and imagination of the Occidental defenders of the faith until its downfall in the middle of the 12th century or 1100s. Professor Boissonade considers it undoubtedly to have been not only the Califerne of the Chanson de Roland, but also the California of the Sergas de Esplandian.
Sandra de Esplandia is the story, the romantic novel from the 1500s. That was where Cortez was reading when he took over California and named it California.
And as a sort of epilogue, he comments on singular destiny, which was in store for this name from the Maghreb, Northwest Africa, and a Spanish romance added to the Amadis de Gaula in the 15th and 16th centuries. It designates the imaginary country of the Black Amazons. And finally, it is applied in America. To the land since become famous under the name California. But it says, so that Arabic word caliph, all right, caliph, appears not to have been a bad clue.
I'm surprised we've never seen that as a mascot in California, the Black Amazons or anything like that. That's wild.
And that's
Caliph is like a leader too, right? Is that correct, Mashi?
Right.
Caliph, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. So this is Mr. Herbert D. Austin's from the University of Southern California explanation of the name. All right. All right. So that's the first book that we went through. I just wanted to have his perspective, right, Mr. Herbert Austin's, right? So you can see, because we're going to hear that that's something people like to use as the origin, right, of the name of Queen Khalifa and California. So, we talk about it, right? And
with all this Amazon talk and like this civilization, or like kind of like powerful civilization. I don't know what the technology was or whatever, but do you think there was something like a Atlantean type of civilization going on? And in this history what we know as history is kind of fake, a lot of it, to cover up that there was other big, powerful civilizations? Or is that just too far-fetched for you to...
Well, I think it's a psyop how long humans have been here.
Oh, you think so?
Oh,
you
yeah,
think we've been here
definitely.
shorter or longer?
I think much longer.
Longer, yeah. Yeah. And the reason that would make it so the average quote-unquote serf or pleb is not very powerful, because
Well, I just think it's so that they could push a notion of progress that's sort of linear.
Yeah.
That means that sort of modern Western civilization is the pinnacle of progress. So it's obviously, I mean, in every age they claim that. You could go back to 2000 BC and they say we're living in the most advanced civilization on Earth, folks. Yeah. Right? But you could go back in the past and they claim that there was more advanced civilizations before that.
Right.
So, I mean, it's all who do you want to believe, because modern science is a way of changing its story. Mm-hmm. So, they'll come to different conclusions. Then they're going to say Göbekli Tepe. Then they're going to say different stuff. I mean, so it's all just a bunch of hearsay at this point, and I'm inclined to believe the people in, 400 BC as much as I believe a scientist, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because they had their own scientists back then, man. Definitely. What's up, Kev? He's back.
What up?
Yeah, your good friend Sherelle just said, "Just hi to Kev."
Oh, what up?
Hi to
Sister? How you doing?
Yeah.
Hello.
What's up, Sherelle? No, but this thing is interesting. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but this guy talking about the origins of the word California, and he goes all the way back to, like I said, about that Spanish novel. But then before that, it was a Portuguese novel, and before that, he said it was the name and the references to the Queen of California was in a German law book from like 1050. Yeah, some crazy shit.
Now I want to bring your attention to.
Let me see what he talks about.
Abbreviatum, written which all these great princes and lords were embarking. By Tresson, published in France in the last century. This author, as if to add to the probability, right? All these books, history books, they're called History of the Indies. The vault of a building. He thinks these words are thus applied because with Cape St. Lucas there is a little cove of the sea, towards the western part of which rises a rock. So worn out that on the upper part of the hollow is seen a vault as perfect as if made by art. Cortes therefore observing this cala or cove in this vault probably called this port California or Cala in Port Nix, speaking half in Spanish, half in Latin. Alright, so we're gonna get again the letter from Cortes to King Charles V, alright, to see what he actually said. Clavijero suggests, as an improvement on this somewhat wild etymology, that Cortes may have said Californax, Cove Furnace, speaking.
We talked about that, Kevin. Californics. Like
exactly. Yeah.
About California. I like the yeah.
As in the Jesuits' suggestion in 2 languages. All right, so again, we get a lot of opinions. A lot of different people, historians and people in different times had their opinion on why this place was called California, you see.
Because it's such a weird name if you think about it compared to all the other states in America. You know, California.
It must have been anciently already been called that. And everybody's trying to figure it out, even back in 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. They're trying to figure out why it was named California. All right. Continuing says, I am told that the Reverend Dean Trench, in one of his etymological works, suggests that the Greek, and I don't read Greek, says implying that the province seemed to the early settlers to have the attractions of a beautiful adultery. I have not.
What? They have the Greek translation.
See, okay.
Hell no.
See, okay. I'm not mad at that right there, because I was a little skeptical about bringing up like Calipigian. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like the beautiful ass or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, that's right.
It all comes back from like Greek. You know what I'm saying? Greek. That's all. That's all like Greek shit. You know, Calipigian. Yeah, different spelling.
Beautiful adultery, not ugly adultery, beautiful adultery.
Yeah, beautiful adultery for sure.
Which has been a subject in the Palaverse.
Not myself found this passage, but I remember Mr. Powers, the sculptor, represents California as a naked woman, seductive in front, but concealing a torn bush in her hands behind. And he describes his statue as intended to represent her.
Wait. So naked woman, seductive in front, so she's showing the tatas maybe a little bit, but then concealing a thorn bush. The way we think of bush, it means, you know, the pubic hair or whatever in her hands behind.
Yeah.
So then he describes the statue as intended
her false seductions.
Seductions, huh?
Interesting. So Mr. Powers depicts California as a naked woman. Why a woman? And why is the emblem?
I've seen this before, huh?
I'm gonna put a track. Pause. I'm gonna put a track in the background. You know, it's called Calipigians by my pastor, actually, Roger Causey, aka King Rod.
Okay,
it's pretty dope. But
let's listen to
it's kind of like, yeah, it's right alongside with this shit right here.
Okay, let me get this right here, then we'll play that right now. Let's just look at this picture
of America.
I've seen this like on murals, like at at the post office and stuff too, like a federal stuff. This is her, huh? This is Queen Califia. Yeah, wow. She don't look like the typical Native American you see.
Not at all. She dark like what's the tribe that the Shinnecock, like the Shinnecock Indians, how dark they were, you know?
Yeah. Or like Seminoles too.
Yeah, or the Seminoles as well, for sure.
Yeah. This is dope. It does look like California back there.
A woman, an indigenous woman, right? And it's in California. All right.
That's the spirit of California, boys.
100% for sure. Because look at
California.
It's like you see the pine trees there as well as the palm trees. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh
see,
yeah.
On the right there, that's the pines.
There is a palm tree back there.
Facts.
Yeah. They got a waterfall up there too, behind her,
and the mountains. You know,
that actually looks like
underneath of her right forearm. You know, underneath of her right forearm, there's a palm tree like in the distance. You know,
that's what I mean. That's the palm tree. It's up in the front, but that's the first one I saw was in the back, and then it looks like a redwood or something. And then that looks like a hairy mushroom. That thing right there. That thing was like a toadstool, hairy toadstool. That I never seen a tree like that before.
Hold on, which one?
It's like a mushroom with hair on it. Take off the green
on the left hand side.
Yeah, take off the green hair. It looks like a mushroom, bro.
Okay, yep, I got you.
That's my stretch.
Right, and it's in California. All right. And what is this?
And she's thick too. Like those Amazonians.
State seal of California.
She looks strong.
And it says here, a naked woman, seductive in front but concealing a thorn bush in her hands behind. Sounds like Eve, doesn't it? And he describes his statue as intended to represent her false seductions. Of this, doesn't it? And he
according to the book, this is what California is like, an island, right here. The romance novel. Yeah.
Describes his statue as intended to represent her false seductions. Of this etymology, it is enough to say that Cortez and his men knew nothing of the seductions, never finding gold or anything else tempting there, and that the theory requires more, yet worse, scholarship at their hands than that of Khalida Fornax. All right, so those are like wild etymologies, as he's saying. Of all such speculations, Mr. Greenhouse says very fitly, none of them are satisfactory or even ingenious. It is in the worthless romance of the Serjas of Explandian, the son of Amadis of Gaul, a book long since deservedly forgotten, that there is to be found the source from which the adventurers transferred the name California to the new region of their discovery. Towards the close of this romance, the various Christian knights assembled to defend the emperors of the Greeks and the cities of Constantinople, the emperors of the Greeks. So
it's kind of far to go from California to Constantinople. You know, that's pretty epic. Very far.
These Christian knights were warriors, right? Soldiers. All right. And they were defenders of the emperor of the Greeks in the city of Constantinople against the attack of the Turks and infidels. On this occasion, in a romance published first in 1510. All right, we got that already. 25 years before Cortez discovered the American California. The name appears with precisely our spelling in the following passage. Again, we're going to get this many times. Know that on the right hand of the Indies, there is an island. It's called California, very near to the terrestrial paradise, which was peopled with black women without any men among them, because they were accustomed to live after the fashion of Amazons. They were strong, were accustomed to live.
Yeah, right there. She looked like goddamn Whoopi motherfucking Goldberg on the right.
No, you called it. You called it because the first video they were talking about, if you go to California Adventures in Orange County in Los Angeles, they have a mural with that picture on it, and they have a movie that they show about the spirit of California, and Whoopi Goldberg plays her.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Wasn't she in that movie Ghost too? Wasn't she like the Oracle in the movie Ghost?
Yeah, she was. She was the first Oracle, the unwitting one at first.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She was in Sister Act 2.
Yeah, Sister Act. Was.
Yeah.
And
what is that thing in the middle, bro?
That kind of looked like the nautical star or whatever the case may be, where the sun.
Okay. Oh, like yeah. The compass.
Yeah. Yep. In the corner, like showing the picture.
You're right.
Of yeah. No, it's interesting though, because it was talking about gold also, like earlier in that article, you know. And I don't know if y'all familiar with the people. They say there's like the LA Times published this article in 1934, right? There was this cat. He was supposed to what was that guy's name? It's on the tip of my tongue. G. Warren. So he supposedly like found these underground catacombs underneath the city of Los Angeles that, as the legend goes, or at least, like I said, the Los Angeles Times, they published this article in 1934. It was a story like involving G. Warren, who was supposed to be a miner. I think it was G. Warren, like Schufelt or Schufelt or some shit like that. And he claimed that there was like this ancient race of technologically advanced, quote unquote, lizard people, and they built these chambers beneath the city of Los Angeles to escape from some type of like cataclysmic event that might take place, you know. And a lot of people hear that and then they just think about David Icke, like, oh shit, this motherfucker talking about the reptilian people, you know. That wasn't what bro was talking about. They called themselves like the lizard people, you know what I'm saying? Much like,
they were actually humans. They just called themselves that. Yeah, I get you.
Like
I get
the
you.
lizard people.
Because at first I was thinking that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah,
these
David
lizards
Icke
with
edition.
tails were going underneath Compton.
Right. No, it's a crazy ass story, but it's another one of them that got snatched off the books or whatever the case may be. And it was supposed to be like, I don't know, they're like 5,000 years ago or some shit like that. There's no like actual date for when they was down there, but as the legend goes or whatever, there was like an astronomical amount of gold underneath of there and like some tablets that had like some damn like 10th commandment type tablets.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Of enlightenment, probably. People want to think. Yeah, some good stuff.
But the astronomical gold part is the part that's like standing out to me when you playing this. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like thinking back on the shit that I read in the past, I'm like, hold up, you know, trying to tie some shit in. Like, hey, nigga, hold on, you know?
Yeah, and the reason you're putting it all, getting it all reconnected. That's the thing.
Yeah,
and then these people, dog, like there must have been an astronomical amount of gold, is because what they said in the novel, romance novel, that the land of California, where the Amazons were living, the women, they didn't have nothing, but the only metal they had was gold.
Exactly.
So that's why when they had griffins too. Griffins, was there any of those around anymore? When they would tie up their animals and try to tame their animals, everything would be in gold, bro. And it's like they're not even trying to floss. That's just how they do it, right?
Bro, I believe them being them. It'd be some damn truth in the details. I don't know how true the details are, but you know, the movie Avatar, where niggas was flying around on these goddamn griffin looking things and all.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's all there, man.
Yeah.
Because even if it isn't as a failsafe, just off the spirit of the mythology, I'm getting something out of it personally.
Me too.
And people who fuck with me are, because we live in the spirit of California, bro.
Yeah,
California, where the kings and the queens go to play, and what they call a beautiful adultery. Beautiful adultery. All this it's all a vibe in a good sense, man.
Yeah,
this is good shit.
And that whole little Calipigian shit, bro, that's built off of the Calipigian. That's a statue. You know what I'm saying? In Greece.
Oh, really?
I'd imagine it's a white girl. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, but she got her whole ass out. You know what I'm saying? All like,
oh yeah.
Edition, you know,
this is off the strength of your pastor. What synchronicity? I'm gonna play this right now. Oh wait, here we go. That's the first thing I saw when you shared it. Caught my eye.
Yeah, that ass.
That ass. Yeah.
That ass.
Let me play the sound.
Backside, honey, apple bottom, career, extended cab, mountain, bumper, steer. What's the worth of a basement when there's nothing on? Here, cat, peachy, buttocks, behind, rear. Backside, honey, apple bottom, career, extended cab, mountains, bumper, steer. What's the worth of a basement when there's nothing on? Here, Californication, big titties and extended cab. Blame it on a lack of intellect, resuming village grabs. One for stripper poles and centerfolds. If a centerfolds, science says it's chemicals. Octopus, genitals, hate on the gentleman G's. I can believe that donkey is bigger believe. Only alphabet we know is the P. No better five, put that pussy on D. She got that O in my T. Fascinated, engine calibrated, prorated, donated, rotated. I get animated, put my teeth in the rhythm, I Colgate it. I got two in the den. Minnesota twin, one swap slam gym, other lick rim. Put the gas pump in a big wheel, hands on the nose. How that don't feel? Beat the body limb, Lisa on the him. One name Chloe, other name Kim. Roleplay Kanye, that's just my pseudonym. Never mind your mammy, Papa Zanny, eat a burp. Madam CJ Walker, bless it, Coleman really put in work. As became my only asset, watch it jiggle, baby twerk. Remove man, define woman, nigga, see how we alert. You don't need a uterus to be a lady, we dismantle you. It's all about that wop, hop out a quote from Maya Angelou. Grub in the hub, liquor plate, Uber East. Wait a minute, nigga, she belong to the streets. Bounce, 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 glutes twerk harder. Until she turned around, I realized it was my daughter. Get your education, dad ain't gonna make no money then. Can't afford no student loans or education. Calipigian, buttocks behind, rear, backside, honey, apple bottom, career, extended cab, mountain, bumper, steer. What's the worth of a basement when it's
This is total synchronicity, bro.
Oh, God in heaven, it is.
Still, what's the worth of a bitch when niggas nothing know? Here, Califia, that thing stretch out like a limo. Had a high standard, now she limo for the demo. Was it lack of self-esteem, or is it more parental? A woman incidentals, now she's treated like a rental. Making mental by Shelly Chisholm, would it be odd? Raised by Ida Wells, aside Felicia Rashad. If her and Mary Bethune with 2 peas in a pod, would she be known for her wisdom and beauty, vision, and God? Can she be expected to become what she never saw? Shit, nowadays teens twerking with their grandma. Butt pads, fake lashes, that's my base. She like a bossa in the mouth, I told her meet me halfway. I love inner beauty, but y'all ain't really feeling it. Cosmetic cosmos, but injections filled with fixes. Fake tits, extra grits, Georgia peach, hanging clicks. Instagram models with pics, looking for clicks. I'm talking to my queens, listen up, it's just you and me. Trade a bad attitude with glutes for a gluten free. He sell female, see a niggas all serious. He don't want no conversation, just protruding posterior. Listen to pimpin', Sarah Bachman first video fixin'. Please pay attention. Dr. Soul Kitten document was written. Do the devil's bitten, slave master put a name on it. Nigga can't rent a train on her. Give her money, put the fame on her. Dairy Queen need the cane on her. Just to the face, then it came on her. Damage goods, put the claim on her. Papa watch her get raped, corded in, tape, then put the pain on her. Grandkids let the shame on her. Grandkids let the shame on her. Who you gon' blame when the daddy and the slave master the same on? Bitch, God like this just enough. You don't call your daughter that, then why you tell mother down? Bitch, stop sluffing. God like this just enough. You don't call the daughter that, then why you tell mother down? Washington, Lincolns, Jackson, big 50s. As her only asset, then she worthless in her 50s. Teaching why they young, all they worthless as in titties. Twerking age of 9, piece of dinner time. Washington, Lincolns, Jackson, big 50s. As her only asset, then she worthless in her 50s. Teaching why they young, all they worthless as in titties. Twerking age of 9, piece of dinner time.
You're worth so much more than your booty. Treasure, I'm sorry for the fake on the protection, which later came to exploitation. Instead of weighing in on your thoughts and counting on your intelligence, we rather give you uppercuts and leaving you too thin for yourself in these streets.
Yeah, King Rod is pretty dope, bro. That's that real Bible rap that I really fuck with, you know? Bro has like a serious message behind the shit he's saying. He be rapping fast as hell, but if you slow it down and listen to what bro's saying, like, it be getting different, you know?
I'm glad he had the words on there. Yeah. That was tight. Let me get this with his information out there. That shit was tight. Let's see. Oh man, that's his social media right there.
Yeah, for sure. You can do a little self promo after that.
Yeah, he's dope. I love it. I heard that before, but it really was on tune with what we're talking about right now. It's like that contradiction of like voluptuous, thick, strong, and maybe even a little pretty independent and strong-willed, however, still feminine. You know, the California spirit, not just California, but it's a spirit to it.
And how you got impregnated by this doctrine that you think that you're supposed to subscribe to, but who gave you that fucking doctrine that you think that you're supposed to subscribe to? You know, so it kind of like it parallels everything that we've been talking about, you know, the colonization and Cortez and just everything else. Like who gave you niggas this fucking this ideology or this mindset that you think that you're supposed to subscribe to? Like who gave you that? Is this real? Like what we doing? You know?
Nah, man, that's the great way to look at it, because you were like running on autopilot, really.
Facts.
For so long, but it's been going on so long, you don't seem like autopilot. It seems like you did this. This is all you. But every time I'm repping this, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. We got set in perpetual motion off of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Now we think this is normal. You know what I'm saying? This is the bar. Or, yeah. Come on.
A fucking state is named after a romance novel. With these thirsty ass conquistadors were reading that, and then they basically like the penthouse of the time, the penthouse letters in the back. Yeah. They go on you go on grape and pillage, and they see these beautiful copper women, and then they just put it on, and here we are today.
And here we are.
This is wild, man.
Yes, sir.
They don't teach that in the history books. California history. Yeah.
Fashion of Amazons. They were of strong, hardened bodies, of ardent courage, and of great force. The island was the strongest in the world. From its steep rocks and great cliffs, their arms were all of gold, and so were the comparisons of the wild beasts which they rode. They rode.
Everything in gold. You see that? Gold, man.
After having tamed them, for in all their islands there is no other metal. They lived in caves very well worked out. They had many ships in which they sailed to other parts to carry on their forays. In the paper to which these paragraphs are in introduction, I have translated every passage in the Explandian which relates to the Queen of California, the name appearing as will be seen in several distinct passages in the history. This romance, as I have said, is believed to have been printed first in 1510. No copies of this edition, however, are extant. But of this edition of 1519, a copy is preserved, and there are copies successive, edition 1525 and 1526, which is the version I have, in which last year 2 editions were published, one at Seville and the other at Burgos. All of these are in Spanish.
This is a bad representation of the spirit of California. Sherelle's great. But her comment is, I know of a couple girls in Miami that got their booties filled with Fix-A-Flat. Oh my God. One of them, her ass literally fell, and it looked weird after that. Felt bad for her in a way. Secondhand embarrassment. Shit.
Yeah, that's a fact. There was a couple stories that came out about them girls going to the makeshift doctors, and it was literally putting Fix-A-Flat in that ass.
Fix-A-Flat, damn. Yeah. Fix-A-Flat's not even really good to put in your car long term anyway. You know, I mean, it's good for the emergency, right? But you're gonna get a new tire. These bitches been putting it in their butt for forever.
Yeah. Well, it turned out to be temporary with the infection and all that, but
that's bad.
Yeah, they were signing up to these bootleg doctors that, we got something for you.
Show them up in the damn Motel 6. Meet up, see people.
Exactly.
And she said secondhand embarrassment. That's the beauty of the German language. They use a lot of compound words because they have a lot of words to describe situations that we necessarily don't have in English, right? But because they have so many words, they can describe little nuances and what do they call it, minutia things, the little details of things that we don't have words for in English. And one of their words is for secondhand. They have a word for secondhand embarrassment in German. Because you felt like that, like where you see someone crashing out or doing something, and they might not know they're even crashing out, but you're like, and the whole room is like, oh my God. You feel so bad, so embarrassed. It's a secondhand embarrassment.
Facts. And that's the importance of like transliteration versus translation, Transliteration is like what language thinks that word should have meant in another language and tries to translate it into another. You know what I'm saying? That's the translation. But if translation is like the literal,
Literal, okay. Yeah, man, that's a good point because I go translated. How do you say it?
Transliterate.
Transliterate. I asked that of my my wife a lot, and also my son now. But from the Mandarin Chinese, certain words. Because you want to know. Yeah, it may be the exact translation, but it may not be the same, conveying the same things, right?
100%.
It's important to know the distinction. Yeah.
definitely like it's even in like the different like versions of the Bible, like the King James, or you know what I mean, like all the different how they say quote unquote translations of the Bible. That's why you'll see like such distinct differences in certain like in Genesis, for instance. Like Genesis is a really good one. You know, in the passages within, you know, the King James or the whatever fucking different like transliterations or translations, you'll see like distinct differences in the passages, and that's because the transliteration is different, you know, depending on who transliterated it, you know.
Which is not, that's not good. You rather like them fuck with the translation rather, because it's a whole nother context, huh?
100%, bro. It's a completely different context.
Completely different, man.
Completely
it's
different.
Like it's so crazy, Kevin, like when you watch a movie like Ghostbusters, right? But then you see the in Mandarin Chinese at the movie theater, it's in Mandarin, and I go, hey Ben, like can you translate what does it actually say? And he'll give me the translation, and it has nothing to do with the word Ghostbusters. It's like a spirit of the mountain, or I don't know. It'll be like something that, you know what I mean. That if you saw that, you'd be like, "What the fuck is that?" Maybe the spirit part will get a giveaway, but like completely different, Kevin. Completely different.
Right. Yeah. It was King Rod gave me that little piece of game back in like 2019. You know, the brother whose song we just played or whatever, my pastor. He was explaining the difference, you know, and you know, he understands like Hebrew or whatever, so he's pretty tapped in to be able to understand the original source of the Bible or whatever the case may be, you know.
Right.
So he's like, bro, some shit you're not finna understand unless you like learn this language, you know. He's like, that's the difference between transliteration and translation. You like this shit like jacked up. Like a lot of people don't understand what the fuck going on. You're like, I don't even understand what the fuck going on necessarily, but I got as close as possible.
Yeah, it goes deep, man. Yeah, people like trying to translate it even into from Hebrew and then going into the Greek translation of the Bible, and they were having Jesus doing some wild stuff I never even heard of. I can't even talk about on this broadcast. I don't want to lose half the people, but it was some weird shit, right? But yeah, man. It's important tricky. To get your language right. It gets tricky. I like that. That's a good way of saying it.
Follows almost certainly that Cortez and his followers in 1535 must have been acquainted with the Romans, and as they sailed up the west side of Mexico, they supposed they were precisely at the place indicated. So why would Cortez and his people suppose? Why did they start saying, yo, this is California, this is the one in the Romance? He knew it was precisely at the place indicated, precisely in the right hand of the Indies, right? All these books, history books.
Kind of right north, though, of the Indies, right?
Yeah,
not necessarily right. Yeah, because that's South America, the Indies, huh?
They're called
Andes, excuse me. Yeah.
Indies of the New World or New Spain. Indies. On the right hand of the Indies, there is an island near the terrestrial paradise. It will be remembered.
Damn, that's really how way he thought California was like that. You see that? He thought it was an island, when in fact it probably he just was going alongside a river or something. Right here. Yeah. That's the old map of California.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I wonder if that was not. I don't know, bro.
It might have been like that. Maybe,
it's possible. I forget what the lake that was in the center of California. Like,
there was a lake there. I think I remember hearing that.
Big ass lake, bro. Huge fucking lake. You know,
it dried up, right?
Nah, it didn't just dry up. They paused. They sucked that motherfucker dry to make room for, you know what I'm saying, like development and shit. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm not mad at these.
So he may have been right.
He might have been right for sure.
Yeah.
Also, that by sailing in the same direction, Columbus, in his letter to the sovereign, says, he shall be sailing towards the terrestrial paradise. Let me go back.
Terrestrial,
Whoa.
earthly paradise.
It will be remembered. Yo, you got to remember that by sailing in the same direction, all right? Columbus, in his letter to the sovereign, says he shall be sailing towards the terrestrial paradise. Columbus knew he was going to the terrestrial paradise. He wrote all this stuff. If you believe Columbus was a real person, his records, the person he supposedly was, wrote, his character wrote, it's recorded in the Columbina libraries and many other books.
Columbina.
All right, that he knew he was going to go get the Holy Land, the Holy City in Mount Zion. He knew his journey was...
That's what Machine was saying earlier when he said that the pear. He thought the earth was like a pear, and then the holy, and I said Zion, that part. The holy mountain going to the top. Yeah.
Divine. He knew he was allowed to cross the ocean. It was divine. He was allowed. He knew that. He said it.
Allowed to cross the ocean. He's saying allowed by God or some other force, human forces going on there. It's kind of strange. That'd be kind of epic if somebody could control you from using the ocean. Well, they do that now, huh? With all those warships out there in the Taiwan Strait and whatnot. Yeah. I guess you do have to have permission.
All right. And he also said again that he shall be sailing towards the terrestrial paradise when he goes towards the Indies. America. We need not suppose that Cortez believed the romance, but more than we do. Though we assert...
There we go from Sherelle Snow has a comment. And that big fault line, San Andreas, California, supposed to fall into the ocean. And wouldn't doubt it. This is how it used to be. That's a real cool map. Yeah, it was. Dude, it might look like that again, huh, Kev?
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that map. So, bro, just picture like Pangea was a real thing, at one point in time, right?
Yeah.
And
I think so.
Like,
I would hope so.
I know that. Like, let's just say, for instance, like either shit collided with one another, like what would it be, like East Africa and Western, United States, like either collided with one another.
It fits
perfectly, bro.
Yeah.
So if there was like some type of like break off or something like that, or like a fracturing, and then everything started to separate, or there was a collision and then it started to separate again, whatever the fucking case may be, I can see like California being like a casualty of war or whatever to a certain extent. Either what was pressed into that, you know what I'm saying, and that's where that San Andreas fault comes from, or it's separated, you know what I'm saying, and that was a fracture of the separation. I can totally see that, and some type of valley being created. There was all water there, and then just how tectonic plates is still operating, or earthquakes or whatever, like shit just started to get closer, started to separate a little bit more. I can see that, you know what I mean? Like I can see
it,
the possibility of some shit like that happening for sure.
It would make conducive to people probably getting along more in the world, knowing that we literally share the same continents and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And that would make a whole lot more sense of, they're like, but yet these niggas got the same goddamn hieroglyphics over here in goddamn, you know what I'm saying, East Africa that they got in goddamn Mexico. Like, the fuck going on with this? Like, aliens are definitely real. No, nigga, aliens ain't gotta be real. They ain't gotta necessarily be like ufology. Maybe this shit was all one at one point in time. What did you call that shit? The quickest path, the Pythagorean theory or some shit like that. What the fuck did you say?
Oh, I said the Occam's razor. The most plausible explanation is probably what really happened.
Yes, the path of least resistance. I'm like more inclined to believe that, like it was all a part of the same continent at one point in time. And niggas was just migrating, and that's how we get all the writings on the wall that's so similar. And then boom, some shit happened, and whatever the fuck happened.
China Maya, all that. Yeah, because like all all the ancient alien stuff, like it's fun and maybe it happened, but Occam's razor would tell me that ain't even no fucking aliens. We are the alien, and we might have seemed like God, alien or aliens, like highly, because maybe we were more with it evolved back then in certain aspects. So that would seem like godlike to us now.
Right.
I'm sure there's things that we do and have that's actually more evolved, and we would seem godlike to them. But in the end, it doesn't matter either way, because neither of us are probably God, big G. We're here now doing our thing. But I like to think about bringing together. You know, realistically, I get it. We're different tribes, because even if you're in our families, and even some friend groups, it's like a friendly competition goes on sometimes, right? But there's still love. We're still love, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's a comment? Gotta get. Oh yeah, take care. Thanks for coming by. LW, TA.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Salute, TA.
Salute. Yeah. Shout out to Sherelle Sloan. In my opinion, humble opinion, one of the most beautiful people in the Panelverse. Definitely, easily. Probably easily.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, homies, I definitely got to get some rest too. You know, it's almost 3 hours till it's like 5 a.m. I got to get up and maybe eat some breakfast because it's Ramadan. Right? So
that's right.
Definitely.
That's
right.
right, Machine.
Happy Ramadan, my brother.
Yeah,
thank
for
you.
sure.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, blessings.
blessings.
Homies. Yeah.
Machine,
it's been a beautiful talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you playing that last time. You think you might play it this time on your broadcast? Because this is a good one. What we're having, what we did right now. Because remember, you said last time you think you played.
Oh
last
yeah,
time you came on.
yeah.
That was cool. I was watching that in the
hop up
rewind.
on that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's some good stuff.
Be well, my friend, my brother.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Good job.
Peace.
Appreciate the dialogue, buddy.
Yeah, peace, MPC. Yeah, peace, Kev. Yeah, blessings, guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, talk to you guys soon. Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah, dude, Kev, that was epic. That's epic. You and Machine meeting finally. I mean, at least in more than just passing by. Me may have been in the same panel, but sometimes, shit, it's hard to actually talk to somebody sometimes.
Yeah.
So it was cool.
No, we met over here one time before, but he was just popping on and I had to go. You know what I'm saying? But,
all right.
Yeah. Nah, that motherfucker, like, really intelligent. All due respect. You know, I don't mean no disrespect.
No, we know what you mean.
Yeah, no, bro.
That's love, actually. That type of motherfucker is love. That type of. I know you said it. I know you said it. We get you.
I fuck with his perspective, bro. I don't always be agreeing. Every once in a while, I catch like something that he's talking about, and I don't always agree with him. But he made me think about shit, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, let me reevaluate my stance on this shit. Let me run a lap real quick. You know?
Yeah.
I fuck with that type of individual right there, bro. He's intelligent, and salute to him the long way, bro.
Yeah, I look at his broadcast like he's a professor. Like, and then you gotta literally, like you say, like take notes and add what you can. But listen, you'll learn a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. He got one of them different type of memories, you know what I mean? Where he just he can rattle the shit off. Like everything that he soak up, pause, like he remember that shit. He can spit that shit right back at you.
Spit it out at the right moment.
Yeah. For sure. I respect that.
Yeah. Comment from Sherelle Snow. All that pressure from the Yellowstone magma underground would fill up the whole Grand Canyon with lava. Oh man, that'd be that'll be done, huh? Another great reset.
Yeah, no, it's over with it for sure. Y'all, Jurassic era.
Jurassic era, yeah. You got your boy over here living on the Ring of Fire. Over here, the Pacific Rim over here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Let's watch a little bit more of this, and I gotta go walk the dogs.
All right, come on, bro.
Third, that he borrowed a name from it to indicate the peninsula he found. So they assert, this is what he's saying, we assert, right? He's assuming that he borrowed it. Why would he borrow a name from a romance? A name from it to indicate the peninsula he found on the right-hand side of the Indies, near to the terrestrial paradise. If it is necessary to analyze very carefully his motive for borrowing a name from a romance, then so generally known it will be enough to say that this romance credited the island of California with great treasures of gold, and that it placed it very near the East Indies, in quest of which all the adventurous...
Wait, literally, like Match Creator said earlier, we did find gold in California. Shout out to my favorite football team, the 49ers.
The 49ers.
You know what I mean? So this is like fiction and nonfiction merging and shit. It's a fine line.
Boy, so many of these goddamn stories be centered around gold. You know what I mean? And finding gold. It's all like gold.
That's
gold.
the best one, bro. The Anunnaki one's the best one, right? Mining the gold.
Yeah.
Come on now, huh?
Repair the atmosphere from Nibiru
right.
and all the shit.
Exactly. Yeah. But they probably weren't Anunnaki. They were actually humans.
Time we're sailing. There is, however, no more reason for giving a serious motive for such a nomenclature than there is for the motive with which LaSalle or his companions gave the name of Lichine to the point in Canada from which they hoped to reach China.
Lichine.
All right, you hear what they're saying? That. It's just conjecture.
I know.
It doesn't mean he really got it from there. And we continue in the book, His Level Best and Other Stories regarding Queen Califia. And continues says, it is not strange that ecclesiastical historians like Venegas should in the 18th century have lost sight of this origin of the name. It was not until 1683 that the Jesuit fraternity succeeded in planting an establishment there. Even then, their establishment was not permanent. For a century and a half, therefore, after Cortes' discovery, the province was of no value to anyone, and its name was of as little interest.
So they were
long before the Jesuits.
They weren't even using California after 150 years after Cortes. They were like, it's there, but we're not even really using it. It's not important yet.
Same thing happened with Taiwan. All the gold, right?
Yeah, you're living on LA, South Central LA. Lizard people.
Yeah, they got all the gold sold up like underneath the city. I don't know though. With this shit, it's like, this part of the history is like undetermined. You know what I'm saying? Because we wasn't there, but
no, you weren't there.
Why would they just walk away from the shit though?
Well, we'll bring it back to what we know, the little things we know. The truth is always in us. We just need to pull it out. What I showed earlier in the intro, I showed the wildfires, LA.
Yeah.
Earlier. Mm-hmm. And then when I asked the question, you answered it too, about like, what would you take if you had to leave? Maybe somebody they had to leave quick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
You would have taken, you said family heirlooms and shit?
Oh, 100%, bro. I got to take everything that's like of sentimental value. I don't care about anything. The priceless shit of sentimental value. I don't care about nothing else. All that shit is replaceable. That's what they say about the quote unquote lizard people in Los Angeles too, and that's how they passed away was through a cataclysmic event. Yeah. They said they tunneled all that shit like underneath the city, right? Or so the lore goes, is that they tunneled all that shit underneath the city so that they could escape a cataclysmic event. But they didn't have it. They didn't have it together all the way like Göbekli Tepe with the ventilation and shit like that. So when something happened, it was like the gas and the fumes. Yeah, it was the fumes that got them.
Yeah. Quick, allegedly. Probably too.
Yeah, it had to have been quick, bro. Imagine like, sitting in your car, plugging up the fucking exhaust and like going out like that, the carbon dioxide. Yeah, some shit like that. But
yeah, that's dude, yeah, that had to be quick. They said the Mayans left quick too, right? Or they just not necessarily left quick, but with nothing too. They just left everything and just left. Something happened.
Planted it. The romance which gave it name was forgotten. After 1542, no edition of the Sergas of Explandian was printed in Spain, so far as we know, till 1575, and after that of 1587. None for 270 years more. The reaction had come when the curate burned the books of Don Quixote. He burned this among the rest. He saved the Amadis of Gaul, but he burned Esplandian. We will not spare the sun, said he, for the virtues of his father, these words show. Cervantes' estimate of it as early as 1605. It is not surprising then that an ecclesiastical like Venegas should not know in 1758 the wild geography of romance 2 centuries and more after it was written. D'Herblay, the early French paraphraser of this romance, retains the whole story of the Queen but transfers the situation of California to the source of the river Borysthenes near the descent of the Riphean Mountains. The only effort to introduce it to the modern readers in any European country until the recent Spanish reprint of 1857 is in the wretched paraphrase by Tresson, published in France in the last century. This author, as if to add to the probability of the tale, omits the name California in each of the passages relating to it, so that even in his forgotten work we do not get hold of the lost clue.
Yeah, they're trying to bury the word California.
100%. And also, you know what I mean? A lot of people might hear this shit and like hear romance and think like sex or you know what I'm saying, shit like that. But like the quote unquote like the older meaning of romance just means like it was written in the style of old Rome. You know?
There you go.
That's where
there you
the
go.
root word Rome comes in. Romance.
There you go. Perfect build on. Add on, because that and the romance how this happened to be swagged out.
Facts.
You know what I mean, right? That's what it is. But we just take romance. I like how you reminded us that, because when you think of romance, it's kind of like you look down on it. Oh, it's a trashy romance novel, you know.
Fabio,
but no,
shit,
Fabio,
Not, I can't believe it's not butter. Sex novels and shit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
can't believe,
yeah. But sure. It's a novel, novella. Mm-hmm. It's a novel, exactly. Soap opera, which is the story of the times that's going on right now.
Yes, exactly. It has nothing to do with
strength
sex.
Herself.
No.
And her women, she should have the greater part of their splendor, either from her rank or from her prowess. She began to talk with all of those.
I fast forwarded a little bit.
Talanque, Prince Talanque, your first known king. The supporters of the arms of the beautiful shield of the state of California, all right? The shield of the state of California should be on the right a knight armed Kappa Pi, and on the left an Amazon sable, clothed in skin as you shall now see. Mr. E. Hale of Boston sent to the Antiquarian Society last year a paper which shows that the name of California was not known to literature before it was given to our peninsula by Cortez. Cortez discovered the peninsula in 1535 and seems to have called it California then. But Mr. Hale shows that 25 years before that time, in a romance called The Deeds of Esplandian, the name of California was given to an island on the right hand of the Indies.
Okay, we said that already, but that's the thing, that they got that book from a Portuguese book that's even older. The guy that made that book in 1535, he just basically reprinted it in Spanish from Portuguese. And then, because I'm just going through this real quick, and then even before that, like I said, it's been the word her story has been in German law books.
And noblewoman, what are we talking about? From America, Quarterly Journal, and after Constantinople really fell into the hands of the Turks.
So,
and the Schwarzwaldspiegel, but also was translated into Latin, French, and several Slavic languages. We just got an example from 1066 AD. Imagine
1066 AD. That's a long time ago, huh?
All right,
that's a long time.
The writer first link begins. The question, how did California come by its name, seems to have been settled, but what the name itself means, or where it came from originally, remains unsolved. The following is offered as a conjecture, which upon further research may prove to contain a clue. On the other hand, it may be a coincidence and have no actual bearing on the subject. The generally accepted theory regarding the application of the name California is the one offered in 1862 by the Reverend Dr. Edward Everett Hale. According to this theory, the word occurred first in a Spanish novel, Las Sergas de Esplandian. Original California.
I'm trying to get to the
rich
German.
in pearls and gold, a dark-hued, dark-skinned Amazons, whose queen was Califia, Since the Amadi story was very popular at the beginning of the 16th century, it seems reasonable to suppose that it was known to the explorers of that time, right? So that's the official story as how the name came about. All right.
Okay.
Now, this explanation has not been challenged nor modified by additional findings in recent years, except that a brief and as yet unexplained reference to a country by the name of Califerne was found in the Chansol de Roland, a French romance written possibly as early as 1066. Okay, so you see, this is actually, because I had read this before, this is the one I was talking about. So it was referenced in a French writing, or so-called romance. All right, we're gonna dig into what that really means, romance. All right, so you see how far back it actually goes.
Kevin, you already told him. You already did his work for him. You said we're gonna tell you what the word romance really means as we go on. You just said it, man.
Yes, sir.
Because he knows people are gonna be like, oh, it's a romance.
Yeah, misinterpreting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hearing it the wrong way for sure.
Yeah.
That's that transliteration shit.
California.
You know, where it's like,
that's the word right there. Yeah, transliteration, man. The real meaning what we're going for.
A land, a country named California. Come on. The origin of the name in a native Indian word or any combination of Latin or Greek roots has not proved acceptable. Montalvo's Explandian is thus generally taken as the source that California, variously spelled, was current during the Middle Ages and must have occurred in many early manuscripts. Seems to have escaped the attention. All right, authors are letting you know of this journal that is, they're giving the credit to this play, the Spanish play called Esplandian. The Middle Ages. That's what he's letting you know. It was written in many other manuscripts, early manuscripts. All right, we just got an example from 1066 AD. Imagine. All right, the writer first came across a word suggesting the name of California in the German law book, Der Sachenspiegel, probably written by Eike von Rebgoch about 1230 AD. In modern German, the passage reads, all right, and it's giving you the German translation or the original passage from, the book, the law book. In English, it says here, translated into English, the sentence runs somewhat like this. No woman may be an advocate nor plead a cause before the court without a guardian. This privilege was lost for all women by California, who misbehaved before court, being angry because she could not get her will without an advocate. Whoa. So wait a minute, what are they saying? What is this law book from 1230 AD is saying, Germany? What is it saying? This ain't no romance. I thought we were just talking about romances, right? It actually writes Californium. You can see the
that's how the Arnold, the Austrian German, says it, California. So he's literally saying, dude, he's literally saying that it goes beyond just the cover story of the romance novel that Cortez and his men were reading, man. So I think the deeper we go into it, we'll probably put the bookmark here, but the deeper we go into it, it might lead us to what we're saying, like all this shit's connected, man.
It's definitely all connected, bro, for sure. In some way, shape, or form, but we won't. I don't think we'll ever know. Not what we hear in this vessel, right, for sure. But it's a fun chase, though. You know what I'm saying? To try to piece together the history. It's a rabbit hole, but I'm here for it, bro. I love this type of shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
bro.
Let me get up out your hair, bro. Let me get up out your hair so you can take it home. NPC, my nigga. It's always a good time. I appreciate you having me up on the platform. And
let's go, man.
And I'm gonna catch you on the next one, Brody. You already know.
All right.
And to everybody listening, man, God bless y'all. If you believe in him, make sure you keep God first. And the motherfucking marathon continues. I'll see y'all on the next one, man. Peace.
Absolutely, my brother. Marathon Kev, man. Legend, bro. Living legend. Wow, what a Powerful, brother. Powerful broadcast, man. I'm telling you, man, that's a real one. That was fun. That was fun. That's what you want. You want your brothers to bring out the best in you, right? Focusing on things that actually uplift you and those around you rather than bring you down. You know, that was fun. We still had some laughs too. That was fun. Shout out to Sherelle Snow. She said, "Good night, Kev. Thank you, NPC. Taking an Epsom bath, not feeling well at the moment. Well, hang in there. You have solidarity, sis, and not feeling well, but we're healing. You're getting better right now. And yeah, man. Hopefully this will make you feel better. Enjoy yourself that you were in California. That for those of you who live in California, and even if you don't, you're definitely experiencing the beautiful spirit of California and Queen Califia. Much love. This is part 1, volume 1, Queen Califia, Californication. I love y'all. Peace. I'll see you soon.
All along. A man rides into town with 2 wives, wants to sell one at auction. Nobody thinks twice about it. And if a town needs female companionship, hijacking them seems the natural thing to do. And if 2 partners want to share the same wife, why not? This ain't Michigan. It's gold country. Why, hell, it's the golden country, untouched and uncontaminated by human hands. It's where people can someday look civilization straight in the eye and spit. And you don't have to please anybody. And you don't have to love thy neighbor. You leave the bastard alone. It's wild, human, and free. And all over this nation, they preach against it every Sunday. But I don't think God's listening. You know why? Because he's here in glorious California.